very dangerous storms. Stacia's got a question.
More advice when it comes to finding that safe space as you are looking around. What we always grew up with in Oklahoma, and I've said this before, but I think the advice still stands, is duck. Downstairs, underneath something, center part of the house, keep away from windows. If you can keep that advice in mind as you move to your safe space and find that spot, that's going to be your best bet to stay.
Let's go through those letters again. D, so duck is what you're looking for. D is for downstairs. You want to get down as far as possible. In your house, if that's a basement, that may be your best spot. In years past, we've talked about getting into a specific corner. The advice these days is to get to the center of your basement. If that means under the stairwell, that's a good idea as well. D gets us downstairs. U gets us
underneath something.
Underneath something. And that is because you want to protect yourself from the potential of debris and also give yourself lots of structure above you so that if things do begin to turn badly, then you've got a better opportunity to have something protecting you. So then we get to D, U, C is cover. You want to cover yourself and center. Want to do both because in some cases the advice now is also to have, if you've got a helmet, that's even a good thing. If you've got a mattress you can put over your safe space, that's going to be helpful too. So we're ducking and covering, and then keep away from your windows, keep toward the center, keep inside. So D-U-C-K gets you in all the right places you need to be. And right now, from parts of Licking County into Muskingum County, as well as parts of Fairfield County from Lancaster east, you need to be keeping in your safe space. On the upper left-hand side of your screen there, what you're looking at is downtown Columbus, and you see the lightning, you see the dark clouds, you see what's happening to the east of Columbus. That's where these storms are right now, and they are powerful, powerful storms. Joined now by our very own Sarah Converse, who is back after a very long day to help us keep track of what's going on out there.
Yes, so again, we do have those tornado warnings. Our tornado watch was expanded to now the eastern portion of the state. Originally, it was just for the southwestern portion of Ohio. The other concern is from all the morning storms we've seen, these creeks, the streams, low-lying areas are going to be overwhelmed again by these storms. So not only are we looking at that threat for tornadoes, heavy rain, frequent lightning, gusty wind. So this is just going to add on to that. You
can see the lightning that's happening. That's our tower cam shot looking toward the east. You see downtown Columbus there sort of in the foreground, and then the very dark clouds off to the west. That is what we're looking at in the distance with these particular storms. Let's jump down into a little more of this again and get you back into where these storms are and what they're doing. So here we are. This is the Lancaster storm right now, and then we slide up a little farther and we get into the Licking County storm. Look at the hail core on this right now. All of that white and gray, that indicates some significant hail. But what we were watching on this storm just a little bit ago, and there it is again, just getting into the eastern reaches of Licking County and traveling very quickly to the east. That is some tight rotation. So you're north of Route 40, you're north of I-70, north of Hopewell, and that is making its way across the Licking-Muskingum County line. So this is where you want to watch very closely as these storms come through. Is that a brand new update coming in? So every time there's an update on these storms, we hear sirens here in the studio. You may not be able to hear it at home, but we hear those. It's meant to alert us that there's a new update coming in, and we're hearing it happen a lot out there right now. So this is the Licking County line with Muskingum County. You're going to be north of Hopewell, and you see Zanesville there kind of along I-70. Here's a closer look. Cottage Hill is in line with this. This is headed toward 146. So coming across the line past Rockhaven Park, we're just south of 16 out there at the moment. But this storm showing some significant rotation and worthy of sending you to your safe space very quickly as we go through. Sarah.
So the alert is a new tornado warning for Pike and Scioto County.
Let's get right down there to it. Let's get down to Pike and Scioto counties now. You notice on the northern portions of Scioto County there, the red along 23, so this portion right here, this is Scioto County, this is Pike County, and we have another storm here that's showing signs of rotation, and looks like, oh, right there. So we're looking at south of Meigs Township. This is, let me move this up a little bit so you get a feel for where this is. So you can see where Portsmouth is. Portsmouth right here, and then up 23 and to the west. So Meigs Township there, Rardon Township, and the very tight rotation happening there. We'll get a little tighter on that, see if we can get you some crossroads in there for where that's actually happening. It looks like it's a fairly sparsely populated area near 781 and 348 is where we are near Wamsley. So that kind of rotation, you notice when we talked earlier about toward and away. So the radar is looking at things moving toward it and away from it. And by looking at that, we can get the feel for how is this storm actually behaving, right? So we have some movement toward and away, and so that rotation is worth keeping an eye on. So if you're in parts of Pike County, west of Lucasville, in Scioto County, west of Lucasville, or even in parts of southeastern Pike County, that is going to be where you need to be in your safe space right now. Bob Kendrick.
Just noticing topographically there, that's heading right into the first rises of the hills there. Is that going to help or hurt?
You know, interestingly enough, and Bob's asking about the topography and how that affects these storms. Interestingly enough, as thunderstorms develop, the topography can actually have an effect on how the storm itself develops. But once we get rotation, it's far enough up that rotation is often not affected very much by the actual topography. We see some of these tornadoes dropping up and moving up and down actual hillsides. We saw one a few years ago in Athens County that actually came down a hillside, through a valley, and back up the other side. So the topography can have more of an effect in the formation of the storm and less of an effect on the actual tornado itself. The tornadoes can sometimes be kind of oblivious to the actual topography. So let's get back up and tell you what, let me do it this way, give you a wide view of where we are. So what we have, this is the Lancaster area here in Fairfield County, a tornado warning that lasts until 8:30. You've got this one in parts of Licking County over into Muskingum County. That one lasts until 8:45. And the one down here on the Scioto-Pike County border, that one is also going to last until 8:45 this evening. So we have 4 different tornado warnings that have popped up in literally the last 20 minutes. These storms have developed very quickly, and that rotation is radar indicated so far, but we will be watching them very closely over the next hour or so as they continue to move to the east.
I believe the Pike and Scioto tornado warning has had the history, though, of a confirmed tornado. I believe that was the previous one that was in
Brown County?
Yes.
So Brown County is a little farther to the west. This particular storm had some warnings on it before. Was that one actually confirmed on the ground?
There was one that I saw that the National Weather Service did confirm one in Adams County.
Okay, all right. There's another siren going off for us in the studio, but more importantly, the big thing here is that you need to get to your safe space in parts of eastern Licking County and into Muskingum County. So from Hopewell north of and Zanesville north, all of that part of Muskingum County rather is covered by that. This is a big storm with some pretty good sized hail moving through, and it's going to keep doing that until 8:30. Now these storms are moving at highway speed. So they're moving 40, 50, even 60 miles per hour. So the storms themselves are generating their own wind gusts. So if you're in your car and you're traveling along the highway, you hold your hand out the car window, you feel that wind. So the storm is doing its own thing. It's the same thing by moving that quickly. Plus the storm itself has an outflow which can go even faster. And so the outflow on the storm might be pushing closer to 70 miles per hour or more, and some of those straight line winds can do some significant damage as well. Right now, the rotation is mainly right there. It almost looks like it's on I-70 near Gray Shot right now, making its way to the east fairly quickly. And we also have the tornado warnings happening now in parts of Licking County, as well as Scioto and Pike counties. So there's your track on it over the next half hour or so. So Zanesville by 8:35. Potentially even sooner than that. You've got some of that getting all the way out to Cambridge if it can hold together and get past New Concord out here near I-77. Cambridge by a little after 9 o'clock tonight. But again, these storms moving at the pace they are moving are going to really move quickly. So if there's a tornado warning and this is your area, being safe right now is the best policy. Let's get back again to, let's go back to that tornado watch map so we see where they all are. This one right here. There we go. Let's get into that one and just see where we are at the moment, because there are multiple storms out there to keep an eye on. In Pike and Scioto counties, northern Scioto County, southeastern Pike County, that's going to include some of the Lucasville area and on up near Waverly and Piketon. You're going to want to keep an eye on that storm. This one near Lancaster has been pared back a little bit, but it is quickly headed toward the eastern portions of Fairfield County. And then this southeastern segment of Licking County into Muskingum County, also keeping an eye on that. Tight rotation happening right here near Gray Shot, a little bit east of Gray Shot, headed over towards Zanesville right now. That is where we have some of our biggest concerns at the moment. Now, one good thing that's happened, you noticed that off to the west, the yellow kind of disappeared there. That is the tornado watch that's in effect until 10 o'clock, and some of that has been pared back already to our west. Bob.
We come back west just for a quick update on Franklin County, maybe?
Yep, let's get back into Franklin County right there in the center of your screen. For the most part, Franklin County itself, not completely out of the woods. We're still covered by the tornado watch. There's a little bit of rain out in parts of Madison County, north of London. That's going to track north of I-70 and get into Columbus. Those storms not showing any signs of rotation at the moment, but what's east of Columbus right now are the ones that we are, east and south of Columbus, the ones we're most concerned about. Stacia.
We're just seeing that the Columbus crew has delayed their kickoff until 9 p.m. based on what we're seeing outside on this radar here, and just taking all the precautions. Folks are there, but things are not kicking off there until 9.
So 9 o'clock for the Columbus crew. Columbus itself not completely finished with this, but you notice that the tornado watch has been pared back a little bit already. So Madison County is still in there. Franklin County is still part of it, but more of the storms are moving to the east. This red sort of maroon area that's out here in eastern Ohio, and that includes Zanesville, Cambridge, Caldwell, out into Barnesville, that's actually a flash flood warning because the water has been rising very quickly in that part of the state. So these storms are going to add to the 1 to 3 inches worth of rain that we've already had today, and that is running off very quickly now, getting into the storm drains and also bringing the river levels up very quickly. Here's what some of those rainfall totals look like. If you look here at the southeastern parts of Franklin County, a little bit of northeastern Pickaway County on up into Fairfield, that's 2 to 4 inches worth of rain. There aren't many storm systems that we have built around here that are prepared to handle that in a matter of hours. We've got water in our basement, turns out. Yeah, so dealing with that. In any case, you may have in your house as well, because the storm systems are trying to drain away as much as they can. They're having trouble keeping up with as much of this rain that's coming down as it is and as quickly as it is. Going to take another look at this storm near Lancaster. The good news is this one appears to be moving off to the northeast. They will likely allow this particular tornado. Are they going to let this one expire? All right. So they're going to let this one expire in about 3 minutes. So the Lancaster area is going to quiet down a little bit, but a this storm is still generating very heavy rain and the potential for some pretty good hail near Rushville, and that's moving into Perry County. That's going to get into Somerset in about the next 10 to 15 minutes, tracking along 22 and ending up out near, it'll go north of New Lex, but that's going to end up going farther up to the northeast. So the Licking County storm right now is one of the ones with tight rotation. That is this one. It's moving north of I-70. They've just updated the polygon there. And look at the rotation on this. So north of Zanesville right now, you're looking at some potentially strong winds. Some of that is actually turning, and that can give you the potential for some significant tornadoes. So we're watching this area south of Dresden, so south of the basket and looking a little bit north of Zanesville. Right now, that doesn't look tight enough to be an actual tornado on the ground, but it is clearly some significant rotation in the storm itself. So we're back to this again. Make sure you're going to your safe space as we speak. The best thing you can do right now is to be safe. You don't need to panic, just be safe. Basements are your best option if you have one. If you don't, interior rooms, maybe that's a bathroom, maybe it's a closet. The idea is to stay away from windows and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If, heaven forbid, one of these storms were to get to your house, you want to be as far inside as possible so that you are protected from the wind and the debris as you can be. If there are windows in lots of parts of your house, that's where sometimes a closet, maybe a hall closet, can sometimes be your safest place because it's away from some of those windows. If you know somebody who's driving, right now, this is a storm that is, at the very least, dropping some very heavy rain along I-70. And so you might want to make sure that folks that are driving, if you have a friend that's out there, give them a heads up that this is coming through the area. We're hearing lots of sirens in our studio right now as there are updates to these storms. Looks like they've split this one now. So here we are.
Let that one expire.
See if that one's going to expire.
Add to your note, Marshall, if you're driving, one place you do not want to go, it may protect you from the rain, it may protect you from the hail, but you do not want to park in an overpass.
That's a
do
great
not do
piece of
that
advice.
because that can create a wind tunnel.
Yep, good advice. So when you're driving, if you're in your car, so you might see people stopping under an underpass because the rain is coming down so hard and they want to get protected from that. Here's the thing. The wind racing through there is a lot like when you put your thumb on the hose and it just pushes it through even faster, right? If you want the water to go really far, you put your thumb on the hose, it adds some pressure and pushes it out. The same thing happens with an underpass. So the wind gets squeezed between the ground and the bridge above it. And that can create the wind tunnel effect that Sarah was just mentioning, and that can actually make the wind go even faster and be more dangerous. There was a story a few years ago about some folks who did that, and they lived to tell the story. So thankfully, they were fine. Unfortunately, it wasn't a great story to get out there because it's some really bad advice. They just got really lucky. So when you're driving, your best option is to find a safe building. Maybe you can pull off the side of the road at a rest area. There may be a shelter there. If you can get to a store or a gas station, a place that has a solidly built structure and you can get there. That's what you need to do if you're driving. South of Dresden, north of Zanesville, that's where the tornado warning is right now. This particular warning is going to last until at least 8:45 tonight as this storm moves through. Stacia.
Well, Marshall, as you are looking at these latest watches and warnings coming in, of course, we want people to take that seriously. We also want them to take seriously the threat of winds. And even if it may not be an actual tornado on the ground, the potential for damage from high winds continues to be a challenge.
Absolutely, because these storms are moving at almost 50 to 60 miles per hour, which generates wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour. That's enough to do damage all by itself. And when you have those storms also pushing air ahead of them, those wind gusts become even stronger. This is a brand new tornado warning. This is now for, remember we were tracking the storm from parts of Fairfield County into Perry County. This is now a storm that's going to be warned until 9 o'clock tonight. This one has the potential for some very good, very strong rotation. Let's get a little farther down in on that. Oh, there it is. All right, let's get can we pop up weather 2 real quick? Is that doable, y'all? We have some. Here it comes. There we go. All right, that's what we're looking at. So this is Somerset. New Lex is down here. Look at the rotation right here. And you notice it's very bright here and here. These two things together being very bright suggest very fast moving wind. Now, at the moment, kind of broad, but that could be a little indication of a very large twist in the atmosphere. And you notice how much that kind of races up this direction, a little bit north of Somerset as well. So there is a very strong indication of rotation here near Somerset. You're going to want to be in your safe space there as well. New Lex likely moving north of you, but don't take the chance. You're probably hearing the tornado sirens now. You're going to want to get to your safe space as well. Can you put the correlation coefficient on that? Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's, what we're going to look at here, and things are going to turn goofy colors here for just a second. But what we're going to look for is whether there is debris happening. Now, what we're doing, big words, correlation coefficient. What that means is we're looking at whether all the little dots here correlate. Do they all look the same? The good news is at the moment, they all look the same for the most part. When they don't look the same, some of them turn blue or they turn green, that gives us the indication that there may be debris in the air. So by looking at this, we're getting the sense that this is up in the clouds so far. It hasn't come down to the ground yet, but it can very quickly. And so that's why right here along 22, this is the storm that we were tracking that came through north of Lancaster, came past Rushville and is now up into the Somerset area north of New Lex. So this storm does have rotation in it, but at the moment, not seeing indications that it's on the ground. The catch to it is that can happen in a matter of seconds. And in some cases, it can even get down to the ground and back up before the radar has a chance to fully cycle through. So that means it can end up almost missing it on radar. And that's why the warnings are so important, because the warning gives you that heads up. So you've got time to go to where it is safe and then hang out there until it's all over. So getting into Cannon Township in just a little bit by 8:39, Crooksville and Zanesville between 8:45 and 50, getting out near Philo by about 8:55 and headed east from there. So we, at this point, this is a different storm than what was up in Muskingum County. So what came north of Gray Shot a little while ago is now north of Zanesville. Sarah, let's pop up there real quick and take a look at the Zanesville or the Muskingum County storm. There it is right there. So south of Dresden, north of Zanesville. This is your polygon. So as we've mentioned before, our friend James Spann in Alabama likes to say, respect the polygon. And the reason for that is, the reason these are drawn the way they are is because the storm can move a little bit north, it can move a little bit south, and this encompasses all of that. So if you are within this red line that goes right here along I-70 back up to the tip of Muskingum County, then back through Dresden, you want to make sure that you're paying attention to that, because the storm may not go in a completely straight line. It may veer a little bit, and the polygon is drawn to make sure that you're prepared for that. Sarah.
And also, as you may notice, these little blobs right here, those are hail cores. So that's why we also have a polygon that may not also include the tornado itself. It includes the hail core. It includes a heavy rainfall threat, gusty wind threat. A lot of the alerts we keep hearing on and on again, even though there's a few updated tornado warnings, there's a lot of embedded in all this mess is a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings blanketing these areas. And what the National Weather Service does is they tag these severe thunderstorm warnings as tornado possible because the storms have had a history of producing rotation. So it's just allowing everyone to stay aware. So that's why we always say respect the polygon. If you are, whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning, whether it's a tornado warning, you want to either, in a severe thunderstorm warning, just stay away from the windows, but be prepared to know where to go in your safe place in your home or even at work. And then as we get a tornado warning, that's when you need to take action and go into your safe spot, your basement or the most interior part of your home.
Span's done this for a minute. He's got some great advice for us, and that's his catchphrase, is respect the polygon. It's good advice. This hail core is spreading out a little bit more, again, north of Zanesville, south of Dresden, continuing to give us a whole lot of that, that potential for some damaging hail. Take a look at this. So here we are. Here's Dresden. Just a little bit of, that's some tight rotation happening right there. Again, north of Zanesville. Let's get real tight on that. Let's see where we are. So here's Adamsville. You're north of North Zanesville right now. And some of this is actually beginning to show some signs of it, maybe even losing some of its rotation. That's good news, but it's still some very, very strong wind out there at the moment. Bob, did you have a question? Sorry. They're so good. They raise their hands. They're like, can I ask a question? And they're great about it.
No, you're explaining everything so well. I have no questions. Please continue.
So here we are watching these hail cores move through along with that rotation. Let's check out the Perry County storm again, because this one is also moving to the east at about 45 to 55 miles per hour, kind of tracking along and just south of 22 right now. So what you're likely to see in the next few minutes is they will expand this tornado warning into the southern parts of Muskingum County, out near Brush Creek and down toward Blue Rock, because as this storm moves a little farther east, it looks like it's going to hang together pretty good. Now, one of the differences here is that the portions of Perry County and then you get into Muskingum County, they are from different Weather Service offices. So it's kind of a jurisdictional thing. So each office is watching certain parts of the state, and if it looks to them like this might fall apart before it gets to Muskingum County, they might not issue the warning for it. So if you don't see one here shortly, it means that they think that this one might weaken a little bit. But here is the brand new extension to the tornado warning that's between Dresden and Zanesville right now. This one is extending now until 9:30 out along I-77, and it's going to include Cambridge. So Kimballton and Cambridge, both involved in this extension to the tornado warning from Muskingum County. So that moves out into parts of Guernsey County and is going to stay just south of Newcomerstown, and then it's headed off to the east. Stacia is raising her hand.
When you see a storm moving this quickly, how common is that? Because you have highlighted these highway level speeds all afternoon long with how the system is moving.
So this is all being pushed by that cold front that is way off to our west right now, and the front itself is pivoting around a huge low pressure center that's up near Chicago right now, and that whole system is shoving all of this to the east and making it move at those kind of speeds. There are two different what we call vectors in this, meaning the directions that they're going. Some of it is coming due east, some of it is coming northeast up and along the front. So it's happening in both directions simultaneously. The overall effect is that it's kind of going north-northeast as this moves through. So as you see, that's why we've talked about the polygons. That's why the polygon doesn't go due east. It kind of skews a little bit to the north-northeast, because you're looking at both the eastern vector on the whole system, as well as the way it's coming up that cold front, coming a little bit to the north as well. So north-northeast. 8:59 for Cambridge. 9 o'clock is when it's going to be right in there with you. Same thing for Kimballton. And it's going to end up being a strong storm as it makes its way into parts of Guernsey County. So right now, we still have the storms in parts of northern Pike County, northern Scioto County, southern Pike County. Those storms are still warned at the moment, and we also have the storms moving through Muskingum into parts of Guernsey counties, plus the storm that's out north of New Lex in Perry County right now. Embedded in all of this are also thunderstorm warnings because the storms themselves, even the ones that don't show signs of rotation, still have some very powerful winds. They have hail and some significant downpours. You notice there is a little cell that's expanding a little bit out here west of Columbus. That's getting into parts of Dublin, and it's on its way into Hilliard shortly. Some of that coming through the Circleville area. That's going to head into Asheville, and all of this moving to the east. Stacia.
When you look at how these other storms are forming, and we know that tornado watch is in effect into that wider area until 10 o'clock, how much longer can we expect to see the atmosphere generating energy from that sun we saw kind of late in the day?
The good news is the sun is down. That's really helpful for us. Thank goodness. We've seen this happen in waves throughout the day today. Sarah was here early this morning. There were a bunch of storms that came through early in the day, even a few tornado warnings down near the Ohio River in the morning. And then we got a bit of a break. We added some sunshine. The next batch of storms came through right around midday. Then we had another break. We added some more sunshine to the region. Then we had the afternoon version. Now we have the evening version. So the good news for us is that now that the sun is down, there's good reason to believe that these are going to start weakening soon. Can you zoom out to a big wide view on this? Let's see where the low pressure center itself is. So the low pressure center is all the way out here near Chicago. And that is where it's all, yeah, try that. There we go. So now you can see the actual swirl. So that is the low pressure center. Cold air on the north side of it that's giving you the potential for some snow, and that's going to drag in cold air in the next few days. But it's also pushing this cold front through, and the front itself is now getting into western Ohio. This line right here is the actual cold front. So it's just getting into Ohio now, but it's pushing all of this with it. And as it does, by the time we get to around 11 o'clock tonight, most of this gets out of the state and things begin to quiet down a little bit. Bob.
Of course, the fear, Marshall, had been that we would see, as you were warned, these long-range, long tornadoes on the ground for a long time, and many of them. That was the fear as of yesterday and into today. So far, with all due respect to those who are undergoing heavy weather right now, we've been okay with that. To what do you attribute the fact that we haven't seen that to the degree we were worried about?
So the ingredients are there, and that's been part of what we've been watching, is that the ingredients for those things to happen are actually out there right now. It really comes down to, in the moment, in a specific location, do they actually come together to make that long track tornado? So it's a lot, and there are lots of analogies for how this is, and whether you want to use cookies or tacos or however you want to say, whatever your recipe is, when you have all of the ingredients ready to go but sitting on the counter, that's kind of like your watch, where you're watching for it all to come together. So let's use cookies as an example. You've got your flour, your eggs, and all of that sitting on the counter, but it's not a cookie yet. When it all comes together and it bakes at just the right moment, then you get cookies. And that's when you see those ingredients come together to make that long track tornado. We've seen it happen 19 times already this year, which is really unusual for us. Usually in January and February, we'll get maybe 1 or 2 tornadoes at most, and that's not even every year. That's just now and then. We've already had 19 this season, some of which were in February, and then much more in March. As our friends in Logan County know, it was March 14th. So there's where we are right now. Here's your tornado watch. It's been pared back in western Ohio, but it still includes all of the Columbus metro area. We still have the tornado warning, and this has been adjusted a little bit. You notice it's mainly Scioto County now, not parts of southern Pike County. It's now in Scioto County only, but that's still a powerful storm. Plus, from Muskingum on over into Guernsey County, north of I-70, so from east of Zanesville on over toward Kimballton and Cambridge, that's where you've got the next round of very strong storms moving through. The tornado watch itself, that's that whole area in yellow, that lasts until 10 o'clock for the central part of the state, but it's until 2 o'clock in the morning morning for the eastern parts of the state. So Cambridge and Caldwell, that's until 2 a.m. for you, but we may see some of that pared back long before we get to some of those 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. time frames. Right now, a little bit of rain. It's expanding into Delaware right now, but not showing signs of being severe at the moment. We will still be keeping an eye on that for the Columbus metro area. Bob?
From the looks of things, folks going to the Crew game, which as Stacia mentioned is going to be delayed kickoff until 9 o'clock, roughly 15 minutes from now. Looks like they may get hit with some heavy weather anyway.
They may get some at least gusty winds, potential for some very heavy rain out of this, but by 9 o'clock, we still got about 12 minutes till we get there.
Yeah.
We're not seeing a whole lot of lightning with this particular cell, right? With these particular cells.
Very good news.
That's great news for the Crew. They might be able to get this thing started by 9 o'clock tonight. They seem determined to get this one in tonight. So they might be able to do that by just waiting a little bit longer. If they're willing to wait until 9:30, it might be even better. But we're going to keep an eye on this batch that's in parts of Delaware, Union, and on over to Madison counties as it tracks into Franklin County a little bit.
Another thing to add to, not only are we dealing with that tornado threat that's now moving to our eastern portion of the state, you see that dark maroon color? That is
right
a
here.
flash flood warning there. Let me see if I can try to get it queued up here. But
There it is.
yeah, but it's that red there.
Oops.
Trying to get it. There's a lot of warnings in place. I'm trying to pick up the tornado warning itself. But yeah, it's in this whole box area right here to the eastern portion of the state. So you have this band of thunderstorms moving through the area, producing moderate to heavy rain. This is not going to help out these communities that are already dealing with flooding concerns. A lot of creeks, streams, low-lying areas prone to flooding. I mean, we saw it this morning. A lot of places were overwhelmed by the rain. The soils are saturated because we had the early morning storms before the storms and Good Day Columbus started. We had the Monday rain showers and storms. We had the weekend rain showers and storms. So we've had our fair share of our April showers to kick off this month.
The ground itself is long saturated at this point. A lot of what has fallen in the last 24 hours has actually run off very quickly. When the ground can't hold any more water, it might as well be concrete at that point because the rain hits it and runs right off. It just can't soak in at all. So that's when you really start to see this potential for some flooding. And that's what's been happening during a lot of the day today. 1 to 3 inches, some places even closer to 4 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. And because of that, the rivers have been coming up very quickly, and we are still dealing with some of that rain coming down now. Look at this little spot out here on the far southeastern portions of Franklin County. Now that's radar indicated, but that suggests it could be closer to 6 inches worth of rain in the last 24 hours. Stacia.
That is a lot of rain. When we are discussing safe spaces on Facebook, where I put that acronym that we talked about earlier, duck, downstairs, underneath something, center part of the house, keep away from windows, Andrew, underneath that conversation, posted something about taking shelter, avoiding taking shelter in crawl spaces, adding that you've discussed that in the past, and that's not a conversation I've heard before. What is your advice about that?
So, especially if your crawl space has in some cases, how do I describe this? Your crawl space is open to the outside with maybe just some lattice work on either end. So you're in that case, what you're creating are a couple of things. One, the potential for the wind to get under, say it's a trailer perhaps, that space underneath can become a wind tunnel, and that can become dangerous. None of us likes to think about what might be crawling around under our houses.
That is so true.
That can also be in there, and you can find yourself face to face with an animal that's also trying to shelter itself from the storm, and that can create its own issues. The other thing is, if it's, for example, if it's a trailer home, if you're underneath and it comes off of its foundation, you don't want to be under there. So for a lot of reasons, crawl spaces aren't always a good place to be because it can be a little unpredictable. Now, if your crawl space is, say, in your basement, what you might find is that maybe there's a hallway right outside the crawl space, or maybe there's a space where you can huddle that is closer to it, but it's all enclosed. There are no windows, there are no outdoor spaces. you might have a safe space there. The hard part in all of this is that overall, just generalized rules may not always apply to your personal situation. It's really important for you to evaluate your space individually, because only you can look at that and really find out what are the hazards, what are the safety points, and what's going to work for you.
And then have that plan.
And have that plan. Trying to figure it out once the tornado warning is issued, you're kind of in a panic at that point. You're really maybe not thinking things through the way you normally would if you had plenty of time to just relax, walk through your space, and take a look at what's there.
The last home I lived in Oklahoma, the center part of the house was a hallway, and that seemed to be the best way to protect us from windows, and as you always say, to keep as many walls as you can between you and the storm.
So our safe space here in the studio is actually right outside. We've got doors right here that lead into a hallway. There are concrete block walls, no windows, and it's interior to the building. And so for our crew, if it comes down to it, that's where we would go, because that can be protected from the outside. Otherwise, well, we're kind of in a barn right here, you know, very tall ceilings, lots of things that can fall down. So this particular room might not be our best choice.
Would that be the hall that goes to the break room?
Actually, right outside the studio here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you go all the way to the break room,
no,
it might actually be more comfortable, come to think of it. But there are glass doors farther down the hallway.
Right.
So we want to stay away from those.
All right.
So we're going to stay right here in the, it feels like kind of a basement, and that's where we would be on the first floor of our building. You need to look at your space to see what your best option might be as well. Sarah?
And it's also important to remember that not only do you need to know where your safe spot is, you need to have an emergency kit.
Good point.
A safety kit. So
point.
having in your safety kit water, maybe some non-perishable food items, batteries, flashlights, a first aid kit, maybe some spare medication for you, important documents that you want to make sure that you have those with you at all times.
Spoken like a true hurricane prep person, right? That's the advice is the same. If you're preparing for hurricane season, make sure you've got a kit. We rarely talk about that in the Midwest, but really the advice is the same. Make sure that you've got your kit ready to go with all of those things in it, because if, heaven forbid, something happens in your neighborhood, to your house, you'll know where to go to get that big plastic tub with all of your safety things in it and your documents, maybe some medication, that sort of thing.
And just checking it every year, just updating whatever you have in that bin that you have, because that's how hurricanes we do. We get your bins, we get your water.
Replace the water every once in a while. Just make sure it's not been there for 4 years.
Yes.
Replace it at least once a year. Update your kit so that it has all the right things in it. Maybe there's some canned food in there if you need some supplies for at least 2 or 3 days for everyone in your family, including pets.
Yep.
Make sure you've got that ready to go, but replace the supplies every once in a while.
And medicine does too.
And
so
yes.
you need to make sure everything's up to date in your safety kit, in your bin, so that no matter what, all throughout the year, you have that safety bin, you just pick it up, bring it with you, and take it to your safe space, or even have it ready there in your safe space, wherever that is.
Let's talk about some good news real quick. So the good news is some of these storms are weakening a little bit, and the National Weather Service is letting some of these watches and warnings, well, the warnings anyway, expire. So we still have the tornado warning in effect for at least the next few minutes for parts of northeastern Muskingum County into Guernsey County, and that includes Cambridge and the city of, and the intersection at 70 and 77. So north of the 70-77 split, you definitely want to be in your safe space right now. We've talked a lot in the last few minutes about what that might be appropriate for you. So make sure you're prepared to go there and get in there very quickly. Can we check the rotation on that one real quick? Let's jump in there real quick. So here we are. This is Coshocton. You've got a pretty good cell happening in your neck of the woods right now. That tornado warning that stretches out here into Guernsey County does pick up just that slight little corner there of Coshocton County. But that looks pretty good. We're seeing some very strong wind, but the rotation seems to have let up a little bit on that storm. So this might be allowed to expire given the next, where are we? This one runs technically until 9:45. So watching where that is, but that stretches all the way out past Cambridge into more of Guernsey County. Stacia.
When you're looking at these systems and as we are watching these warnings expire, which is some good news, we are still talking about a lot of rain out there, and we've already seen some flooded roadways across Columbus.
Flood walls.
The flood walls going up. We've got ditches and those creeks and things that we know already have those tendencies. We all know where they are in our neighborhoods, and we just can't stress enough how serious those situations are as well. It's not just about the tornadoes. We have to keep those things serious, of course, but flooding possibilities and what we do or don't know about what's underneath that water or what's no longer underneath that water, it's really serious.
And that is a really good point, because we talk a lot about turn around, don't drown. And this may be a road you've driven 1,000 times. You know it like the back of your hand. What you may not realize is that under the water, where you can't see the surface of the road anymore, maybe some of the road has washed away. Maybe a manhole cover has disappeared and now there's a huge hole in the road. So if you try to walk or drive through that area that you've known forever, it may be different under the water, and there are no indications that are going to tell you ahead of time that it's changed. And so that's why if you try to drive through there, you could end up with a tire in a sewer drain real quick because it wasn't there before. It's opened up since then. Or if you try to walk through it, then you could end up falling into that. And that again is where that becomes a really dangerous situation. So the advice always is, when you see high water, turn around, don't drown. And that doesn't matter if you're driving or walking. Avoid walking or wading through some of that high water because you don't necessarily know what's underneath. This particular system is still making its way to the east. The warning lasts until 9:30. And at the moment, from what we're seeing right now, some of the rotation is weakening a little bit. But that doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. We do still need to be very safe with these storms and to keep an eye on where they're headed. We might have to try to call up Pittsburgh on that one, because I think they're using the Pittsburgh radar on that one. So this one is going to end up moving to the east. Again, these are tracking at almost highway speeds. So even if you're in eastern Guernsey County right now, heads up, because it's coming your way. It's just going to take it a few more minutes to get there, and it might be a few more minutes before they either extend this tornado warning, or as things improve a little bit, they might even let it expire. But the good part of all of this is that this is all racing to the east. By 11 o'clock tonight, we're finished with most of this. By then, the cold front itself has moved through a lot of the area, and that will actually allow things to quiet down a little bit during the overnight hours tonight as some cooler air starts to move in and we start getting a little bit of a break. So we're looking at Wills and Lore City by about 9:15, Barnesville by 9:31, and that's into Richland by 9:47 this evening. In the meantime, this is some very heavy rain. As we've talked about already, the ground itself is saturated. So as this rain continues to fall, and some places have had 2 to 4 inches of rain already in just the last 24 hours. In some cases, that's a month's worth of rain in a day. And that is falling on saturated ground, running off into the rivers and streams very quickly, causing some urban flooding as well in some areas. And with all of that, you may have some roads that are blocked, might even have some water getting into your house because of that. So take precautions with all of that happening. This storm, still headed off to the east at about 40, 50, even 60 miles per hour, is going to move out of the Muskingum County, the eastern portions of Muskingum County, pretty quickly. Notice this cell out near Columbus. It's into Hilliard and Dublin right now. This one is stretching a little farther to the northeast. It's actually expanding a little bit into parts of Delaware County. You're going to find that getting into Sunbury in just a little bit here as it crosses over 71. So far, this particular batch of cells not showing a lot of lightning, not showing signs of being severe, but is still some heavy rain falling on saturated ground. On the left of your screen, that's Tower Cam, and that is what are we looking at? That is not looking at downtown. What are we looking at? That's to the west. Where are we there? Is that looking at the lake? I'm trying to see where we are there. So it's west. All right, so we are looking west on that. So your tower cam there looking to the west, trying to pick up a little bit of what's happening out here in western Franklin County as these storms move in. The crew planning on, were they aiming for 9 o'clock? They might be able to try to get this in. They may end up with some rain, but it may not be lightning and thunder by the time they get started. Bob?
We're told that they kicked off, Marshall.
They have kicked off.
Right.
So there we go. They are feeling safe enough that there's not much lightning and thunder left with this. Plus, as we mentioned a little while ago, you notice this area behind the tornado watch has been taken out of the tornado watch now. We're still waiting for that to happen for the Columbus metro area, but as all of this races to the east very quickly, more and more of what's behind Columbus is going to weaken, and we're going to see a lot of that getting out of the region even by 11 o'clock tonight. Couple more hours and things really start to improve for us. Heavy rain through the Hocking Hills right now. Some flooding is possible along the Hocking River and through the Hocking Hills. Keep that in mind as you're driving through the area. The hills and valleys can really create some really fast flows as that rain comes down. Severe thunderstorm warnings right now for parts of Gallia and Jackson counties on over into Vinton County. That's going to make its way into Athens County in about the next 30 minutes or so. And this one does have plenty of lightning and thunder. But notice what's happening from Circleville and Lancaster on up into Newark right now. Not a lot of signs of lightning with these at this point. That's good news. These storms are weakening a little bit. Stacia.
Marshall, as you are looking at these warnings and watches that we're experiencing and the series of storms that we keep seeing, you and I have talked about this, but I think it's important for us to acknowledge this is the kind of weather we expect in what we would normally consider Tornado Alley, and Ohio has far surpassed the number of storms we're seeing in what would be traditional Tornado Alley so far this year. What's going on out there, and what are you seeing in that long range about the possibility of the next wave?
So a couple of things about that. One is we've looked at a lot of the patterns with it. This is an El Nino year. And so that can move the jet stream around a little bit and in some cases even give us some lift from the surface on up as cold fronts come through. That can help with some of the generation on some of these storms. The overall pattern is not really all that unusual. And even for an El Nino year, things really don't look all that strange. The part that nobody really wants to hear is that we have had a run of exceptionally bad luck this season, and we have 19 tornadoes to show for it, because on a couple of different occasions, once in February and once in March, we had just the right ingredients come together at exactly the right time to give us everything we needed in the atmosphere to generate those very, in some cases, strong tornadoes. But as far as an overall pattern goes, not really seeing a correlation to how that really comes together into a big pattern. They're isolated incidents on several days this year. And sometimes it's hard for us to wrap our minds around, really, it has to be something. There has to be something I can place on this. Unfortunately, it's not always quite that easy.
So the odds basically just caught up with us?
I think the odds have caught up with us this season,
Wow.
and that's really hard hard for our brains to process.
Yeah.
And the fact that we've just been unseasonably warm
Yeah.
for much of January, March, and from some parts of February and March. So, I mean, that doesn't help us out when we have these strong cold fronts come through and they're tapping into all this energy that we may normally not have.
There it was.
There it was.
There it is.
So it's not uncommon to see, like, you know, non-severe, like during the severe weather season, like it can be off season, but for a normal person, it's like tornadoes in December.
It's unusual. It is definitely unusual for us. Well, not even most years. Some years, Ohio will have a couple of tornadoes, maybe in January, maybe in February. Doesn't happen every year. Our January and February tornadoes are unusual. The numbers begin to pick up a little bit more in March, and they continue to rise all the way through July and August, and then start to taper off a little bit. Unlike hurricane season, we don't really have so much of a date on either end where we say this is when it happens. Ohio can get tornadoes any time of the year. The difference between this and hurricane season is that for hurricane season, we need different ingredients. And one of those is we need warm water in the ocean. And it takes time for that to warm up during the season, which is why a lot of times you see, well, the hurricane season starts in June and lasts until the end of November, because that's when the water is at its warmest. In Ohio, we can get convective thunderstorms, which is what these are, meaning the air bubbles up and rises and creates these big storms. We can get those any time of the year. We were talking earlier today about how that air rises. Think of it like a beach ball in the pool. And when you hold the beach ball under the water, it pops right up. And the reason it does that is because science nerd coming. What's in the actual beach ball, the air is less dense than the water that's around it. So it pops up through the water. The air actually behaves exactly the same way. So if we get a little beach ball full of some warm, humid air, and the air around it is less dense, maybe cooler and drier, that's going to still pop right up. And that's what's happening with some of these storms tonight. We have some warm, humid air that is rising through the atmosphere and creating these big storms. That's what can lead to, first, a quick shower. Then it leads to a bigger thunderstorm. Then it's going to lead into a storm big enough to produce hail. This is a brand new tornado warning. Sounds like it was just issued now. This is for southern Muskingum County.
There it is.
Okay. All right, south of Brush Creek and northwest of Blue Rock, safe space right now. Do not spend any more time. Grab your phone, grab the things that you need. This is a significant piece of rotation. So far, still radar indicated, but that is tight enough. You could see that getting to the ground relatively easily. So this is another one, tornado warning in southern Muskingum County, south of Brush Creek. Make your way to your safe space very quickly. Take the Ohio Weather app with you. Take the ABC6 Weather app with you. If you've got your iPad or iPhone or phone with you, you can call up abc6onyourside.com. Stream the signal there, because you don't have to be in front of the TV while you're in your safe space. You can actually take it with you on your mobile device. As long as you've got a cell signal, you'll be able to hear what we're talking about, perhaps even see the maps while we're talking about it. So this is going to be out near Philo Junior High in the next few minutes. Then it's moving off toward Cumberland and out near Buffalo, getting into Noble County by about 9:50. So again, these are racing very quickly through parts of eastern Ohio right now. And as it moves to the east, this has the potential to generate some gusty winds and hail all by itself, but it can also generate the rotation that we're seeing out here not far from Blue Rock and Brush Creek. So here's a little bit wider view. Zanesville to the north. Here's I-70 up past New Concord, and then southern Muskingum County down here. So Rich Hill is in the way, Blue Rock and Brush Creek, all part of the polygon showing where that potential tornadic storm is. You can almost see right there. Little bit of a hook starting to happen right in that part of the storm. Not a great thing to see right now. This is, again, why you want to get to your safe space. So toward and away, toward and away, toward and away. That is counterclockwise rotation, very tight. A little closer look at where the roads are. So you're just south of 60 near Philo, 555 to the west. This is moving to the east at about 30 to 60 miles per hour. That's going to make its way across Route 60 in about the next 5 minutes or so. That's why this rotation right here is where you're really going to want to pay attention. Now, that last radar sweep, good news. That is very helpful. That means that the rotation has spread out a little bit. It's still worth noting, look how bright these are together. We call this gate-to-gate shear. So that means that you've got the reds and the greens right next to each other, and that means you've got some pretty good rotation. You see how bright those are right there. So again, this is headed likely to the south of Philo, but still on its way toward Route 60 in the next few minutes. And that is in parts of Muskingum County. The tornado warning on this one lasts until 9:45. Seeing that little bit of an inflow notch right there where it's pulling in some of that warm, moist air into the storm. This is good news. All right, so we showed you this a little while ago. This is the one we call the correlation coefficient, which just means do all the dots look the same? And as long as all the dots look the same, they all look reds, oranges, maybe a little bit of yellow, that means that we probably, and that's just it, probably don't have anything on the ground at this point. But when you start seeing some different colors in there, some blues and greens, that's when we may see some debris. That may be what radar is picking up on at that point, is a little bit of debris. But here is the storm itself, just to the southeast of Brush Creek, north of Blue Rock, traveling east very quickly, and that is a radar indicated storm. Oh, a little inflow notch right there. A little bit of that's going to pull in some of that warm, moist air, wrap it around into the storm, and give you a little bit more of that rotation. Bob?
Our Stephanie Dupre, we're told, has been assigned to head out east on I-70 Marshall and Sarah, and so she will be checking out, probably get as far as Muskingum County before the news at 10 o'clock tonight on Fox 28 and also 11 o'clock on ABC 6. So we'll have an idea of perhaps if any damage is occurring there. We'll be able to see that, or anything that may be happening between Columbus out as far east as that. And our Isabel Hansen is looking for flooding in and around the metro area.
There's been a lot of that already tonight. Sarah, let's go a little wide on this at the moment and just take it. Let's be a little more mindful of what the broader picture looks like. So we still have what's out here in Guernsey County. In Cambridge, you are still under a tornado warning now. That continues for at least the next about 20 minutes or so, 15 to 20 minutes. The storm that's here in Muskingum County also warned until at least 9:45. That one is also racing to the east. And you notice what's behind it is weakening a little bit. So we still have the tornado watch that's in effect from Delaware all the way down to the Ohio River. And that is because there's still the potential for these storms to generate some rotation. It'll be another couple of hours as this marches off to the east. Once it's east of Columbus, some of this should really start to weaken because we don't have the heat of the day anymore. We've lost that fuel for these storms. So once the sun goes down, that's helpful. But what we do still have is that cold front. The front itself still waiting to push through here, and the cold front acts kind of like a bulldozer. So we talked a few minutes ago about we need the air to rise to create these storms. The cold front acts like a bulldozer and pushes the air up. And as it does that, that's part of what can create these showers and thunderstorms that really become strong to severe. Parts of Perry County, very heavy rain for you right now. Not seeing signs of rotation there or in the Hocking Hills, but through the Hocking Hills on up into Perry County, you've got very heavy rain that can cause flooding issues, especially where you see this running off of saturated ground very quickly. So especially on hillsides where that water can actually get a pretty good running start, it can knock you down pretty quickly. So once it's got a good flow, it can come your way in a hurry. Here's this storm in Muskingum County. Warning until 9:45 tonight. It is north of Blue Rock. It is headed toward the east at about 40 to 60 miles per hour, and it does still have signs of rotation in it. And because of that, this is a storm to watch. The indications so far, and it can happen really quickly, even if it's just a touchdown and back up. Sometimes it can happen faster than radar can even pick up on it. But this kind of rotation is why we have tornado warnings, with the goal of getting you a heads up so that you can get to your safe space as quickly as possible and avoid some of the worst of what some of these storms have to offer. But you notice this has been holding together for a little while. We've still got plenty of rotation happening there, and it's squeezed together pretty tightly. When we see this spread out over, say, a 5 or 10 mile area, there is rotation in the storm, but it may not be tight enough to actually create that funnel and then get it down to the ground. When it's this tight, then you've got a better opportunity for that to really begin to squeeze itself into that funnel and then push it down to the ground. East of Brush Creek, north of Blue Rock, still watching a lot of that area. You're south of 22 and still marching to the northeast at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. But southeastern Muskingum County is where we're watching this storm. Look at it tracking quickly to the northeast. It might even be making its way across the polygon. That would be unusual, but there it is, making its way to the northeast right along the line, with some of that rotation still staying a little bit to the northeast of Blue Rock. Radar indicated is a good sign for us, because as long as it hasn't gotten down to the ground and it's still just in the cloud, we're going to go to our safe space and we're going to be safe about it. But the good news is that we don't have any signs of damage just yet.
And just a reminder, where is your safe space? You want to go to your basement. If you don't have a basement, you want to go to the most interior portion of your home. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So staying away from those windows. These storms are capable of producing wind gusts up to 60 to 70 miles per hour, so that can still cause for flying debris. You do not want to be in a mobile home. You want to go to a sturdy structure where you can go to a basement or that most interior portion of your home. That could be a bathroom, that could be a closet. In a bathroom, you may want to bring your bicycle helmet, having a helmet with you, having blankets,
even pillows,
anything to help to cover your head, to protect yourself and your loved ones. Again, I know making sure you're bringing your pets with you, and having that emergency kit that you have all that you need, including batteries, flashlights in case you lose power. So having those are very crucial when it comes to when you get a tornado warning. That's when we have warnings, you want to take action. Watches just means the environment is capable of producing, whether that be a severe thunderstorm, whether that be a tornado. So you want to make sure to stay aware by having our Ohio weather app, downloading it. You can also watch us on our app, especially if you lose power and you can't watch us on TV. You can go into the watch feature and you can watch us live there and listen to us while you're in your safe spot.
Stacia.
The communities that need to prepare next, you're offering this tornado warning, which means take action right now. The folks who are next, who need to be having this conversation about where is our safe space? Where would we go as a family? Because they are in the path of what could be a very dangerous storm.
Right now in Guernsey County, that's one of the areas you want to keep an eye on. There is the tornado warning for the Cambridge and Kimballton areas. That warning is still in effect, but in the southern parts of Guernsey County, this storm that was out near Philo, that's the one that's going to move into far southern Guernsey County and then into Noble County. Buffalo is in the path of that, right along I-77. Yes, this is where you want to think ahead. Is it coming my way? And if it is, that's where you want to, if you haven't already put together your plan, put it together as quickly as you can. Try to think it through the best you can, but it's a stressful situation right now while you're trying to do that. Gets out here to I-77 near Buffalo. It's 9:46, about 20 minutes from now at, what do we have that set on? About 40 to 50 miles per hour?
It's 30.
30 miles per hour. So it might get there a little sooner than that. So you may be looking at closer to about 9:30 by the time it gets to that. In any case, you notice they've just pared back this tornado warning east of 77 now. So east of Kimballton, they've taken the Cambridge area out of this tornado warning, but this portion of the polygon still remains until 9:30 this evening. And that is because of this little cell right here, just east of 77, still has a few signs of rotation. And until that one finally weakens and spreads out, dissipates a little bit, that tornado warning is still going to be around. But southern Guernsey County, parts of Noble County, you are next as that storm moves from parts of Muskingum County toward you. Stacia.
Looking back west in Franklin County, we were seeing some things popping up there kind of north of Dublin. Where is that system now?
So look how this is spreading to the northeast. So this is going to be almost along the cold front itself. So you've got this good batch of heavy rain happening in parts of Dublin, out near Sawmill Road, and then on up across 270, almost into the Polaris area now, up 71, and then farther up toward Marengo. That's going to get into Mount Vernon in about the next 10 minutes or so. Plus, you've got this heavy rain along 62 out near Johnstown. That's going to get into St. Louisville and Utica here in the next few minutes. Pataskala has some moderate rain, and you've got some pretty good rain in Pickerington and Violet Township right now that's also not showing any signs of lightning. We're not seeing lightning strikes on that, but we do have some very heavy rain on that. There's Tower Cam again. On the left-hand side of your screen, that is looking toward downtown. We're out on Dublin Road, so we're sort of out on this side of town looking toward downtown. So that's looking toward the skyline, and you notice that there's not a whole lot left in terms of lightning. When we were looking at it a few minutes ago, you saw that picture lighting up over and over with the storms to the east and all the lightning that was happening there. Now, these are weakening enough that we're not seeing as many of those lightning signatures as we did earlier. That is great news for us. Part of the process here, stand by, nerd alert, here we go. The storms that get big enough to produce ice, and many of them do, they have to get pretty tall, but they produce some ice. And that ice smashes together, and the little particles all get sort of mixed up in there. And it's kind of like when you scuff your feet on the floor and you generate that static electricity. And you go and you touch the doorknob, then you get shocked. Lightning is kind of the same way, but instead of slippers on a carpet, you've got those little ice particles all sort of hitting each other and creating that static charge. Eventually, it builds up enough, that charge gets released. Sometimes it's from one cloud to another, sometimes it's inside the same cloud, sometimes it's from the cloud to the ground. So those are the ones that are the most dangerous. If it happens cloud to cloud, we get a real light show, but it's less dangerous than the ones that come to the ground. Lightning is always dangerous, and it generates that thunder that booms through the neighborhood. But as long as it's not coming to the ground, it's safer than if it were actually making it to the surface.
That's why I know one phrase that I always grew up with, being from Florida, the lightning capital of the world, is if you hear thunder roar, head indoors. Lightning can strike a little over 10 miles away from the actual cell. So itself, the parent cell. So
Stacia?
It can happen.
Well, I like that phrasing because that's even a conversation I was having with my 5-year-old this week as we were talking about storms, and they're talking about their plan in school and what they're going to do. And when thunder roars go indoors, that's something that we can all remember no matter our age, because it's really important information.
And you can get bolts out of the blue.
And a bolt out of the blue is exactly where that's from those lightning bolts that come from the top of the storm that can go 10 miles or more. So when you're 10 miles away from the storm, you may not actually even know the storm is out there. Right. So it appears that the bolt came from the blue. That's where we get that phrase, bolt from the blue, is from those storms that are so far away that we actually can still get those lightning strikes even from 10 plus miles away. When thunder roars, go indoors is very important. Stacia talked about duck. That's a great way to remember where and how to find your safe space. And turn around, don't drown. Again, very important advice, easy to remember. Let's face it, Every last one of us has driven through places we should not have driven through.
It's true.
We've
And
done it.
I would like to point out, if I'm being totally honest, we had some flooding in Phoenix once upon a time, and I thought I knew my neighborhood inside and out, and so I marched outdoors to go get some video of what I thought would be, some pretty fascinating things that were happening in our local community. And I tell you what, you don't realize, if you can't see that ground underneath the floodwaters, you don't know what's no longer there. We talked about this
what
earlier.
happened?
I stepped right into an electrical box and didn't even realize what happened. It happened so fast because I'm marching where I think the sidewalk is. Well, I can't see the ground underneath me, and so I'm just a little bit to the side and right down into that hole. And that can be so dangerous because you just don't know what's not underneath, what's underneath and what's not underneath.
Well, and especially if it's one thing when it's an adult, because you may have gotten up to your waist. For a kid, for a child, that may be as much as they are tall.
Right.
And so the next thing you know, they've disappeared under the water. And that's why it's really, really important to avoid walking, wading, or driving through the floodwaters. And we've got a lot of floodwater out there at the moment. Right now, you see these counties in red. Here's Coshocton and Muskingum counties, and that spreads out here past Dover, New Philly, on out into parts of West Virginia. Those counties are all under a flash flood warning. And that is because you've had so much rain in the last 24 hours, the water is running off very quickly, and that can be really dangerous while you're out there. All right, back to tornado warnings real quick. Here's where we are right now in southern Muskingum County. You still have a tornado warning that's going to last until 9:45. So you got about another, 18 minutes to go on this one. As it moves toward Noble County, though, Noble and Guernsey counties, keep an eye on this out near I-77 because you may be next in line if some of that rotation holds together. The storm that's east of Kimballton right now has been weakening a little bit. They've been paring back the actual warning. You notice the polygon is much smaller than it was half an hour ago, and this one is going to be likely allowed to expire in about the next 3 minutes or so. Sarah's going to go check real quick. So this particular tornado warning may expire shortly in parts of Guernsey County. In the meantime, trying not to lose sight of what's happening elsewhere in the state because we still have plenty of strong weather across the region. But the only tornado warnings at the moment are south of I-70 in parts of Muskingum County, this one until 45, this one in Guernsey County that lasts until at least another minute and a half or so. That one may be allowed to expire. But the rest of the region still has plenty of storms to deal with. Some of this is some very heavy rain. Brand new cell has just popped up north of Dayton, south of Troy, just south of the radar site up near Troy. This one also marching to the east. As we watch this one moving into Mount Vernon and getting up here into parts of Worthington, up through the Polaris area, and then on up into eastern Delaware County, eventually into Knox County, that is a storm not showing a whole lot of lightning, not showing signs of rotation, but definitely showing some heavy rain. So if you already have some flooding issues in your neighborhood, this particular batch might not be helpful for all of that as it continues to move through the area. So Columbus itself, downtown, some light rain happening there. They have already started the crew game, so that is in progress now. Light rain in Circleville, heavier rain in Chillicothe. Let's jump down into Pike County real quick, down near Waverly and Piketon. We still have a cell there with plenty of lightning and very heavy rain. May have a little bit of a hail core in eastern Pike County right now, but that particular cell also starting to weaken a little bit. Out near Meigs Township, that is moving toward parts of Scioto County. That is some heavy rain along the Ohio River as well. From the Hocking Hills on up into the southeastern portions of Perry County, you have some very heavy rain there as well. And we are still looking at heavy rain that's making its way from Logan. There's your Hocking Hills on up through Perry County over here into a little bit of Washington County and then into Zanesville, Morgan County and up into Zanesville and southeastern Muskingum County. That sounded like an update.
They have dropped all the tornado warnings.
There it is. All right, so it's 9:30. All of the tornado warnings have been allowed to expire at this point. We still have the tornado watch in central Ohio until 10 o'clock, eastern Ohio until 2 a.m. We're going to finally get you back into some primetime programming. We'll be back if there are new warnings.
Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. 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 Maybe it's because I didn't do audio mixer, default channel audio. Let's do 80 maybe. No. Append. Append. Test, 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 test. Oops. Why don't you want to work? Hello. There it is. Very quiet. I gotta crank this. Yeah, I can. I at least tested that earlier. Let's crank this to 100. Deleted that. test. The phoner works. How cool is this? How cranked is it down there? I have it set to 100. Yeah. That's. Let me see if I can find the reverse. There it is. Test. I'm just cranking the gain. Okay. So they're permanently stuck on 15. The phoners work. Cool. I'll hang up. I got a call again.
we come by these trees so I can point out how covered they are?
I think it's, you've been here almost 24 hours. Get out of here.
All right. Hello, mic check, check, check. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello.
So, just to be sure, State Route. Oh, hi, thanks.
Fox 28 News at 10 starts with this severe weather alert.
First tonight at 10, we are covering some major storms in central Ohio.
Now, tracking tornado warnings for the past few hours, the storm has been creating all kinds of disruptions across the region throughout the day. The biggest is the rain-flooded roads. On the left of your screen is the Scioto overflowing onto the road there, Riverside, and on the right is video from Drone Track showing the Scioto flooding around the Criggs Reservoir area.
It's also produced some stunning images like this double rainbow many of you shared with us tonight. In this case, a lightning bolt striking down the middle. This was sent in to us by viewer Liz Hurley. And we have team coverage for you tonight. Isabel Hansen is live near Cosi. Stephanie Dupre live on the road in Newark.
First, let's throw things out to Chief Meteorologist Marshall McPeak here at a busy night to track in this for us. Marshall?
And brand new in the last less than 30 seconds. Good news, they've allowed a lot of the tornado watch to expire for the Columbus metro area. Some of what's out here in eastern Ohio still in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning, but they are paring that back as the storms continue to move to the east. So you may see some of that being allowed to expire even in the next 45 minutes to an hour. But these watches stretch all the way down almost to the Gulf Coast. It's a big system that we've been dealing with during most of the day today and continuing this evening. This is the low pressure center. You see the big swirl happening right there, right north of Chicago, out over Lake Michigan. That swirls around this way, and then the cold front itself is coming right through western Ohio as we speak. It's pushing all of this rain to the east, and that is going to eventually be out of the state by the time we get to 11:30. A little bit of rain that's been showing up from parts of northern Franklin County has now moved over into the eastern parts of the county. Some of that out near Pataskala, on up into Johnstown, almost into Utica, and then on up into Mount Vernon. You've had a couple of rounds of that already. Not much left in terms of lightning and thunder with those particular storms. To the east, we still have plenty of moderate to heavy rain through the Hocking Hills on up into parts of Fairfield County, over into almost New Lex. Some heavy rain happening there. Same thing from Athens all the way up into Guernsey and Noble counties. So still plenty of rain. Not a lot left of lightning. Now, if you were with us earlier, you remember that a whole lot of Ohio was shaded purple because widespread severe storms were expected. And that's what we've had this evening. Now, as those storms continue to move east, the Storm Prediction Center has changed the pattern on all of this. We could still get an isolated or scattered severe storm, but as they move to the east, you might see this map change again. So it's still very mild across central Ohio. Dublin's at 64, Groveport at 64, and Mount Vernon at 59. The cooler air is still off to our west at this point. But as the cold front comes in and pushes these storms farther out of the state, we will see that cooler air beginning to move in, and we're going to have some scattered showers, but nothing severe for the daytime tomorrow. Temperatures will stay in the 50s for a little bit longer yet. During the overnight hours, we're going to fall into the mid to lower 40s. We'll stay mostly cloudy, and more rain is on the way. Going to see some snowflakes, too. I'll show you when to expect those in a few minutes.
Of all things, Marshall, thank you. And now let's turn our attention to the flooding tonight.
Isabel Hansen joins us near Cosi now, where we've seen some intense scenes throughout the day along the Scioto, including a rescue earlier today. So, Isabel, what are you seeing at this hour?
Station, Bob, this is out of the ordinary for the Scioto River. People are actually out here right now. They came out just to stop and see what it looks like. To put things into perspective for you, if you can see these trees behind me, I know it's dark outside, you cannot see the base of the trees. Normally when you're out here, you can see the base of the tree, not this evening. Also, if I take my umbrella and put it down, you're gonna see how fast the water, the strength of the water is pushing it. It's resisting my umbrella, and then when I put it all the way down, I'm hitting concrete. If I take it out, you can see the water is from here to here. So just a little less than a foot deep in this area, and this should not be an area that has about a foot of water normally. Normally it's concrete and you can walk along here. So again, this is not what people are used to seeing down at the Scioto Mile. Crews expect the river to crest overnight at some point, and to prevent the Franklinton neighborhood from dealing with flooding, they put up 2 flood walls in this city. One of them's at Green Lawn Avenue, right off 71 on Harmon, or excuse me, the other one's on Harmon Avenue between Hart and Frank. The walls being up also means roads around those areas are closed, including the 71 exit ramp at Green Lawn. So if you're trying to get through those areas overnight or tomorrow morning, crews expect these flood walls to still be up, so you're going to run into road closures. And here's another area you can't get through in your car. Take a look. This is 270 at 23. All lanes are closed right now due to flooding. We saw a car drive through earlier today, which, as you can imagine, is not a safe choice. No word on when this area in particular will reopen again at 270 at 23, but we're keeping an eye on the traffic cameras. So yes, the Scioto Mile roads, a lot of areas impacted by the amount of rain that we've gotten this evening, and crews are watching the Scioto River overnight to see when it crests, and then they'll make decisions about those flood walls and when the roads will be reopened. We will, of course, keep you updated when we hear when those changes are coming. Live on your side, I'm Isabel Hansen, Fox 28 News.
Serious situation there, Isabel. Thank you. And Stephanie Dupre has also spent the majority of the day out on the roads, joining us live now from Licking County. So, Stephanie, how would you describe what you're seeing now compared to what you've seen the rest of the day?
Yeah, Stacia, well, we went from inside the car to outside the car now. We have entered Licking County. We've been driving around, like, as you heard Isabel mention too, and even Marshall, it has been raining all day. So right now we are on Swamp and Palmer roads. Take a look at this. This is pretty incredible. What you're looking at, this is a cornfield. This is not somewhere where water really should be. I want you to follow me though. You know, flooding has been pretty significant, like I said, throughout the day. We're going to be careful here so we can kind of come further down this road. Again, it is closed off because no car is going to make it through this mess. Now, just to give you that perspective, I'm going to take a second and let you listen to this water. Listen to this. If I can put my mic a little bit closer, listen to that. I know it's a little windy, but just that is the amount, what you're hearing and what you're seeing, what we can show you with what light we have. That's the amount of water that we're seeing around here in Licking County. Now, this is, again, Swamp and Palmer roads. This is pretty close to Millersport, so that's where we are. I mean, take a look at that. You know, we've gotten so much rain that no car is going to make it down to the end of this road. And we have seen it, again, across various counties. We've seen it throughout the day. So we are going to continue kind of heading around this area to see what more we can see. But again, the rain is on and off. I don't think it's done, but then again, who knows? Mother Nature does what she wants. So we're going to kind of stay here and see. I want to maybe get myself a little over there to see how deep this is. So when I see you again, maybe I'll have that answer for you. But we're going to head back into the area and see what else we can find flooding wise. But at this point, traffic is at a lull. I think people are home for the night. So we're going to head out and see what else we can find. Live for now, I'm Stephanie Dupre for ABC 6 News.
Stephanie, thank you. Now, the rain creating some very dangerous conditions for people on the road, as you just saw. Here's a look at the OGO map right now, where several roads are either closed or restricted. Take a look. I-70 eastbound near Bexley blocked off the two left lanes. And here's a look at why. A car turned over. Photojournalists snapping this picture on their way home. A good reminder that we all need to be staying off the roads as much as possible if you can right now.
Despite the storm, the Columbus Crew decided that the show must go on tonight at Lower.com Field. They face the Mexican club Tigres in the CONCACAF Champions Cup. The start delayed for a couple of hours till around 9 o'clock. And right now the teams are tied. Diego Rossi has just scored for the Crew, so they are tied in the 50th minute at 1. And a look at Huntington Park. A rain out for the Clippers tonight, of course. Their home opener now will be one half of a doubleheader on Thursday versus, appropriately, the Omaha Storm Chasers.
Well, here's a look at AEP's power outages map right now. Over 16,000 cases across the state, the majority of which are north of Columbus. There are still some in Franklin County as well. But we know that customers have been in the dark since this morning. In some cases, we were there today in North Columbus as crews worked to get the power on. The result of 3 poles snapping cut off the lights for 2,000 households in this area. AEP Ohio telling us they have around 1,700 people out on the road working to get those lights back on. And that doesn't include the 400 extra crews from states, including Louisiana, Kentucky, and Indiana, ready to help if that extra help is needed. AEP warning and reminding everyone, if you see downed lines in your neighborhood, stay away.
They're, stocking their trucks. They are making sure they have the material and equipment that they're going to need to restore power. Even if you don't think it's a power line, assume that it's energized. Please call us and call 911.
AEP Ohio crews will be working 16-hour shifts to get the lights back on.
You want to have our Ohio weather app tonight to keep up with any alerts we may send out. Just search Ohio WX in the App Store, and you can use the interactive radar map to know exactly where the storm is, even track it right down to your neighborhood. Coming up tonight, our weather coverage continuing here as the weather continues to move eastward and rips other parts of the Midwest. At 10:15, a look at the damage it's already caused in Kentucky.
And it's not just Central Ohio dealing with major flooding problems. After the break, we hear from a man who had to be rescued from his truck in Missouri after falling asleep, getting trapped inside.
Showers and thunderstorms still rolling through southern and eastern Ohio right now. They are quickly racing to the east. We'll show you how much longer it's going to take to get those out of the state and what's left behind in just a few minutes. Still tracking some showers and evening. The good news is that a lot of this, even though it has some very heavy rain, is weakening as it moves to the east. Right now, some of the heaviest rain in the area is up in the Mount Vernon area. You can actually see where there are still a few lightning strikes with that at the moment, but some heavy rain from Mount Vernon on up into Millersburg. Otherwise, the rest of central Ohio is starting to see this end from west to east. Eastern and southern Ohio, still plenty of rain from Coshocton and Cambridge down into Caldwell, Athens, and into parts of Vinton County. We're tracking this over the next few hours. We're going to keep an eye on it. We'll get you an update just in a few minutes from now.
Marshall, thank you. We're getting the heavy weather earlier tonight, of course, here, and earlier today it was other states getting pounded. On the left side of your screen is the University of Kentucky. This is an amazing piece of video here. Watch as a person is blown across the common area there. Just terrible. But we're told by the photographer, person who shot this, that the woman was scuffed up, but otherwise okay. On the right is Nelson County, just outside of Louisville. Now, preliminary reports from the National Weather Service show an EF1 tornado did this, causing damage there.
Just before hitting Louisville, the line of storms ripped through Evansville, Indiana, also leaving behind a path of destruction. The whipping winds tore roofs off buildings, knocked down trees, damaged several homes. It happened around 5 in the morning. The storm also rained down large chunks of hail, breaking through car windows and denting the hoods of several vehicles. A woman who lives in the area was in her car when it happened.
Gravel in my head, there's glass in my head, you know, whatever, and mud, there's still mud behind my ears, there's cotton in my car from somewhere, like, you know, it's almost overstimulation of senses. Everything's so loud and powerful, like nothing I've ever experienced before.
As of 9:30 tonight, 15,000 people in the southwestern part of Indiana were without power.
The storm gained strength as it went on. Around midnight last night, it hit the Springfield, Missouri area, downed trees, causing the brunt of the damage there, some falling onto cars, others houses. Heavy rain, too. The fire crews conducted a water rescue around 2 in the morning. A sleeping truck driver was trapped as the water rose around him.
We had a gentleman that was dropping off some product in the morning, so he was in his vehicle, his truck, and then the water comes up so fast that he got stranded in there, so we had to rescue him by boat.
I was sleeping last night, and I woke up like 2 a.m. and I saw the water around me, my truck, and I tried to open the door, but the water was touching my door a little bit.
Well, the number of power outages peaked there at 23,000.
Chief Meteorologist Marshall McPeak joining us now. It's been a very busy night. Things appear to be quieting down. I almost hate to say those words out loud for
now
fear
you've
of,
done
I
it.
know. What does it look like out there now?
The good news is there are still some very strong radar returns at the moment, but things are improving.
Okay.
And so that is good news. As we go through the next couple of hours, a lot of this is going to begin tapering off. These are watches and warnings that stretch all the way from our neck of the woods down to the Gulf Coast. So what we have, this yellow area you see from Pittsburgh and eastern Ohio all the way down through eastern Tennessee, down through almost the Atlanta area. Those are all tornado watches. So still active right now. Most of central Ohio has been taken out of the watch for now. The eastern portions of the state, especially along the Ohio River, still part of those tornado watches until 2 o'clock in the morning, because it's not out of the question that something could still spin up. But the good part of this is you notice how even the radar returns that are out there now are not looking quite as vicious as they did earlier in the evening. We've lost the daytime sunshine now. Once the sun goes down, we immediately start losing energy in the atmosphere, and so that helps. Plus, we've got some cooler air starting to move in, and that's going to help as well. There is a little bit of rain showing up to the west of Columbus, some of that now to the southeast of Bellefontaine, a little of that into Valley High, and then spreading down into Springfield. Heavier rain up into Mount Vernon, and the Mount Vernon storm still has a little bit of lightning and thunder with it. What's down into the Hocking Hills from Lancaster down into Logan and Athens County up into Perry County, that is some really heavy rain. Kind of the last thing we need at the moment, because all of this is falling on saturated ground. So all of the counties you see here in eastern Ohio, from Zanesville on out into Cambridge, down into Caldwell, that's a flash flood warning, and that's still going to be in effect until at least almost 2 o'clock in the morning, because rain falling on saturated ground runs off very quickly, and we already have rivers running high out there. Almost the entire Saddle River Valley is under some kind of flood warning or advisory right now because the rivers are running so high out there at the moment. So the rest of central Ohio, where you're not under a warning, you got to watch because, again, the rivers and creeks are still going pretty strong. And in eastern Ohio, the red counties you see there from Zanesville on out into Cambridge and Caldwell, that is the flash flood warning because the water is rising quickly in some of those areas and can inundate cars and roads very quickly. We can see the downtown skyline again. That's a nice change from where we were earlier. Had a bunch of pictures come in this evening. Thank you for sending those in of those beautiful double rainbows that showed up over the downtown skyline a little while ago. Wind out of the south right now at 6 miles an hour. It's 62 here in Columbus. Bassett Services heating and cooling current conditions. Coshocton at 59, Mount Vernon at 59, and Bellefontaine at 55. So by 11 o'clock tonight, a lot of this is already off to the east, quieting down and continuing to move toward West Virginia and Pennsylvania. We see some clearing just in little pockets here and there, but otherwise mostly cloudy. And it's a nice cool night tonight, which means there's less chance of these things to be severe. You might have a few leftover showers for your morning commute. Certainly going to give it the yellow lights because ponding may still be an issue where the rain has collected. You've got some very wet spots out there. Severe thunderstorms still likely in eastern Ohio. Watches and warnings are starting to be pared back. 42 for your hot overnight low tonight. Here's tomorrow. You notice just a few scattered rain showers, not really amounting to a whole lot. But look at this spin right here. That's another low pressure center bringing in some much colder air. So by Wednesday night into Thursday morning, those are some snowflakes. So after the wild evening we had tonight, we have snowflakes in the forecast with some wintry mix Thursday and Friday mornings, and that gets us into a nice weekend. Saturday and Sunday. Saturday's high around 52. We're back up above average with sunshine on Sunday, and we're going for partly cloudy on Monday, eclipse day, with a chance of showers late.
All right, thank you, Marshall. Coming up, a new federal rule is changing the amount of crew members required to be on trains. At 10:26, how the Department of Transportation says this will increase safety tenfold.
1 week after the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse, a narrow channel opens up. I'm Connor Hansen with new updates from Maryland's governor and the Coast Guard coming up.
It's been 1 week since a cargo ship crashed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge, causing a deadly collapse in Baltimore Harbor. Crews are working around the clock to clear the channel. But as Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen tells us, there's still no clear timeline for when things will get back up and running.
Mission first, people always.
1 week after the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse, there's still a tangled pile of steel and debris in Baltimore Harbor, blocking this vital shipping channel. Underwater, the problem is just as complicated. Sonar images show the twisted mess that crews will have to cut through and lift from the river bottom.
What we're seeing in the water is that the wreckage has been completely collapsed. Some people use the term pancaked.
One clear sign of progress is an alternate channel opened up on the north side to let certain vessels through. Officials say for now it will mostly be used to bring in supplies for the cleanup. A second channel on the south side is still being worked on.
We're going to continue working and planning for a third alternate channel when we get those spans that are just north of the Deep Draft Channel removed.
There's still no word on when the bridge and the ship dolly will be removed from the harbor.
Rough weather has forced this team to pivot over the last 24 hours, but the mission and the work continues.
For now, the federal government is bracing for an economic ripple effect that could go beyond just shipping.
We are seeing truckers, railroads, and other ports step up to help absorb some of those temporary changes. But it's going to be a concern that affects every player in all of our supply chains.
There's still the question of how much this will all cost. Federal officials won't speculate on the total, but say they will have to turn to Congress for funding. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Major freight railroads now have to maintain two-person crews under a new rule unveiled by the Biden administration today. It closes a loophole that allowed railroads to operate trains with a one-person crew. There's been a big focus on rail safety since the catastrophic derailment in East Palestine last year, but few changes have been made within the industry since then. A safety bill in Congress has been stalled for several months now, sponsored by Ohio senators. Federal officials requiring an adequate number of crew members say that's a start to preventing more derailments.
A second crew member is vital to performing safety functions like securing a train with handbrakes, handling track switches that are not remotely controlled, obtaining track authorities, assisting in emergencies, and much more.
Now, the rail unions have always opposed one-person crews for safety and employment reasons, but the railroads argue that there isn't enough data to show two-person crews are safer. In fact, the train that derailed in East Palestine had 3 people on board. Investigators believe the derailment happened because of a faulty wheel bearing, not by anything that the crew did wrong.
Coming up, the heavy rain causing roads to flood across central Ohio. And that water is making its way into people's homes. In 5 minutes, we're asking experts what you need to do to keep your house dry.
Scattered showers are still out there in the Columbus metro area, but the worst of it is to the east right now, from Lancaster and Logan on out into Zanesville, Cambridge, and Caldwell. We will continue to track it over the next couple of hours, but we'll show you how long it'll take to get out of the state coming up.
Flooding across central Ohio has been a big concern all day. Here are some of the photos sent in from a few of our viewers. On the left and right, you can see how it affected traffic, shutting down roads, creating a mess for drivers. In the center, and that's the Maryville soccer fields, nearly completely underwater.
So do we get a break now as far as that goes? Maybe the rivers can crest and the water can recede?
We're not completely finished with the rain and the wet just yet, but not as heavy as what we've had today.
Okay.
So for a lot of eastern and southern Ohio, it's still coming down pretty hard. And in those areas that are already almost inundated now, you still have some rain coming down. That's not helpful, but it will start to taper off in the next few hours. The yellow counties you see here, including Perry, Morgan, and Noble counties, that is still Athens County down into Vinton and Jackson counties. That is still your tornado watch until 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, the good news is, as the storms move to the east, you may see some of this canceled ahead of time. But for now, the eastern portions and some southern parts of Ohio still under a tornado watch for the next few hours. Look at the big swirl happening right here out over Lake Michigan. I'm going to pull this down. Look at that. You can see the center of it right there. So out near Milwaukee, that is the center of low pressure, and that is what's driving all of this. So there's a cold front right out here where this shower is right there. That's the cold front pushing it all to the east, and it will continue to do that over the next few hours. So that means we still have some time, but notice how a lot of this is already weakening, and that is good news for us. Moderate to heavy rain east of Lancaster now. Some of that down into the Hocking Hills, that's continuing, and some of that water can pick up a pretty good speed. So that's another reason to avoid driving or walking through it. Once it's running pretty fast, it can knock you down pretty easily. Chillicothe down into Waverly and Piketon all the way down to Portsmouth. 23 is going to be very wet there. 33 very wet all the way down into Athens. But the temperatures for the moment are still mild. 62 here in Columbus, 64 in Groveport, Mount Vernon at 59, Lancaster and Newark at 65. But by the time we get to around 3 in the morning, most of this is done. We're down to just some scattered light rain at that point, and more on and off scattered showers are possible for the day tomorrow. Sun comes up tomorrow about 11 after 7. It's going to be hidden behind a whole lot of clouds. You might not see much of it, but the temperatures will be in the 40s. If you're headed to school first thing in the morning, grab your rain gear. You'll probably still have at least some on and off showers during the day with an overnight low down into the lower 40s. It's going to be a chilly start to your day tomorrow. Certainly very different than what we had today. We will take a look at the rest of your week into the weekend in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Marshall. During the day's heavy downpours, water from outside found its way inside to many people's homes.
Unfortunately, and viewers called our On Your Side problem solvers. Lisa Rontala asking experts about how to keep water out of your house.
High water and flooded streets on the outside along Postal Waite Road. The signs and sounds that there were even more problems indoors.
As soon as you see any water on your floor, you should call a professional out there.
Miles away in the Linden neighborhood,
this is where it really was at high level.
Ronald Pope called on problem solvers, saying he woke up to more than an inch of water in his first floor apartment.
Damaged my clothes, other electronics, computers I had over there on the desk over there.
Flooding in your home can cause massive amount of damage. It can affect your furnace. It can affect your water heater.
Brandon Malloy with Apex Plumbing is responding to a major increase in calls between Tuesday's weather events. That's because he tells me many systems received too much water and couldn't keep up.
Normally around this time of year, we really get a big storm surge. So all the sump pumps that have been sitting through the winter are finally trying to be activated, and it's just too much water for the sump pump to really work properly.
Malloy says this may be a sign systems need to be upgraded, as just an inch of water could cost property owners thousands, even after conditions dry out.
Lisa Rontala reporting. Malloy also told us that property owners may want to consider upgrading their system in attempts to prevent future floods. The cost of a basic new sump pump is around $700, but a battery-operated system that will switch to a secondary pump if power is lost costs around $2,000. And even if you stayed dry this time, Malloy advises the #1 must-do before we see even more severe weather.
Personally check out your sump pump to make sure that it is in good condition. It's not, you don't have a bunch of corrosion and rust on it, and then it's still within its good shelf life.
The shelf life for your sump pump is 10 to 12 years. It's recommended you check insurance and programs with your local government or payment plans to help pay for any needed upgrade.
Former President Donald Trump in the battleground state of Michigan receiving the backing of law enforcement today. The Police Officer Association of Michigan offering him their endorsement this afternoon. This group represents around 12,000 police officers. They spoke about the need for stepped-up enforcement at the southern border and explained how Mexican cartels are impacting the drug trade in the Midwest. And the group has endorsed Trump in the last 2 elections.
I think that'll help to restore the honor to this job that was once such an honorable one. I can promise you that our guys will put that suit on and go out and do the job for you.
President Biden's team also working to portray Trump as anti-police, pointing to the January 6th riot at the Capitol. They claim that Trump incited violence against law enforcers.
Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is gaining support among voters, which is causing concern from Democrats that this support could give former President Trump the White House. A recent poll from Quinnipiac University has President Biden leading Trump by 3 points in a head-to-head election rematch. But Trump takes a 1-point lead when Kennedy and other candidates were factored in. Kennedy says Biden poses a bigger threat to democracy than Trump.
President Biden is the first candidate in history, the first president in history that has used the federal agencies to censor political speech.
Also taking votes on their cardinal issue, democracy, freedom of speech. That's an additional threat to the Democrats.
Kennedy's impact on the election could come down to which states have him on the ballot. At this time, it's only Utah, but his campaign says he has enough signatures in 5 other states, including North Carolina, which is a potential battleground state. Coming up, a yard worker taking matters into his own hands when thieves try to snatch up his equipment. In a few minutes, how he turns the tables.
And a daring rescue caught on camera. A man airlifted from the side of a cliff in California. After the break, why the rescuers say this one was especially dangerous. Drama caught on camera on the side of a cliff after a man fell 60 feet off a trail. This happened on the Battery Alexander Trail in California's Bay Area, just a few miles away from the Golden Gate Bridge. The officials say they got a call as the sun was going down on Sunday. The rescuer in this video says this was one of the most dangerous he's ever accomplished because the man was quickly losing his grip on the rock face and the tide was quickly rising below him.
The rescuer afterwards, speaking with him, said that that was one of the most precarious rescues because of how the victim was grabbing on and how quickly they were to letting go.
Once brought to the top of the cliff, the man received a medical evaluation. There's been no update on his condition or the circumstances that led to the fall.
A yard worker in Texas was caught on home surveillance video fending off thieves from stealing his equipment. At first, he chases towards the robbers, but then two cars speed at him, which is when he hits one of them with a weed whacker. And the suspect falls out of the car, which is when he started to chase after him. Later on, that suspect was able to get back in the car, get away, but was tracked down to a local hospital and arrested. Police are still looking for the others. Coming up, a common birth control device having widespread complications. In 5 minutes, Spotlight on America investigates why Paragard IUDs keep breaking.
The showers and thunderstorms are weakening. That's good news, but we still have some heavy rain in parts of southern and eastern Ohio. That is moving out, but it's going to be very soggy while it does. We'll show you how much longer it'll last. Coming up in a few minutes.
Countdown to the Buckeye Eclipse is sponsored by COSI.
Some of the best news we've had all night is that these storms continue to weaken as they move to the east, and that will be the case over the next several hours as well. The tornado warnings for Franklin County and most of the Columbus metro area have been allowed to expire, but Eastern and southern Ohio still do have tornado watches until at least about 2 o'clock in the morning. You might see some of those pared back a little earlier. Wet roads are going to be the issue for the overnight hours and tomorrow morning. You see that on the left-hand side of your screen. Be ready for a soggy morning commute. Even as the rain moves out, there's a lot of moisture left over. We'll show you what it looks like as we head toward the weekend coming up in a few minutes.
For more than 3 years now, Spotlight on America has investigated serious complications from a popular IUD that has thousands of reports of breaking while inside a woman's body.
Now they've discovered, after asking questions, the FDA inspected the Buffalo, New York plant where the Paragard copper IUD is made and issued a critical report.
Jennifer Davis went through a terrible health scare last year with her Paragard IUD that ended with a hysterectomy.
These pictures are the actual device broken in my uterus.
After 2 separate unsuccessful attempts to remove the IUD at her doctor's office, she required surgery to get it out.
When they removed the IUD, it was broken in 3 tan white plastic fragments.
3 pieces.
3 pieces.
More than a dozen women have shared similar stories with Spotlight on America about Paragard breakage and serious complications. Our latest check of the FDA's adverse event reporting system showed in 2023 there were more than 1,200 reports of breakage, the most in a year since tracking began, with a total of more than 6,000 complaints, 80% deemed serious cases. As Spotlight first reported, a 2022 analysis of all IUDs showed nearly double the breakage reports for Paragard compared to other IUDs. Paragard's current warning label that doctors receive does acknowledge the possibility of breakage, saying Paragard can break and breakage can make removal difficult.
Anybody ever tell you about the breakage risk?
No.
No one.
Nobody.
Our team requested 2 years' worth of documents from the FDA about Paragard to see what the government has done to address the IUD's elevated risk for breakage and the danger it could pose to women. We discovered 1 year after we started asking questions, the FDA inspected Paragard's Buffalo manufacturing facility and issued this critical report. It faults the company for not adequately investigating breakage complaints and failing to implement adequate corrective action and preventive plans. Despite that critical report, for at least 2 years, the FDA took no public action against Paragard manufacturer Cooper Surgical, and it is unclear if the company even responded. We followed up with multiple Freedom of Information requests to the FDA to try and get some answers. The agency told us the company did not file a response to the inspection, and there is no requirement for them to respond. We repeatedly tried to contact Cooper Surgical for comment, but no one responded.
Why did you decide to speak with us about this?
Just to help somebody else to know that this could happen to them.
Over the past 3 years, the FDA has repeatedly denied our interview requests to talk about concerns over Paragard. Despite that, we keep pushing to get more information and just learned after 2 years of no documented action, the FDA did another inspection at the Paragard plant in February of this year. We have asked for that report and will follow up with the findings. For Spotlight on America, I'm Angie Moreski.
If you've been impacted by a broken Paragard device, reach out to the Spotlight on America team by emailing spotlight@sbgtv.com.
Busy night for Marshall and getting a little quieter, well, obviously in our area, but to the east, still some noise being made.
So still keeping an eye on what's out there because the tornado watches are still in effect until 2 in the morning. So we're not going to take this lightly. We're not finished yet, but the Columbus metro area is mostly finished. Now, in the last literally minute and a half, they have pared back part of the tornado watch. And so that does get rid of part of what was in southeastern Ohio that was under the watch. Now you've been cleared from that. So that's going to include Athens and Morgan counties and Perry County, but we still have have Noble County in the tornado watch that's to the east. Most of southern Ohio has been removed from the tornado watch as well. That is excellent news, and that's literally happened in the last minute and a half. Right now, still watching the showers that are out there, swirling around this giant low pressure center that's off to the northwest. That is what's really pushing everything through here. Last couple of days, we've had low pressure after low pressure after low pressure. This one's big. This one has pushed the rest of them out of the way, and the cold front is now right here from about Sandusky down towards Cincinnati and pushing more of this rain off to the east. So we're seeing some weakening out there. There is still plenty of heavy rain right now from Logan on up into New Lex and Zanesville, but the rotation seems to have moderated from a lot of this, and things are starting to quiet down. Still going to get some rain overnight tonight. We're at 62 degrees at the airport, so we're a little cooler, but not surprisingly, you're at 93% relative humidity. Your Bassett Services heating and cooling current conditions in Bucyrus and Mount Gilead at 61, Kenton's down to 55, Circleville at 64, New Lex and Caldwell at 63. So give it another hour, hour and a half, and more of this moves off to the east. And by about 1 o'clock, even 2 o'clock in the morning, even a lot of the rain is moving to the east and getting out of Ohio. Some scattered leftover showers during the overnight hours tonight. So the severe storms that have been likely most of the evening are starting to taper off at this point. Still a couple of watches and warnings out there, but for the most part, we are quieting down. We're going to go for 42 for the overnight low. For your Wednesday, breezy, damp, and chilly. Early in the morning, the rain's still out along the Ohio River in eastern Ohio, but daytime gets us a few scattered rain showers. Nothing severe. It's not a lot of heavy rain. It's just some nuisance rain that happens during the day. It's enough to make the roads wet and kind of slow traffic down a little bit. But notice what happens by Wednesday night. Little low pressure center, another one, spins through here with some colder air and turns this into some snowflakes. So we end up with some wintry mix late Wednesday night into Thursday morning. So be cautious around the high water that's out there. We've already seen plenty of roads that are covered. Be on the lookout for that. Make sure you go around it instead of going through it. Scattered rain showers during the daytime tomorrow and some wintry mix and snow showers late Wednesday night into Thursday. Tomorrow morning, 42 degrees, still a few showers around, but kind of hit or miss. Same thing in the afternoon and only warming up into the upper 40s for the daytime tomorrow. So a dramatically cooler day and on and off showers again throughout the afternoon. So plan on a high tomorrow, close to 49, 50 degrees, scattered rain and showers, but much cooler than what we had this afternoon. Then it turns into wintry mix early in the morning Thursday. Later in the day, it's some scattered rain showers again. It's going to be a windy, raw day, 46 degrees on Thursday. Pretty much the same thing on Friday. Then the weekend looks very nice. Sunshine both days, high pressure building into the region. Fantastic, a nice break. 52 degrees on Saturday, warming up to 60 on Sunday. Monday is eclipse day. Cross your fingers because we're still looking for the rain to hold off until late, which means we'll just be partly cloudy in the afternoon for the eclipse. Let's see how the timing holds up on the next few days. We'll go 63 for the afternoon high.
Well, shenanigans came in all forms this April Fool's Day. Just passed, several beloved brands participating with prank products, to include Olipop Soda and Pringles teaming up to jokingly introduce a new sour cream and onion flavored soda. IKEA in Singapore joined the fun on Instagram by announcing fake invisible items, including shoe racks and laundry baskets. And then there's this. Kraft mac and cheese pairing with Fruity Pebbles to create the ultimate prank food of fruity mac and cheese.
Okay, that's just
We found a mac and
disgusting.
cheese that Stacia won't adore.
I love a Fruity Pebble. I love a mac and cheese in the blue box specifically. But together, come on. Come on.
I might eat that.
April Fools.
No.
April Fools.
It could only be April Fools.
I might eat that.
Unless I might. You're just hungry. That's all.
Okay, well, that could be it too.
That's all that is.
The man who told us he didn't have dinner tonight.
Folklore. Swamp Road Sally is a real ghost. Typically looks like when you see it tonight. To put things into perspective for you, I want to point out. I'm nervous.
Oh my God.
It'll happen tomorrow afternoon, but things can change, so we will let you know when that's going to happen once we hear. So once we hear that it's going to happen, we will let you know.
No,
ABC 6 News at 11 starts with this severe weather alert.
We start things tonight at 11, covering the latest on some major storms moving through central Ohio today.
We've been tracking tornado warnings for the past few hours now. The storm creating all kinds of disruptions throughout the region today. Among the biggest, the rain-flooded roadways. This is the Scioto River. Still hemmed in, but barely, in downtown Columbus, as you'll see here in just a moment. And we also have video from drone tracks showing where the Scioto had come over its banks there, flooding around Griggs Reservoir. It's also produced some stunning images.
Like this double rainbow with a lightning bolt striking down the middle. This was sent into us by viewer Liz Hurley. We have team coverage for you tonight. Isabel Hansen live along the Scioto Mile. Stephanie Dupre live in Licking County. which is also seeing some flooding.
First, let's throw things over to the man who's been tracking the storm through the night here, Chief Meteorologist Marshall McPeak. Where are we at now?
So right now, and thank goodness, we have just in the last couple of minutes seen the tornado watches being allowed to expire or cancel. So good news tonight is that things are improving. They're quieting down again. If you were with us even just 45 minutes ago, you probably remember this whole map being yellow with the tornado watches stretching from Columbus all the way out to West Virginia and Pennsylvania and all the way down into Kentucky. In the last few minutes, a lot of this has been canceled for eastern and southeastern Ohio. So still just a couple of watches along the Ohio River right now, but the good news is that the storms that are out there now are weakening. But it's part of a huge system that stretches all the way down to almost the Gulf of Mexico with this cold front generating storms all the way down past Atlanta and all the way down to the Gulf Coast. In the meantime, low pressure off to our north. Here's the cold front right now. See this little batch right here? That's actually along the front and gets you down into the southwestern part of Ohio. And that's pushing all of this rain off to the east. It will also start bringing in some slightly cooler air during the night tonight. But as far as heavy rain goes, there is still some up through the Hocking Hills into Perry County and then on up into Muskingum County. From Muskingum County out to the east, still a flash flood warning until about 2 o'clock in the morning because this is all falling on saturated ground. It runs off very quickly, and you've already seen roads are covered, the rivers are up. It is a mess across a lot of central Ohio. This also is some good news. Remember this map from earlier? It had a big blotch of purple all over it. That has been reconfigured now as the cold front moves to the east. The chance for severe weather is beginning to get less and less and is moving farther to the east. It's 64 right now in Dublin, 63 in Columbus, Groveport, and Lancaster. The rain is moving out of central Ohio, and we will quiet down through the next several hours. So once we get to around 3 in the morning, we're down to 49 degrees. We'll be mostly cloudy for the night tonight. Temperatures in the city eventually down into the lower 40s and still just a few sprinkles and a few showers for the overnight tonight, but nothing severe crops up again. We're going to look ahead towards your weekend coming up in a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Marshall. Now let's turn our attention to the flooding.
So at this hour, Isabel Hansen joins us live near Cosi. All along the Scioto Mile today, we've seen high water, even a rescue earlier today. So Isabel, what are you seeing right now?
Stacia and Bob, it's hard to even imagine what the Scioto Mile typically looks like when you see it tonight. To put the extent of the flooding into perspective for you, take a look at this tree. You cannot see the base of it tonight. Normally you can, and it's surrounded by a grassy area and walkway, but as you can see, that's all covered right now in pretty fast moving water. I also want to point out the depth of this water that's covering what's usually a walkway. I'm going to use my umbrella, and when I put it into the water, I can feel the concrete touching the base of the umbrella. When I take it out, you can see the watermark on the umbrella. That's about a foot deep of water that's, again, covering what's normally a pathway people can walk along. There are families out here tonight along the Scioto Mile, and they tell me they came out to see it all for themselves.
Look at the river, like it's high, very high. It's like not normally high like that, but.
To protect the Franklinton neighborhood from flooding from the Scioto, crews put up these metal flood walls earlier today. They're at Green Lawn Avenue right off 71 and on Harmon Avenue between Hart and Frank. The walls being up means roads around those areas nearby are closed, including the 71 exit ramp at Green Lawn, both south and northbound. So if you're trying to get through those areas overnight or tomorrow morning, crews expect the flood walls still to be up, so you will run into road closures. And here's a video of another area that you cannot get through tonight. Take a look. This is 23 at 270. All lanes of 23 are closed due to flooding. We saw a car drive through 23 earlier today, which, as you can imagine, is not a safe choice. No word on when 23 here at 270 will reopen, but we're keeping an eye on the traffic cams. As for the flood walls, city crews say they expect the river to crest overnight. So once that happens, they'll get a better idea of when they can take down those 2 walls and reopen the roads in the area. They're expecting that'll happen sometime tomorrow afternoon, but things can always change, so we will keep you posted. Live on your side, I'm Isabel Hansen, ABC 6 News.
Isabel, thank you. Stephanie Dupre has been following what's happening on the roads today, joins us live from Licking County tonight. So, Steph, what are you seeing at this hour?
Well, Stacia, we are on Swamp and Palmer roads in Licking County. This is close to Millersport. This is just off of I-70. The flooding here, I mean, all across various counties that we've covered is pretty significant, but here, take a look at this. It's almost too wild. I mean, if we can pan over here first and just show you, this is what it really should look like. This is a regular field along Swamp Road. This is a regular field that farmers are using. And if we take a look to the other side, take a look at that. This is what it's looked like with all of this incredible rainfall that we have had over the course of the last, day and some change. This is along, again, Swamp Road. It's supposed to be a field. Look at this water that we're walking into right now. And if we go a little bit closer, I know the wind is a little crazy, but if I can just give you a second to listen to what this looks like. Just take a listen. I'm sure you can hear that is how much water is flowing within this area. Now, we have been here for, I'd say the last, hour and some change. And I actually ran into the gentleman who owns the property on both sides here. And he didn't want to go on camera, but he did chat with me a little bit. And he told me that this is not the first time that he's dealt with significant flooding like this. He said he's dealt with it before, and unfortunately now he's got to deal with it again. But really, the sticker here is, what's kind of really stinks for him is at this point in the weather, at this point in the season, he would really start to be planting. He said this is the time that they would be out in the field here area looking for, what they want to do next. But because of all the water, they can't do that. So what happens next? He said he just has to wait until it drains. And I asked him, when is that going to be? And he's like, probably about a week or maybe longer. On your side from Licking County tonight, I'm Stephanie Dupre, ABC 6 News.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a while for all of that water to dry out. Stephanie, thank you. Now, we want to show you more about some of the issues we've seen tonight out on the roads. This is a look at I-70 eastbound, this is I-70 eastbound near Bexley where lanes were blocked. And we know that a car turned over where a photojournalist snapped a picture of that reason on their way home. A good reminder, stay off the roads if you can. And a look at AEP's power outages right now. Over 16,000 cases across the state, the majority of which are in Scioto County along the Ohio River.
Nights like tonight are why you want to keep that Ohio weather app on your phone here. If you can't be near a TV, for example, you can still get alerts sent to you and use the interactive map to see where the storm is. Just to search Ohio WX in your app store. We're experiencing the worst of the weather tonight, but earlier today, states were hit hard by rain and winds to our west here, leaving a path of destruction. On the left side of your screen is the University of Kentucky. Have a look at this. As the camera gets outside the door, the wind's so strong, it knocked a student over. They're walking outside. We're told that she is scuffed up. And on the right, Nelson County, just outside of Louisville earlier, reports from the National Weather Service showing an EF1 touchdown here causing this damage.
Just before hitting Louisville, the line of storms ripped through Evansville, Indiana, also leaving behind a path of destruction. The winds tore roofs off buildings, knocked down trees, and damaged several homes. Happened around 5 in the morning. The storm also rained down large chunks of hail, breaking through car windows and denting the hoods of several cars. A woman who lives in the area was in her car when it happened.
Gravel in my head, there's glass in my head, whatever, and mud, there's still mud behind my ears, there's cotton in my car from somewhere, it's almost overstimulation of senses. Everything's so loud and powerful, like nothing I've ever experienced before.
As of 9:30 tonight, 15,000 people living in the southwestern part of the state were without power because of these storms.
The storm gained strength as it went on, but around midnight last night, it hit the Springfield, Missouri area. The trees taking the brunt of the wind there and causing most of the damage, falling over onto cars and houses. One of the biggest issues was the rain there as well. The fire crews had to conduct a water rescue around 2 in the morning when a semi-driver got stuck, fell asleep inside his rig, and the water rose around him.
We had a gentleman that was dropping off some product in the morning, so he was in his vehicle, his truck, and then the water comes up so fast that he got stranded in there, so we had to rescue him by boat.
I was sleeping last night, and I woke up like 2 a.m. and I saw the water around me, my truck, and I tried to open the door, but the water was touching my door a little bit.
Number of power outages peaked at 23,000 there. Coming up after the break here, the Crew, not deterred by the severe weather tonight. We'll have highlights from their game after the storm passed.
Plus, Costco now carrying popular weight loss drugs. See the different options they have and how much it could cost. Coming up. Governor Mike DeWine returning to the Indian Lake community today to get an update on the recovery efforts since the tornado 3 weeks ago.
Kate Seifert at Indian Lake to show us where things stand.
This is my heart and soul, and this is what I love to do, and I don't want to do it anywhere else. I want to do it here.
Brenda Moots shows us the inside of her shop in downtown Lakeview.
That's right.
I can't see you.
Yeah. So we need a light.
They haven't had power since March 14th. While we were at the depot, some good news.
Thank you so much for squeezing us in.
Oh, not a problem.
The lights could come back on very soon.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
I appreciate it. Yeah, have a great week. Thank you. That's great news.
But for nearly 20 days now, Brenda has had to keep her doors closed.
We're to the point now where we need to get back to business. We need to be open.
Therefore, it is very important, I think, for the state to take action.
Tuesday, the governor outlining early plans to support what he says are the three groups that need funding the most: families who lost their homes, villages in the area that don't have money to rebuild, and businesses like the depot.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing we heard was that help is on the way. We don't exactly know what that looks like yet.
Governor DeWine says he's working with the legislature to activate funding.
One of the possibilities there is actually just grants to people.
And he says there's also discussions about creating temporary housing for the over 250 families still displaced in Logan County.
You know, we have people who, a number of people who the home is gone. Many of them had no insurance, so they're totally out. And, you know, what we want to do is figure out a way so that we can make sure that they can, you know, get housing quickly.
As we drove around Indian Lake Tuesday, there is still so much evidence of last month's tornado, but there are signs of love, hope, and strength.
This has been super popular, You're Stronger Than the Storm.
A message Brenda hopes people all across Central Ohio are reminded of when they think of her hometown.
Small businesses are what makes hometowns. And so I think it's just important to support them and get everybody back open.
Absolutely. We couldn't wait any longer, so we started walking. The rain just started coming down, but took the umbrella, got about a block down the Blue Jacket Stadium. The umbrella broke, and we just started walking in the rain, having fun. You know, it's a crew game, so you're gonna have fun no matter what.
There's the spirit there. Rain delayed, but could not stop the Crews quarterfinal match against Tigres in the CONCACAF Champions Cup today down at Lower.com Field. Despite the weather, a pretty decent showing tonight. And here are some of the highlights. 18th minute, Andre-Pierre Gignac gets the scoring started with a header past Patrick Schulte. Tigres take that to 1-0 lead. Well, let's jump ahead now to just before the half. This one caught just about everyone by surprise. Diego Rossi steals the ball while Coach Nancy was telling everyone to calm down, and he fired it past the unsuspecting keeper. And we're all tied up. 77th minute, rush for the ball. Aiden Morris going for it, but the timing is not good. He collides with the Tigres player, and that earns him a red card. He can't believe it. The Crew have to play a man down for the rest of the game, but they persevere. This wild game somehow ends in a draw. And that Tigres player actually tackled Yao Yeboah in the last second of the match, brought him down. Not a good finish there. The Crew now will travel to Monterrey, Mexico to take on Tigres again next Tuesday. In the meantime, MLS play, DC United will be in town here on Saturday night. And here's a look at Huntington Park tonight, a lonely scene as the tractor keeps the tarp in place there against the wind. They were supposed to hold their home opener tonight, Diamond Dog Night, but alas, of course, they couldn't play that, so they'll now make that a part of a doubleheader on Thursday.
The rain also hit Philadelphia tonight while the Reds were on the road playing the Phillies. Pitcher Graham Ashcroft got his first start of the season, giving up 2 runs and 4 hits in 6 innings. He finished with 5 strikeouts and 1 walk. Both runs came off the bat of Bryce Harper. The Philly star had 3 home runs, including a grand slam to give the Phillies an 8-1 lead. The Reds scored 2 runs in the 9th, but they fall to 3-2 on the season. Still early, though.
Yeah, in typical spring baseball, you never quite know what you're going to get.
Could be rain, could be snow, could be tornadoes, could be anything.
In 1 week.
In sometimes the same day.
Yeah.
We almost had, well, you know, if we look at the next couple of days, we've got pretty much 3 seasons coming in 48 hours.
Including some snow, maybe.
Yeah, it is going to be kind of interesting again. The good news is the storms that are out there are weakening, and a lot of the tornado watches have been allowed to expire at this point or just flat out canceled. So the only thing left is down near the Ohio River, down from about Parkersburg to Ironton. Other than that, you pretty much have some quieting conditions. It's still wet. We've still got some storms, but not as much as it was earlier. The cold front itself is still just getting into into Columbus right now. The showers that are right here are actually along the cold front itself. So there it is, and that's what's pushing the rest of this on out into eastern Ohio. So the storm that's up here in Delaware, not even going to call it a storm for that matter. It's some heavy rain. There's no lightning or thunder with these actually happening at the moment. But just east of Bucyrus and down into Delaware, then on down through the west side of Columbus toward Courthouse, that is actually the cold front, and that is what is going to continue marching to the east, pushing the rest of this rain out of here. Western Ohio has sort of dried out a little bit better than we have in central and eastern Ohio. Still flood watches, flood warnings, flood advisories across almost all of the basins right now. So you know where those places are in your neighborhood that tend to collect high water. Good chances that's what's happening right now. All the way down the side of River Valley toward Portsmouth, some high water along the Scioto. Now it might take a day or two for that to really settle out. Still mild, 63 for the moment. Wind out of the south, 12 miles per hour. When you see this change to a little farther to the west, that's when you know that that cold front has gone through. 90% relative humidity right now. Your Bassett Services heating and cooling current conditions in Newark at 62, New Lex and McConnellsville at 62, Bellefontaine and Kenton in the low to mid 50s. And there goes the rain. By 1 o'clock in the morning, most of this is finished. Columbus has some leftover sprinkles, but that'll be about it. And you'll see some of that happening into your morning commute. Puddles are going to be around. A quick leftover shower is not out of the question. We're going to give it the yellow lights for tomorrow morning just because you might still have lots of wet spots out there and the ponding on the roads might not be finished just yet. So severe storms have pretty much tapered off at this point. Watches and warnings are expiring as we speak, and your daytime tomorrow does have some scattered rain showers. Take your rain gear again tomorrow, but tomorrow none of this is severe. And then here it is. You notice the changes over into snow showers by the time we get to tomorrow night. So we could end up with some gusty winds tomorrow. It's going to feel a little bit raw. Your high is only going to get to 50 degrees, but rain-snow mix for Thursday and Friday mornings. Sunshine for the weekend with highs getting back up towards 60 on Sunday, and some partly cloudy skies on Eclipse Monday with a chance of rain Monday evening.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says it's a good day for the safety of rail workers, rail passengers, and every person who drives over a crossing.
Laura Aguirre has more on what the federal government is doing to better protect railroad employees and every community that a freight train passes through.
America's rails are safer today than they were yesterday.
Safer because a new rule requiring at least 2 workers on every train goes into effect Tuesday, a move applauded by DC's Firefighters Association.
When train lengths are approaching 3 miles, relying on just one single crew member is a recipe for disaster.
First responders often rely on rail crew workers to give them critical hazardous cargo or mechanical information when they arrive on scene.
These crew members are the first line of defense until we arrive.
Secretary Pete Buttigieg says last year alone, 7 rail workers were killed while on duty, and nearly 4 dozen suffered major injuries. In February of 2023, a derailed train carrying hazardous materials in East Palestine, Ohio, burned for days, leaving the surrounding communities mired in health, environmental, and political fallout to this day.
More than 1,500 derailments have occurred since the East Palestine incident.
For years, rail industry lobbyists have been successful in pushing back on the 2-worker rule at the state level.
The railroad lobby said the federal government should be the one to make the rule so that there's uniformity across state lines. So here we go.
Additionally, the DOT has conducted thousands of inspections on high-hazard rails and crossings, issued new safety policies related to tanker cars, and improved benefits for many union workers, like paid sick days.
And we are going to keep pressing Congress to pass the Railway Safety Act.
I'm Laura Aguirre reporting.
Costco is now offering U.S. members access to prescription GLP-1 weight loss drugs, including Ozempic and Wegovy. The company is offering the injectables as well as oral weight loss meds through its low-cost healthcare partner, Sesame. The renewable 3-month program includes a video consultation with a weight loss doctor or specialist. The 3-month plan costs $179 and does not include the cost of medications. According to Sesame, without insurance, GLP-1 drugs can cost between $950 and $1,600 a month.
Yeah, well, you have to stick around?
I'm going to stick around a little bit, keep an eye. There's still a few storms out there, but
Yeah.
it doesn't look like we're going to see anything truly severe, but stick around just to keep an eye on it because the tornado watches have been allowed to expire for most of central and southern eastern Ohio, so we're good on that, but there's still plenty of flooding out there. Make sure you're cautious for the rest of tonight and tomorrow.
Well, thanks for keeping an eye on things, Marshall. Have a good night, folks.
Today's ABC6 First Warning Weather Update is sponsored by G&J Pepsi.
Hi, I'm First Warning meteorologist Phil Kelly. We had the severe weather yesterday. Actually had more than 2 inches of rain. It was a daily record out at the airport here in Columbus. Cold front has gone through. Severe weather component is now well off to our east. We'll still be left with some wraparound showers. Much cooler temperatures. Those winds really going to start to pick up as well, changing some of those rain showers into a few snow showers and some flurries by the time we get into your Thursday morning. Not expecting any accumulation, but maybe on some of those grassy areas could see a dusting. Then we'll see that moisture change back over into some rain on your Thursday. So we're still going to be fairly wet, fairly cloudy, but noticeably cooler over the next couple of days as well. We'll slowly start to dry out as we get into your day on Friday. I think most of that moisture slowly starts to pull off then to the east. So numbers look like this: 50 today, breezy and cooler. We've got that scattered rain changing over into a wintry mix tonight, down to 35. We're still chilly tomorrow, 46, wintry mix to rain. The weekend, though, looking pretty good. Sunshine, 50 on Saturday, back to 60, mid-60s next week.
This ABC6 First Warning Weather Update has been sponsored by G&J Pepsi.
Well, good Wednesday morning, everyone. Breezy, colder today. Highs only around 50. Keep the umbrella handy. We'll see some spotty rain showers, even mixing with some snow showers by the time we get into Thursday. Things drying out, though, by the weekend with sunshine Saturday, Sunday. Hi, I'm First Warning meteorologist Phil Kelly. We have colder air sitting over us now. Yesterday got up to 70 degrees. We had a lot of rain. Still going to be dealing with some rain showers, actually changing into a few flurries by tomorrow morning. Much better, though, by the weekend. Well, good Wednesday morning, meteorologist Phil Kelly. Lots of sunshine through the Central Plains, upper Midwest. Still dealing with some leftover rain showers on the backside of that cold front that pushed severe weather through the Ohio Valley yesterday. We'll still see some rain for today and tomorrow as well. Could mix with a little bit of a wintry mix into parts of Michigan and Ohio. Plenty of sunshine, 60 in Lincoln, and still warming up nicely as we get into the weekend as well. Hi, I'm First Warning meteorologist Phil Kelly. You're going to need the coat over the next few days. Cold front has come through. We've got temperatures mid-40s or right around 50. We'll still see some scattered rain showers. Won't be anything too heavy. Awfully breezy as well. Dry by the weekend. Well, good Wednesday morning. Still scattered showers over the area today. We'll see temperatures topping out into the upper 40s. Going to be awfully breezy, so that wind will have a bite. Take a jacket as you head out the door. Well, good Wednesday morning. Meteorologist Phil Kelly. You're going to need a jacket. Windy and colder for us today. Temperatures generally into the 40s. Will feel a little bit cooler than that. Still some scattered rain, but that's going to continue to slowly pull off to the east as we go through the rest of the day. That'll leave us with sunshine, slowly warming temperatures as we get closer to the weekend. Near 60 on Friday, 62 on Saturday. That's the dry day. Showers returning for the end of the weekend. Happy Wednesday, everyone. I'm meteorologist Phil Kelly. Hope you're having a great week. We do have still a few scattered showers across the area today. Colder air to the north, so may see that mix in with a few flurries. Not expecting any kind of accumulation, but it is going to be windy. That wind will have a bite to it today, feeling much colder now that we're on that backside of the cold front. So take the rain gear with you. A few spotty showers. None of this is going to be severe. More nuisance rain than anything, and we quiet down as we head into the evening tonight. Notice that wind out of the northwest stays awfully brisk as we go into the overnight. You get into your Thursday, we're waking up into the 30s. Feels like it's closer to the freezing mark with the wind, because those will stay elevated until we get into closer to the end of the week and on into the weekend. Those clouds sticking with us for your Thursday. Not going to expect to see a lot of rain. I think by the time we get into late tonight and into tomorrow, most of the rain is going to be pulled off to our east, but still a leftover sprinkle or two going to be possible for your Thursday. But the majority of the rain that we're going to be talking about really is for today. Temperature trend well below average over the next couple of days, 10-15 degrees below average. We'll be back to normal by the time we get to the end of the weekend, and then as we get into next week, we'll be above average with highs back into the mid-70s. So windy and colder today, scattered rain. Yes, you need the umbrella for today and the jacket as well. We'll see clouds sticking around. We get into your day on Thursday. Winds are still going to have a bite to it, so watch out for that. 48 feels a little bit cooler, but at least it looks like we are going to be dry as we get into your Thursday. Outside of a spotty shower, we're cooler, we're breezy, but still have that biting wind. 50 for the high as we get into the day tomorrow. Let me take you through the 7-day forecast, what we can expect. Slowly starting to warm up over the next few days. So today's kind of our worst day, I would say, probably on the 7-day forecast. Things slowly getting better. As we get into Friday, I think Friday, Saturday, probably our best days. Looking for the best day of the weekend to have outdoor plans. Saturday, definitely it. We're up near 60, into the low 60s on Saturday, Friday up to 58, mid-60s. Here comes that warming trend, but I do expect some rain showers. This is not an all-day rain on your Sunday, so just be aware of that. And then we see temperatures start to jump right back up. About 10 degrees above where we should be. Notice normal high this time of year is into the mid-60s. We get there this weekend, and then we're well above that as we get into your days on Monday and Tuesday. Only the slight chance of a few spotty showers as we get into the work week next week. Today, our wettest day. The day on the weekend that's going to be wet, keep your eye on Sunday.
You're watching Good Day Columbus on ABC6.
Here's a sight that most people will be excited to see, a clear sky over downtown Columbus. Tuesday saw rain dumped across Ohio all day long, but it looks like that is finally behind us. Good morning to you, and thanks so much for waking up early with us on this Wednesday, April 3rd. I'm Kurt Ludlow. Phil Kelly's stepping in for Buck today, and boy, yesterday it was a little bit harrowing there late in the afternoon and early evening.
We had those two waves come through, a very heavy rain in the morning, then in the evening, and we even had quite a few tornado warnings east and southeast of Columbus as we got into the late evening hours. Still dealing with a few leftover showers, mainly into the extreme eastern part of the state. We'll get a few light showers today. We'll still stay fairly cloudy, but really the remnants from yesterday is what we're going to be dealing with. Over the last 48 hours, notice how much red, even some purple on here. Doppler estimates anywhere from 3 to 4 inches across most of the area, 1 to 2 inches where we're seeing the yellow. So we are dealing with numerous flood warnings and advisories across central Ohio. High water at many spots. Roads are dry though. Temperatures right now into the 40s. On the backside of the cold front, much chillier today. Winds are going to be picking up out of the west southwest, anywhere from 10 to 20 miles an hour. Highs today topping out right around 50. A few light showers today, and then we're actually talking some snow showers as we get into the day on Thursday. So we go from spring storms right back to winter. The hour-by-hour forecast lets you know what to expect coming up in just a bit.
Well, much of that Tuesday rain ended up in the Scioto River. These images from the past hour or so. And while the river never reached flood stage, it did crest, and anyone who drove along Riverside Drive likely saw some trees underwater and the river getting very close to the road.
Look at the river, like it's high, very high. It's like not normally high like that.
Starting this morning at around 5, Mike McCarthy will be joining us from along the Scioto Mile, tracking where the water stands. Heading east, it was a pretty similar situation. This along Swamp Road in the Millersport area. While we're expecting the water to recede a little, property owners there say it will likely take days for the water to be completely gone. The heavy rain meant the Clippers had to postpone their opening day. Huntington Park was looking more like Huntington Pond for most of the day. Their home opener will now be one half of a doubleheader on Thursday versus, appropriately, the Omaha Storm Chasers. But there was no raining on the Cruise Parade, just delaying it. Their Champions Cup match against Tigres was played at 9 rather than the 7 o'clock time that was originally scheduled. And while Lower.com Field wasn't packed to the brim, fans still made their way to the stadium to cheer on the crew.
We couldn't wait any longer, so we started walking. The rain just started coming down, but took the umbrella, got about a block down the Blue Jacket Stadium. The umbrella broke, and we just started walking in the rain, having fun. You know, it's a crew game, so you're going to have fun no matter what.
True enough, the game itself ended in a 1-1 draw. The crew back home on Saturday against DC United. During the day's heavy downpours, water from outside found its way inside many people's homes, and viewers called our On Your Side problem solvers. Lisa Rantala asking experts about how to keep that water out of your house.
High water and flooded streets on the outside along Postal Waite Road. The signs and sounds that there were even more problems indoors.
As soon as you see any water on your floor, you should call a professional out there.
Miles away in the Linden neighborhood,
this is where it really was at high level.
Ronald Pope called on problem solvers, saying he woke up to more than an inch of water in his first floor apartment.
Damaged my clothes, other electronics, computers I had over there on the desk over there.
Flooding in your home can cause massive amount of damage. It can affect your furnace. It can affect your water heater.
Brandon Malloy with Apex Plumbing is responding to a major increase in calls between Tuesday's weather events. That's because, he tells me, many systems received too much water and couldn't keep up.
Normally around this time of year, we really get a big storm surge. So all the sump pumps that have been sitting through the winter are finally trying to be activated, and it's just too much water for the sump pump to really work properly.
Malloy says this may be a sign systems need to be upgraded. as just an inch of water could cost property owners thousands, even after conditions dry out.
Now, Malloy also told us that property owners may want to consider upgrading their system in attempts to prevent future floods. The cost of a basic new sump pump is around $700. But a battery-operated system that will switch to a secondary pump if power is lost costs around $2,000. And even if you stay dry this time, Malloy advises the number one must do before we see even more severe weather.
Personally, check out your sump pump to make sure that it is in good condition. It's not, you don't have a bunch of corrosion and rust on it, and then it's still within its good shelf life.
And the shelf life for sump pumps is about 10 to 12 years. It's recommended you check insurance and programs with your local government or payment plans to help pay for any needed upgrades. There were concerns the storm severity would lead to thousands of power outages, but poweroutage.us showing very few outages around the region. Statewide, there are more than 21,000, with you see the vast majority there down in Lawrence County. And while the power is on for most of the region right now, it wasn't all of Tuesday. We were in North Columbus as crews worked to get the power on. This was the result of 3 poles snapping, cutting off the lights for about 2,000 households. AEP Ohio telling us they have around 1,700 people out on the road working to get all the lights back on, not including 400 extra crews from states that include Louisiana, Kentucky, and Indiana ready to help if it's needed. AEP warning and reminding everyone, if you see downed lines in your neighborhood, stay away.
They're, stocking their trucks. They are making sure they have the material and equipment that they're going to need to restore power. Even if you don't think it's a power line, assume that it's energized. Please call us and call 911.
AEP Ohio crews will be working 16-hour shifts to get the remaining lights back on. Governor Mike DeWine returning to the Indian Lake community to get an update on the recovery efforts since the tornado there 3 weeks ago. Kate Seifert was in Indian Lake to show us where things stand.
This is my heart and soul, and this is what I love to do, and I don't want to do it anywhere else. I want to do it here.
Brenda Moots shows us the inside of her shop in downtown Lakeview.
That's right. I can't see you. So we need a light.
They haven't had power since March 14th. While we were at the depot, some good news.
Thank you so much for squeezing us in.
Oh, not a problem.
The lights could come back on very soon.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
I appreciate it. Yeah, have a great week. Thank you. That's great news.
But for nearly 20 days now, Brenda has had to keep her doors closed.
We're to the point now where we need to get back to business. We need to be open.
Therefore, it is very important, I think, for the state to take action.
Tuesday, the governor outlining early plans to support what he says are the 3 groups that need funding the most: families who lost their homes, villages in the area that don't have money to rebuild, and businesses like the depot.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing we heard was that help is on the way. We don't exactly know what that looks like yet.
Governor DeWine says he's working with the legislature to activate funding.
One of the possibilities there is actually just grants to people.
And he says there's also discussions about creating temporary housing for the over 250 families still displaced in Logan County.
We have people who, a number of people who, the home is gone. Many of them had no insurance, so they're totally out. And, what we want to do is figure out a way so that we can make sure that they can, get housing quickly.
As we drove around Indian Lake Tuesday, there is still so much evidence of last month's tornado, but there are signs of love, hope, and strength.
This has been super popular, You're Stronger Than the Storm.
A message Brenda hopes people all across Central Ohio are reminded of when they think of her hometown.
Small businesses are what makes hometowns. And so I think it's just important to support them and get everybody back open.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says it's a good day for the safety of rail workers, rail passengers, and every person who drives over a crossing. Laura Aguirre has more on what the federal government is doing to better protect railroad employees in every community when a freight train passes through.
America's rails are safer today than they were yesterday.
Safer because a new rule requiring at least 2 workers on every train goes into effect Tuesday, a move applauded by DC's Firefighters Association.
When train lengths are approaching 3 miles, relying on just one single crew member is a recipe for disaster.
First responders often rely on rail crew workers to give them critical hazardous cargo or mechanical information when they arrive on scene.
These crew members are the first line of defense until we arrive.
Secretary Pete Buttigieg says last year alone, 7 rail workers were killed while on duty, and nearly 4 dozen suffered major injuries. In February of 2023, a derailed train carrying hazardous materials in East Palestine, Ohio, burned for days, leaving the surrounding communities mired in health, environmental, and political fallout to this day.
More than 1,500 derailments have occurred since the East Palestine incident.
For years, rail industry lobbyists have been successful in pushing back on the two-worker rule at the state level.
The railroad lobby said the federal government should be the one to make the rule so that there's uniformity across state lines. So here we go.
Additionally, the DOT has conducted thousands of inspections on high-hazard rails and crossings, issued new safety policies related to tanker cars, and improved benefits for many union workers, like paid sick days.
And we are going to keep pressing Congress to pass the Railway Safety Act.
I'm Laura Aguirre reporting.
All right, let's get a first check of our Steer Clear team traffic here on our Wednesday morning. Good morning, Katie.
Hey, good morning, Kurt. We are at 436, and right now we are showing you nicely moving lanes here, 71 north and southbound on the south side. However, the flashing lights that you see off in the distance there, blocking folks from getting on to Greenlawn Avenue. If you haven't heard by now, we still have some issues out there when it comes to flooding. All of these weather related that we see on the board. So 71 southbound, northbound ramps closed to Greenlawn Avenue. Greenlawn Avenue ramps are closed to 71. 23 northbound is closed at 270. The 270 ramps to 23 are also closed, so you can't even make it to that area. And then there's State Route 762. That's closed between 104 and 23. We also have some additional weather-related closures up here in the Marysville area. This is State Route 245 between Innskeep, Craddy Road, and West Darby Road. So really, we are seeing some issues early on. They have been active since yesterday when we just saw all that rain dumped in our area. We're going to keep an eye on these through the morning, and hopefully we'll be able to let you know as soon as they open, which, again, hopefully sooner than later.
All right, 4:37 is your time. It's now been more than a week since the devastating bridge collapse in Baltimore, Maryland. Up next, we're getting the closest look yet at the damage done by that massive cargo ship that took down the bridge. Phil?
Well, the cold front has pushed all the rain pretty much out of the state right now. We're not worried about any severe weather today, but much colder temps back behind this. I'll let you know how cold we're going to be. Yeah, how much rain we could see as we head toward the weekend as well. Your forecast when Good Day Columbus continues.
Right now, at least 77 people are trapped after a major earthquake rocked Taiwan. 7 people confirmed dead, 700 hurt after that 7.4 magnitude quake hit the island's east coast. Aftershocks from the earthquake measured at 6.5 on the Richter scale. It is the strongest earthquake to hit Taiwan in 25 years. Now to Baltimore, Maryland, where we are getting one of the closest looks yet at the massive cargo ship that brought down the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Terry Moran has a look for us.
Aboard a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers survey vessel, we make our way across the water to the scene of the deadly disaster. And there it is. We can nearly touch it. The Dolly, the ship that destroyed Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge.
Up close to it, you see the sheer scale and the violence of what happened here. How the bridge came down on the ship, destroying so much of the bow.
Nearly 9 million pounds of debris crashing down on that ship. We see the around-the-clock salvage operation. Crews in cranes painstakingly cutting and removing the wreckage piece by piece.
You see how they're already cutting parts away. That's some of the work that has already been done. But when you look down, you just see how much work remains.
New 3D sonar images show that dangers lurking underwater, jagged steel girders tangled together.
Every cut has to be assessed and engineer a solution for that.
Every single piece you're going to have to study before you cut it.
That's true. And both above the water and below the water as well.
You sense out there the tremendous forces unleashed the moment the bridge collapsed, and something else. We were very mindful that just a few feet from where we were, the bodies of those 4 construction workers remained trapped beneath the waters. Terry Moran, ABC News, Dundalk, Maryland.
It's now 4:42. A common birth control device is dealing with some widespread issues. In 2 minutes, Spotlight on America investigates why Paragard IUDs keep breaking. For more than 3 years, Spotlight on America has investigated serious complications from a popular IUD that has thousands of reports of breaking while inside a woman's body. Now they've discovered, after asking questions, the FDA inspected the Buffalo, New York plant where the Paragard copper IUD is made and issued a critical report. But as national investigative correspondent Angie Moreski tells us, the agency has taken little action since, despite the growing number of complaints.
Jennifer Davis went through a terrible health scare last year with her Paragard IUD that ended with a hysterectomy.
These pictures are the actual device broken in my uterus.
After 2 separate unsuccessful attempts to remove the IUD at her doctor's office, she required surgery to get it out.
When they removed the IUD, it was broken in 3 tan white plastic fragments.
3 pieces.
3 pieces.
More than a dozen women have shared similar stories with Spotlight on America about Paragard breakage and serious complications. Our latest check of the FDA's adverse event reporting system showed in 2023 there were more than 1,200 reports of breakage, the most in a year since tracking began, with a total of more than 6,000 complaints, 80% deemed serious cases. As Spotlight first reported, a 2022 analysis of all IUDs showed nearly double the breakage reports for Paragard compared to other IUDs. Paragard's current warning label that doctors receive does acknowledge the possibility of breakage, saying Paragard can break and breakage can make removal difficult.
Anybody ever tell you about the breakage risk?
No.
No one.
Nobody.
Our team requested 2 years' worth of documents from the FDA about Paragard to see what the government has done to address the IUD's elevated risk for breakage and the danger it could pose to women. We discovered 1 year after we started asking questions, the FDA inspected Paragard's Buffalo manufacturing facility and issued this critical report. It faults the company for not adequately investigating breakage complaints and failing to implement adequate corrective action and preventive plans. Despite that critical report, for at least 2 years, the FDA took no public action against Paragard manufacturer Cooper Surgical, and it is unclear if the company even responded. We followed up with multiple Freedom of Information requests to the FDA to try and get some answers. The agency told us the company did not file a response to the inspection, and there is no requirement for them to respond. We repeatedly tried to contact Cooper Surgical for comment, but no one responded.
Why did you decide to speak with us about this?
Just to help somebody else to know that this could happen to them.
Over the past 3 years, the FDA has repeatedly denied our interview requests to talk about concerns over Paragard. Despite that, we keep pushing to get more information and just learned after 2 years of no documented action, the FDA did another inspection at the Paragard plant in February of this year. We have asked for that report and will follow up with the findings. For Spotlight on America, I'm Angie Moreski.
Now, if you've been impacted by a broken Paragard device, reach out to the Spotlight on America team by emailing spotlight@sbgtv.com. Katie?
All right, so we are only talking about closures this morning that are impacting the roadways from weather-related stuff. So we're going to start up to the northwest. State Route 245 between Innskeep Craddy Road and West Darby Road. We still have that active this morning. We also still have this active, multiple closures down here, not only in the metro area, but then just to the south. 71 southbound, northbound ramps are closed to Greenlawn Avenue. You cannot work your way through that area because of flooding. Greenlawn Avenue ramps also closed to 71. 23 northbound still closed at 270, and those ramps from 270 to 23 still shut down. State Route 762 also closed between 104 and 23. Now, the good news is traffic is very light. Your roadways are in great shape this morning in terms of traffic flow. We're not really seeing a lot of problems out there. But again, these are going to be some significant closures if we see this through the duration of the commute as more folks get on the roadways.
All right, we have experienced rough weather for the past 24 hours, but Ohio wasn't the only state hit hard. On the left side of the screen here is the University of Kentucky. The wind so strong, they knocked a student over who you see there was walking outside, And on the right is Nelson County, just outside of Louisville. Early reports from the National Weather Service show an EF1 tornado touchdown there, which caused all that damage to the area. Just before hitting Louisville, the line of storms ripped through Evansville, Indiana, also leaving behind a path of destruction. The whipping winds tearing roofs off buildings, knocking down trees, damaging several homes. This happened around 5 a.m. Tuesday. The storm also rained down large chunks of hail, breaking through car windows and denting the hoods of several cars. A woman who lives in the area was in her car when it happened.
Gravel in my head, there's glass in my head, you know, whatever, and mud, there's still mud behind my ears, there's cotton in my car from somewhere, like, you know, it's almost overstimulation of senses. Everything's so loud and powerful, like nothing I've ever experienced before.
7,000 people living in Indiana are without power. The storm gaining strength as it went on, but around midnight Tuesday, it hit the Springfield, Missouri area. The trees are what dealt with the brunt of the damage there after falling over and onto cars and houses, which, as you see, caused a lot of damage. One of the biggest issues, though, the rain. Fire crews conducting a water rescue around 2 a.m. When a semi-driver got stuck after falling asleep as the water rose around him.
We had a gentleman that was dropping off some product in the morning, so he was in his vehicle, his truck, and then the water comes up so fast that he got stranded in there, so we had to rescue him by boat.
I was sleeping last night, and I woke up like 2 a.m. and I saw the water around me, my truck. And I tried to open the door, but the water was touching my door a little bit.
The number of power outages peaked at 23,000. So, Phil, yeah, we were all hoping that the sun wouldn't shine too brightly yesterday, because that was what could possibly fuel those dangerous storms here. And so
we
did
had
that
those
happen?
spots. We were watching. Yeah, the clouds were stayed a little thicker for the most part, at least here over Columbus. But we were watching that cold front when it was back in Evansville, and you were just showing some of that damage. And that's what came through, that rain. And then we ended up getting tornado warnings. If you were watching us here on ABC 6 or Fox 28 last night, between 8 and 9:30, it was wall-to-wall coverage because we had tornado warnings across central Ohio. But thankfully, the real severe weather dodged most of us.
I know. We're so grateful.
What didn't was the rain. So we're dealing with flooding issues for today. We had a record more than 2 inches of rain out at the airport here in Columbus. So it was a daily record, 2.05 to be exact. All the rain now pushing east of the state. The severe weather component now gone because we have much cooler air working its way in. We'll get some wraparound moisture as we go through the rest of the day. It's not going to be a lot of rain. A few nuisance showers here and there, and then that colder air will continue to sink in. As a matter of fact, already starting to move into the western part of the state. Temperatures 5-10 degrees cooler than what we were at this point yesterday, and you can see that that boundary line really right along I-71. 38 right now in Kenton, 39 Bellefontaine. Your Bassett Services heating and cooling current conditions still into the mid-50s. Athens and McConnellsville. The wind going to be an issue, so it will have a bite to it today. Out of the west southwest, anywhere from about 10 to 20 miles an hour. So we're waking up to a wind chill today, down into the low 30s. Marysville, London, you're at 33. 42 is what it feels like here in Columbus. So we were at 70 yesterday, about 20 degrees cooler by the time we get into the afternoon. Hour by hour futurecast keeps those clouds around. Few of those spotty nuisance showers that I was talking about will become heavy at some points here and there. We'll get a quick downpour, but it's not a lot of rain, nothing severe with it. On the back side of that, once that colder air pushes in by the time we get into tonight, we'll see it change over into a wintry mix. Waking up tomorrow, look at this, just some snow showers. So just like that, we're back to winter weather. First thing in the morning tomorrow. Would not expect accumulation. Maybe some grassy surfaces, though, or grassy areas. Some raised surfaces could possibly see a little dusting by tomorrow morning. That changes back into some rain showers by your Thursday afternoon. So keep the rain gear handy, not only today, but really specifically for your Thursday. By the time we get into Friday, things try to dry out as this whole system pulls off to the east, but we'll still get a few lake effect snow showers into mainly eastern Ohio for your day on Friday. So numbers look like this, much cooler today, down to 50 for our high, breezy and cooler with that scattered rain. That wintry mix we talked about overnight, waking up to temps into the mid-30s tomorrow, and then that wintry mix changing to rain as we get into the afternoon. Only 46 with a biting wind on Thursday. Same story on Friday, but I think this is mainly morning. By the afternoon, we're drying out for the weekend. 50 Saturday, 60 Sunday, mid-60s with a slight chance of rain for the eclipse day on Monday. Rare photos are giving a glimpse into the lives of wild cats in one of the most cat-rich areas on the planet. Malaysia's tropical jungle is most famous for its tiger population, but 8 other species of wild cats also roam there. They include the clouded leopard, the bay cat, and the flat-headed cat. This photo series is from the conservation organization Panthera. It's intended to give the lesser-known species their moment in the spotlight. Over time, Panthera has collected a number of images of the cats taken by camera traps and photographers. 4:57 now, much more coming your way at 5.
Here along the Scioto is still high this morning, but here is what I want you to see next. Right here along the concrete, we found
What is...
You're watching Good Day Columbus on ABC6.
Hours and hours of rain drenching the region and raising the river. This morning, we are live and on your side with the aftermath of a storm that soaked central Ohio.
And right place, right time, an employee under attack in this Subway store. How a hungry but capable customer stepped in and served up a hero sandwich. You like that?
I see what you did.
All right, good morning. Thanks for waking up with us on this Wednesday, April 3rd. I'm Jessica Ralston.
And I'm Kurt Ludlow. It's great to start today with a smile, considering everybody thought we were in so much danger yesterday with all that terrible weather. Thankfully, most of it missed much of the area, Phil.
Yeah, we did have some tornado warnings last night, but really not getting any reports of any kind of damage right now. What we did have was a lot of rain, record amount of rain yesterday for Columbus, just over 2 inches. All that rain now is pushed off to the east. We're seeing mainly cloudy skies. A few wraparound showers will be possible as we get into the afternoon, but much of your day does look dry. Look how much rain we've had over the last 48 hours. Anywhere there is red or purple, Doppler estimates between 3 or 4 plus inches of rain. Anywhere we have the yellow, which is most of the area, 1 to 2 inches of rain. That is why we are dealing with numerous flooding issues across the state right now. Flood watches and warnings and advisories will continue over the next 24 hours. We're dry right now. I don't see any issues on the roadways. Roads are dry, no issues with any kind of fog. It is going to be colder today. The cold front that came through really pushed all that rain out of here, is bringing in air that's about 20 degrees cooler than we were yesterday. A few spotty light showers this afternoon, highs topping out near 50. Going to be breezy as well. Do have the weekend coming up. Let you know if this weather is going to get out of here in time for you to enjoy some things outside. We'll do that coming up in just a few minutes.
Right now, flooding concerns after those storms dropped several inches of rain across central Ohio.
Mike McCarthy live along the Scioto River this morning, where it rose or crested overnight, but now seems to be receding.
Yeah, Kurt, that's exactly the case. All it takes is a real quick glance behind me, and you'll see the Scioto River is high this morning. But here is the detail I want you to see. It looks like we found right here along the concrete the water line showing how high the water got because of all that rain we got yesterday. And with this ruler, we'll put it down and you can see at least right here in this particular spot where we are live, the water is down right around 5 inches from its highest point. If you are not familiar with the way this area normally looks, take a look at your screen right now. On the left, there's going to be a picture that I took less than an hour ago showing the river as it is on this morning. And then the other photo is from Google Maps, and you can see the difference. The water remains high enough to cover concrete paths, along with the grassy areas here along the riverbank as well. Concerns about flooding prompted the city to put up flood wall gates with sandbags in Franklinton at Greenlawn Avenue and Harmon Avenue yesterday. Now, based on projected water levels, the city anticipated taking those floodgates down as soon as this afternoon. We are working to verify that is still the plan this morning, and we will let you know if that changes. The National Weather Service also tracks the water level along the Scioto. Its new data from overnight shows the river peaked at just over 23.5 feet yesterday. That is about a half foot lower than its official flood stage. The Weather Service data does verify the water is slowly receding. We're going to keep our eye on the river this morning, and we'll let you know how the situation changes throughout the rest of the morning here in the downtown Columbus area. But in Franklinton, with those flood wall gates down at this hour still, we've got some road closures to tell you about. Katie McKee is going to join us now to walk us around those trouble spots in Franklinton and avoid some traffic headaches this morning. Katie?
Yeah, so this will be a problem once we get more folks on the roadways and once we obviously see more traffic out there. People trying to get to where they need to go, definitely going to have to reroute this morning. So right now what we're seeing, this is Green Lawn Avenue. 71 north and southbound lanes doing well. However, you can see some flashing lights over here. That's because folks are not able to get off of 71 and hop onto Green Lawn Avenue. So we have several closures down here to the south. That's going to be ramps closed, 71 north and southbound to Green Lawn Avenue. Green Lawn Avenue ramps are closed to 71, so you're not going to be able to get through that area. We are also seeing that 23 northbound is closed at 270. 270 ramps to 23 also closed. And then working your way down a little further to the south, we have State Route 762 closed between 104 and 23. So we have a lot of closures here. It's going to be interesting to see how folks are working their ways around. We do have a couple of ways that you can bypass some of those closures, not only on 23, but on Green Lawn Avenue. You're going to have to obviously work your way maybe by Lockbourne Road, heading all the way down to London Groveport Road, or if you're working your way around Green Lawn Avenue. Back here, it really looks like you're going to have to move your way down 23 and try to bypass that, possibly going to 104. As for another closure that we have up to the northwest, we're seeing right here State Route 245 between Innskeep and Craddy Road and West Darby Road are closed right now. That stretch is closed at 245. That's just going to be a little south of Marysville. So keep that in mind as you're heading out. Again, a lot of these weather related because of the amount of rain that we saw in such a short time.
The last remnants of the storm system are being seen in southern Ohio. This is Public Square in Nelsonville down in Athens County. You can see some ponding and a little bit of rain, but of course nothing like with what we were dealing with yesterday. The storm soaking the field at Huntington Park and delayed the home opener for the Clippers. The team now kicking off the season Thursday. They'll be playing the Omaha Storm Chasers. Weather pushed back the start of the Cruise Championship Cup match against Mexican Side Tigers by 2 hours. Not a lot of fans there last night because of the weather. Rain was coming down for most of the match, but the game was completed. Can you believe that? And it ended in a 1-1 draw.
And we'll be following the remnants of the rain for the rest of the morning. In about 30 minutes, we'll be checking in with Stefanich Haynock, who is in Licking County, where the fields there are submerged. And you'll want to have our free Ohio Weather app to keep up with any alerts that we send out. Just search Ohio WX in your app store and use our interactive radar map to track the storm right down to your neighborhood.
This is my heart and soul, and this is what I love to do, and I don't want to do it anywhere else. I want to do it here.
People in the Indian Lake community remaining hopeful in the latest recovery update, and it comes after that EF3 tornado hit the area last month. Help is on the way. Governor DeWine outlining his early plans to support his 3 groups that need funding the most. Those include families who lost their homes, villages in the area that don't have money to rebuild, and local businesses.
You know, we have people who, a number of people who the home is gone. Many of them had no insurance, so they're totally out. And, you know, what we want to do is figure out a way so that we can make sure that they can, you know, get housing quickly.
More than 250 people are without homes right now. It's 5:08. Next, the Kennedy effect in the race for the White House.
President Biden is the first candidate in history, the first president in history that has used the federal agencies to censor political speech.
Why Democrats are sounding the alarm on a campaign that could give former President Donald Trump the winning edge.
story.
Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is gaining support among voters, and that's causing some concern from Democrats that this could take away Biden votes and give former President Donald Trump the White House. A recent poll has President Biden leading Trump by 3 points in a head-to-head election rematch. But Trump takes a 1-point lead when Kennedy and other candidates were factored in. Kennedy says Biden poses a bigger threat to democracy than Donald Trump.
President Biden is the first candidate in history, the first president in history that has used the federal agencies to censor political speech.
Laws that taking votes on their cardinal issue, democracy, freedom of speech, that's an additional threat to the Democrats.
Kennedy's impact on the election could come down to which states have him on the ballot. At this time, it's only Utah. His campaign says he has enough signatures in 5 other states, including North Carolina, which is a potential battleground state.
It's 5:12 now. Coming up, Costco is cashing in on the weight loss wars.
Now the wholesaler is jumping on the Ozempic bandwagon, and how customers will still end up paying the price of losing those extra pounds. Railroad safety has taken a big step forward. A new rule went into effect Tuesday, requiring at least 2 workers on every train.
First responders often rely on rail crew workers to give them critical hazardous cargo or mechanical information when they arrive on the scene. And Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says last year alone, 7 rail workers were killed while on duty. Nearly 4 dozen others suffered major injuries.
The railroad lobby said the federal government should be the one to make the rule so that there's uniformity across state lines. So here we go.
Additionally, the Department of Transportation has conducted thousands of inspections of high hazard rails and crossings. Katie?
All right, so if you are heading out on this Wednesday morning, things are really looking good pretty much across the board when it comes to traffic flow. So we've got 2 different viewpoints here. 71 on the north side, not too far from 17th Avenue. We're happy with what we're seeing there. Again, traffic pretty light as you are working your way out, and your roadways are in great shape. 71 at Green Lawn Avenue, also looking good down to the south side. Those 71 north and southbound lanes moving up to speed. However, this is where you're going to start to get into some problems. You can see some flashing lights there. We also have this area blocked as well. That's because we do have some issues happening on Green Lawn Avenue. So pulling out here just to show you exactly what we're talking about. 71 southbound, northbound ramps are closed to Green Lawn, and then Green Lawn Avenue ramps are closed to 71. That's because of some flooding in the area. We also are seeing that 23 northbound is closed at 270. So that means those 270 ramps to 23 also are closed, keeping people away from that area. A little further to the south, State Route 762 closed between 104 and 23. Moving up to the northwest, if you're going to be working your way down 33 this morning, things are in great shape coming down from Marysville. However, a little south of 33, we are seeing right here State Route 245. That is closed between Inskeep Craddy Road and West Darby Road. That's also due to weather-related stuff. So as soon as we're able to get these issues off of our board, we're going to be doing pretty well this morning. Again, none of these are accidents. They're all closures because of the amount of rain that we saw in the metro area yesterday.
Costco is now offering U.S. members access to prescription GLP-1 weight loss drugs, including Ozempic and Wegovy. They're offering the injectables as well as oral weight loss meds through their low-cost healthcare partner called Sesame. The renewable 3-month program includes a video consultation with a weight loss doctor or specialist. The plan costs $179. Here's the big catch. It does not include the cost of the medications. According to Sesame, without insurance, GLP-1 drugs can cost between $950 and $1,600 a month.
So with insurance, they're cheaper? Does
Yeah.
insurance cover it?
Right.
If it covers it, right?
Right,
So
which in the majority of the cases,
probably
it
not.
doesn't.
If it's a
Right.
vanity thing, you just want to lose a few pounds as opposed to if
Yeah.
you
If you have
have diabetes or
pre-diabetes or
something like
yeah.
that. Yeah, interesting.
So, I don't know how much you really saving through Costco. I don't know.
Just everybody's getting involved in it.
Yeah, well, cool. I could. Right. Next, you're gonna be going to the dentist and
Right,
getting
money. Right. Absolutely. Thankfully, we dodged the severe weather bullet yesterday. Still got a lot of rain. Flooding is an issue. That's our main issue for today, but I don't think we're going to be adding too much more rain to the ground for this afternoon. We're still going to see some rain because we have this lingering area of low pressure that's slowly going to work its way across the Great Lakes. Notice we still get this counterclockwise rotation. Back in the Chicagoland area, they have accumulating snow in parts of Wisconsin, Iowa right now. We are on the warm side of that as we speak, but temperatures are going to be much cooler today. We got to 70 yesterday. We're going to struggle to get to around 50 today. You can see some of these light showers. That'll start to track across the area, especially as we get into the afternoon. So 39 right now. Your Bassett Services heating and cooling current conditions in Delaware, 41 in Marysville. We're at 45 here in Columbus, 47 in Lancaster. A little bit of a breeze, and I think winds will be anywhere from about 10 to 20 miles an hour today. So it does have a bite with these cooler temperatures. Low 30s right now is what it feels like, Delaware and Marysville. As we take a look at the futurecast, the hour by hour continues to slowly pull that rain out of here. Like I said, wraparound moisture on the backside. Temperatures this afternoon closer to 50, so we will be seeing rain showers this afternoon. We get into the evening, though, and that's when we'll see temperatures fall. This changeover into a little bit of a wintry mix by about 11 o'clock. Waking up tomorrow morning, we'll see snow showers. I don't think any of this is going to collect, but we will see snow showers flying around, maybe some grassy, elevated surfaces, stuff like that. We'll see, we'll kind of see a little bit of light accumulation, but nothing that you're going to have to shovel. Then as temperatures rise during the day, we'll see that change back over into rain showers. So expect rain not only this afternoon, tomorrow afternoon as well. And then we kind of repeat that pattern as we get into your Friday morning. A few light snow showers, changing over into some light rain showers, even though by Friday afternoon, I think most of this starts to pull off to the east here for us. So we'll keep an eye on this as we go through the rest of the day. A little bit closer look here is what we can expect as we go through your Thursday. So today we're talking some light rain, a little bit heavier tomorrow with that wintry mix. And that northerly flow is going to push that cold air into us. That's the cold front. And that's what pushed that the severe weather out of here. 50 today, 35 for your overnight low, 46 for tomorrow. tomorrow, 46 on Friday. The weekend looks fantastic. Sunshine, but a few clouds on Monday for the eclipse and a slight chance of showers.
In this morning's GMA First Look, an ABC News exclusive.
My muscles were tired, I was cramping, and I knew if I fall in that, it wasn't going to be good.
For the first time, we're hearing from the man at the center of this death-defying caught-on-camera rescue.
I knew that I only had to hold on a little bit longer and that it was almost over.
Don't let go, man. Don't let go, okay?
22-year-old Cody Cretini dangling more than 50 feet above the ocean, trapped for almost an hour before Sonoma County rescue teams could find him.
I got you, brother. This one had a very technical nature to it in that the victim, was Spider-Man onto the cliff. He didn't have a ledge to get any purchase on.
And coming up at 7 a.m., we'll hear exclusively about how this dramatic rescue unfolded and just how down to the wire it really was. With your GMA First Look, I'm Janae Norman, ABC News, New York.
Before my doctor and I chose Breztri for my COPD, I had bad days. Flare-ups that could permanently damage my lungs. With Breztri, things changed for me. Breztri gave me better breathing. Starting within 5 minutes, I noticed my lung function improved. It helped improve my symptoms. And Breztri was even proven to reduce flare-ups, including those that could send me to the hospital. So now, I look forward to more good days.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Can't afford your medication? AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Ask your doctor about Breztri.
A man from Indianapolis turning into a hero, serving up a hero sandwich, yes, pun intended, after he stopped an attack in a Subway store.
Gabriel Pizzulo, walked into the store for lunch. He was caught by surprise when he saw a man yelling and assaulting that Subway employee. He says he saw the man spit on her. He's a former wrestler and a football player, says he had to step in.
I did combat sports for quite a while, so I was completely controlling. I didn't want to punch him or anything. I didn't want to hurt him too bad, so I just held him, man.
Held him in place. Pizzulo now a hero in the eyes of the Subway manager. That attacker, Daniel Saunders, was arrested there and is being charged with battery. So again, right place at the right time, but it's sad that we have to intervene like that.
It's happening. I don't know if it's happening more and more, or we just see it more on social media, but customers just going after workers.
I know.
And it's never over anything of any substance.
Didn't put enough lettuce on my sandwich.
Let me beat you up.
Okay.
Like, the world needs to calm down.
It is 5:27. Still to come, the Good Samaritan who...
Yep, keep it rolling.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
All right, plus flooding concerns across central Ohio. We are live and on your side in Licking County with a look at the aftermath of hours of pounding rain.
Countdown to the Buckeye Eclipse is sponsored by COSI.
And I'll say, just follow me right here. Actually, we're going to start a little closer. All right, because I can't even see. Can you put the camera over here so I can...
You're watching Good Day Columbus on ABC6.
Happening now on Good Day Columbus, they are on the road again. We're talking about the 4th Superload, everything you need to know about their path and arrival date. Good morning and thanks for waking up with us on this Wednesday. It's April 3rd. I'm Kurt Ludlow.
And I'm Jessica Ralston. We've got a little bumpy ride this morning. We need to press the reset button, Phil. Press reset. Let us start over.
Well, things are going to be a lot quieter today than what we were yesterday. We had more than 2 inches of rain here in Columbus, a lot around the area. Rain not going to be much of a concern today. We'll see some move in on the backside of this cold front that continues to slide out of here. As a matter of fact, over the last 48 hours, hours. Numerous spots have between 3 and 6 inches of rain, including most of Franklin County there, areas into the deep red and the purple. Anywhere in the yellow, which was most of the rest of the area, 1 to 3 inches of rain. That's why we have numerous flood warnings and advisories across central Ohio. Flooding will continue to be an issue as that water slowly begins to recede today. We are dry on the roadways, not dealing with any kind of fog or anything, but it is cloudy. Temperatures you're waking up to into the low to mid 40s. We'll only top out around 50. It is going to be breezy today, so about 20 degrees cooler than what we were yesterday. Showers return as we get into the afternoon. They'll be on the light side. We're not talking any kind of severe weather, but we are talking a return to winter weather. I'll let you know when we can expect some snow showers, what we can expect for the weekend. I've got the full hour-by-hour forecast coming up in just a bit, but let's check on that Wednesday morning commute. Here's Katie McKee.
All right, so I think we're going to start with some video. We're going to talk about what's happening in Franklinton. They obviously had to put up some walls to try to get that flooding under control. So you can see right here, this is something that they put up yesterday. We had crews out there as they were getting that done. And then this is obviously live video this morning of what it looks like. So this means that the roads around this area is closed, including the 71 exit ramp at Green Lawn. So if you're trying to get through, again, expect to be dealing with this situation in this area. We have a couple of closures that we need to talk about right now. Again, we talked about or just showed you the Franklinton area. 71 southbound, northbound ramps closed to Green Lawn Avenue. Green Lawn Avenue ramps closed to 71. 23 northbound also closed at 270, and then you're not able to get from 270 to 23 because of that closure. State Route 762 also closed between 104 and 23. So you can see right now, obviously traffic's doing pretty decent out there at this hour. We're not having any problems. This is a look by Wilson Road, those 70 eastbound lanes, clear shot into downtown Columbus, no hangups there. As for the south side, 71, that's not the issue. You can see things moving by Green Lawn Avenue, but as we just told you, the issue is actually on Green Lawn Avenue. So that's why you see these flashing lights over here, keeping folks from exiting to that area. So if this is somewhere that you commute, definitely give yourself extra drive time. There are several ways to work your way around this. It's just going to depend on the traffic flow as you're working your way out and what it looks like at that time.
All right, heading now to Licking County, where they too saw a lot of rain overnight.
Stephanie Chaynock joins us live from Hebron. And Steph, how is it looking out there this morning?
Well, Jessica and Kurt, it's a lot of water out here on Swamp Road here in Kirkersville still this morning. I know our Stephanie Dupre was out at this exact location last night getting some video of the scene, and not much has changed. If you follow me, we're on Swamp Road, water on both sides, and what's to about here is when you start to see that water just like completely overtake the roadway here. And you know, me and Evan, my photographer, we're a little too scared to go too far because all the way down there it really just looks like a lake. You don't really know how deep that water is, so we parked a little further way back. We actually have seen maybe about 2 cars traveling up and down Swamp Road, and they have been driving through this water. One man, this is actually video from last night that we got out here, but one guy driving a huge pickup truck told me that he's thinking the right-hand side, which looks to be moving fastest, flowing over to the left side of this road, was probably about 8 inches deep. Another person told us they barely got through and recommended we turn around, and we kind of joked, we are not going into the water. We are staying near the land area this way on Swamp Road. Now, the tornado watch was issued for this area until about 10 o'clock last night. Obviously, flood warnings. We did reach out to Licking County Sheriff's Office this morning just to see how response was last night here in the area during last night's storms. The sergeant did tell us to give them another call after 8 a.m. and they'll be able to give us a few more details. But yeah, just the scene out here this morning, a lot of water. We can't see that much, obviously, because the sun is not up. So we'll keep getting close looks as possible for everyone at home. But once that sun goes up, we'll really be able to show you guys just how much water is in this area. The road is also blocked off. However, like I said, we've been seeing drivers come and go, but they do have a road. So obviously, if you're traveling in any area that still has that flood water, drive safely and follow the rules, especially if there is a road closed sign. For Good Day Columbus from Licking County, I'm Stephanie Chaynock. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, protecting your home ahead of time could be beneficial when we get so much rain. Local plumbers telling us that property owners should consider upgrading their sump pump system, which could prevent future floods. The cost of a new sump pump around $700.
Yeah, a battery operated system that will switch to a secondary pump if power is lost cost around $2,000. So these do not come cheap. Even if you stay dry this time, some plumbers advise it's the #1 must do before we see more severe weather this spring.
Personally check out your sump pump to make sure that it is in good condition. It's not, you don't have a bunch of corrosion and rust on it, and that it's still within its good shelf life.
The shelf life for your sump pump is 10 to 12 years. It's recommended you check insurance and programs with your local government or payment plans to help pay for any needed upgrade.
The 4th superload is set to depart today. It will leave from the docks in Adams County. This load is the first superload to hit New Albany's $28 billion Intel plant. It will take 6 days to reach its destination, with a pause on Monday for the increased solar eclipse traffic. If all goes according to plan, the superload will be in New Albany on April 9th. 5:37 is your time. Just ahead, calls for accountability after a devastating attack in the Middle East.
This is a human tragedy that should never have occurred, that is completely unacceptable.
The fallout over the murders of 7 aid workers in Gaza, including an American.
Now to the fallout over the IDF strike that killed several aid workers from World Central Kitchen.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking out, calling the incident a tragic case, while calls for a reduction in violence grow. ABC's Ike Jachi is in Washington with a look.
The international fallout continues following the IDF attack in Gaza that killed 7 aid workers with World Central Kitchen. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the U.S. has spoken directly to the Israeli government, urging them to conduct a swift investigation into what happened.
We've impressed upon the Israelis the absolute imperative of doing more to protect innocent civilian lives, be they Palestinian children, women, and men, or be they aid workers.
Australia's Prime Minister also speaking out, saying he expects full accountability for the deaths of the aid workers.
This is a human tragedy that should never have occurred, that is completely unacceptable.
The 7 aid workers killed were from Australia, Poland, Palestine, the UK, and a dual citizen of the US and Canada. Video of the aftermath shows the vehicle clearly marked with the World Central Kitchen logo on the sides and roof of the van. World Central Kitchen saying despite coordinating movements with the IDF, the convoy was hit, going on to say that they're now pausing operations immediately in the region. Meanwhile, humanitarian aid seen here airdropped into the Gaza Strip Tuesday as Israel continues its military offensive in the region. All this as Iran vows revenge after an airstrike in Syria killed 2 of its top commanders and 5 officers, Iran and Syria blaming Israel. The Iran ambassador to Syria saying such crimes and violating international law will have its response in an appropriate time. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking out, sending condolences to the victims and their families, saying Israel deeply regrets the tragic incident which claimed the lives of 7 humanitarian aid workers. The IDF is promising a swift investigation. Ika Jachi, ABC News, Washington.
It's 5:42 now. Up next, they say summer bodies are made in the winter.
But now it's spring. Are you ready for it? Find out how the experts are weighing in with some time-tested advice. A major earthquake has happened near the east coast of Taiwan. 7 people confirmed dead with 700 more injured.
Yeah, it hit with a magnitude 7.4, according to data from the U.S. Geological Survey. Tsunami waves have been observed on the coasts of Taiwan and far southwestern Japanese islands. The Japan Meteorological Agency issuing a tsunami warning for 2 islands in the western Pacific. Warning of waves of up to 3 meters expected. Observed tsunami heights are measured over open water and can reach significantly higher when they reach shore. And new footage shows the inside of a TV station right as that earthquake was hitting. Look at that. This perspective from behind the anchor desk in the studio there. Look at the cameras and lights shaking. Amazingly, nothing breaks during the ordeal, but how scary for everyone there.
In your health headlines this morning, people across the world looking to get that summer body in tip-top shape. But the experts are saying, it takes a lot longer than you think.
Toning your body isn't something that happens overnight. You need to be realistic in the health goals that you set, and then implement consistent exercise with cardio to help the heart rate, as well as strength training to build muscle.
A lot of times people try to make these drastic changes, but oftentimes they don't take hold because it's very difficult.
Experts recommend limiting alcohol and soda.
We've heard that before.
Over and over.
Yeah. All right. Coming up on 5:47 on your Wednesday morning, let's check in with Mike Kilburn out and about in Mobile Track.
Yeah, Mike, where are you? And seeing any flooding issues out there on the roads?
Well, I'm actually in the gym working out right now. I'm out on I-670. We're headed out towards I-70. We've heard about some flooding out to the east on I-70 and 79. Of course, that's the Buckeye Lake exit. And typically when we get some heavy rain, we do see that flood out that way. So, again, that's one of the areas I know that is impacted by some of the standing water. In terms of accidents or disabled vehicles or any of that, we're in great shape this morning. Everything up and running in great shape and no difficulties on the roadways. The good news is we are on dry roads this morning as you travel. So, again, we'll be checking on some of this flooding out there. But outside of that, we're doing pretty well this morning. Live and on your side in Mobile Track, I'm Mike Kilburn.
Today marks the 50-year anniversary of the Xenia tornado. It was on this date in 1974 when the city was hit with the worst twister in state history.
It was an F5 tornado, the deadliest of the 1974 super outbreak. 148 tornadoes touched down in 13 states across 2 days. This twister killed 32 people. And more than 1,000 people were hurt. The damage estimated at $100 million back then, which translates to more than $600 million worth of damage today.
Wow.
And yeah, there were a lot of fears yesterday, Phil, when those warnings were issued, that we could see something similar happen.
The ingredients were all there. Just thankfully, nothing ended up coming together. We did have some tornado warnings in the area, mainly east and southeast of Columbus between 8 and 9:30 last night, but we haven't really heard anything about any kind of damage or whether a tornado actually came down. It was all Doppler indicated rotation in the clouds. But yeah, they had very little warning back 50 years ago. We have a lot more warning now, so we try to get people into safe spaces a little bit quicker. I mean, because 30 seconds can be the difference between life and death. 50 years from the Xenia tornado. I know a lot of folks do remember that. Today, we've got a much quieter day for us. Boy, we had a lot of rain yesterday. Kind of came in two waves where we had the heavy downpours overnight and into the early part of the morning yesterday, and then the end of the day, we had some heavier rain. Sunrise time, 7:11 today. Temperatures much cooler. We got to 70 yesterday. We're going to top out around 50 today, so about 20 degrees cooler. Late day showers will be possible. Sunset time is just before 8 o'clock. So rain's going to linger in the area, and I don't expect it to be heavy, but we'll see waves of showers, light rain showers, as this low kind of gives us some wraparound moisture. It's also going to bring in some colder air. That cold front went through yesterday. Believe it or not, we're going to wake up to some snow showers tomorrow. Not going to need the shovel, but we will have some snow flying around. The weekend does look great for us. The heavy rain off to our east. There's some of that wraparound moisture I'm talking about, and you can see the snow showers back into Wisconsin, Iowa, and the Chicagoland area. We'll get some of this rain as this system continues to pivot our way through the rest of the day. We're warmer into the eastern half of the state where the cold air hasn't really made it into Zanesville, where you're at 54. Bassett Services heating and cooling current conditions 45 here in Columbus, but only upper 30s up near Lima where it feels like 31. Yes, it is going to be breezy today, so we'll combine that with the cold air. Wind chill's going to be into the 30s to low 40s all afternoon. Your hour-by-hour futurecast, a few spotty light showers as we get into the afternoon. Some spots where it'll be a little bit heavier, mainly the second half of the day when we start to see this rain reaching the ground. And then as the temperatures fall overnight, notice as that moisture pivots into the region, we'll see the change over into a wintry mix and then eventually some snow showers. This is first thing in the morning starting tomorrow, 7 a.m. right during the morning rush. So you may want to give yourself some extra time tomorrow. And then as temperatures rise during the afternoon, we'll see rain showers. We'll see it change back into rain showers. Kind of repeat that process as we get into Friday, though I think a lot of the moisture on Friday is going to be in the morning, and then we dry out as we get into the afternoon. And that's ahead of high pressure pushing in for the weekend to make things pretty nice for us. So awfully chilly as we get into Thursday, Friday, highs only into the mid-40s. Weekend looks fantastic. Sunday, sunny and 60, mid-60s for the eclipse on Monday. It does look like, though, there is a slight chance of rain.
In today's Tech Bites, Amazon is walking away from one of its checkout features. The company is getting rid of the Just Walk Out technology at its U.S. grocery stores, which uses cameras and sensors to charge customers. Experts say the system is incredibly expensive to install and maintain. That technology will be replaced by self-checkout kiosks. Microsoft is reportedly testing a new chatbot for Xbox powered by artificial intelligence. Reports say the feature is meant to answer questions and even process refunds from Microsoft's support website. Finally, reading the morning paper will never be the same again. The New York Times will reportedly begin offering an option to listen to articles using a voice generated by AI. According to Axios, 10% of the paper's website, news app, and audio app users will gain access this week. Those are your Tech Bites. Have a great day.
To me, Harlem is home, but home is also your body.
Last one, everyone.
I asked myself, why doesn't Pilates exist in Harlem? So I started my own studio. Getting a brick and mortar in New York is not easy. Chase Inc. has supported us from Studio 1 to Studio 3.
When you start small, you need some big help, and Chase Inc. was that for me.
Earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials with the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card. Make more of what's yours.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen, girl.
Try dietary supplements from Voltaren for healthy joints.
When you smell the amazing scent of Gain Flings, time stops. And you realize you're in love.
Steve!
With a laundry detergent. Gain Flings, seriously good scent.
Taylor Swift is in rarefied air. Her record-breaking Eras tour has propelled her to billionaire status. She's officially made the Forbes billionaires list that ranks people around the world with the most money. This is surprising to no one, right? While the singer, of course, is wildly popular, she still has some way to go to climb the billionaires ladder.
So the magazine ranks her at number 2,545 on its list. Taylor estimated to be worth $1.1 billion. While there are other entertainers on the Forbes list, Taylor is said to be the first to get there solely by songwriting and performing. French businessman Bernard Arnault currently tops the list as the richest man in the world. His net worth, come on now, $233 billion.
Wow.
Really?
I would just be writing checks to everybody at that point. You get money, you get money.
Let's hope he does.
Yeah, all the charities. There's
200 billion. You know how much you would have to spend every day to get rid of that money during your lifetime?
I don't even know if you could. You really would just have to be giving it away. Nobody needs that much money.
And
no one.
Here we are.
Here we are, kids. And you too, right?
I'll try to hold it there so you can just keep going in, and then I'll throw to the viewer from there. That way we won't have to. Thank you.
You're watching Good Day Columbus on ABC6.
Happening now on Good Day Columbus, the rain is gone, the remnants remain. This morning, we're on your side tracking where high water is collecting so you can stay safe.
Plus, the storm system taking a deadly turn out west. We are tracking the widespread devastation seen across the country. Good morning to you and welcome to Good Day Columbus. We thank you for waking up with us on this Wednesday, April 3rd. I'm Kurt Ludlow.
And I'm Jessica Ralston. Yeah, what a night. All that rain coming down, Phil, and now, we saw some people say in Pike County they thought maybe something had happened there that was more serious. We won't know until the NWS does some testing.
We did have tornado warnings yesterday, yes, down in Pike County, Licking County, Fairfield County, over into Guernsey County, Perry County, Muskingum County. So we had them last night for about 90 minutes between 8 and 9:30. Waking up this morning, though, things are much calmer. We're talking cloudy skies, temperatures into the low 40s. So it's cooler today, but it's not going to get any warmer. We're getting maybe 6 degrees warmer as we go through the afternoon. Sunrise time is at 7:11. Notice the cold front that has gone through has now pushed all the heavy rain out of here. We're still going to get some wraparound moisture on the backside. Most of that is going to be later this afternoon. Flooding is going to be our major issue for today. We had a record 2.05 inches of rain out at John Glenn International yesterday. That was a new daily record, and so it has caused across central Ohio. We had a lot of rain, anywhere from about 2 to 6 inches over the last 48 hours. So numerous flood warnings and advisories as we go through the rest of the day. But we're not going to add a lot of rain onto it as we go through the afternoon. Some spotty rain showers, cloudy. Noticeably cooler, and we will have a little bit of a wind today, so it'll have a bite to it. From 70 yesterday to 50 today. Talking some snow showers for tomorrow. I'll get into that in some more detail in the full forecast. But let's check in with Mike McCarthy. He is downtown getting a first-hand look at some of that flooding along the Scioto.
Phil, all you have to do is take a quick look behind me here and you can see the water in the Scioto River is high here on this Wednesday morning. But new here at 6 a.m., we are together right here on Live TV about to take a new step so you can see how the situation is changing. Are you ready? Here we go. That's it. An hour ago, we could not take that step down here to this lower step without actually being in the river. The water covered this entire step. In fact, you can see right here, yuck, all that muck here from the river left behind on the step. One more thing I want you to see with my really dirty hands now. We brought a ruler and I want you to see the water line right here. This shows you how high the water did eventually get with all that rain that we got yesterday that Phil just mentioned. And it may be tough to see, but this water got up at least about 5 inches above this step. That gives you an idea of how much the water is going down, albeit slowly here at 6 a.m. If you're not familiar with this area on a typical day, take a look at your screen right now because we got this comparison in place for you this morning. On the left is a photo I took at 4 o'clock this morning, and then on the right you can see a photo from Google showing how this riverbank normally looks. The water still high enough to cover the paved paths used for running, biking, cycling, and also the grassy area along the riverbank as well. Now, concerns about flooding prompted the city to put up floodwall gates with sandbags at Greenlawn Avenue and Harmon Avenue in Franklinton yesterday. And based upon the projected water levels for today, the city anticipated taking those gates down as soon as this afternoon. We are checking with the city to see if that is still the plan. We've emailed them and we're waiting to hear back. The National Weather Service also tracks the water level along the Scioto too. We checked with it overnight and new data we found shows the river peaked at just over 23.5 feet yesterday. That is about a half foot lower than its official flood stage. So the Weather Service data also verifies the water is in fact slowly going down. But with those floodgates still in place this morning, we've got some road closures to tell you about too. So Katie McKee is going to join us now to talk about the situation in Franklinton and what some detours look like here at 6 a.m. Katie.
So it should be easy enough for folks to work their way around these, but you have to know about it because once you get there, if you don't plan some extra drive time, you're going to have some problems. So let's get right to what Mike is talking about. That first closure, 71 southbound, northbound ramps, both closed to Greenlawn Avenue. Greenlawn Avenue ramps are closed to 71. Instead, you can take Frank Road to 23. As for 23 northbound, closed at 270, a little further to the south. 270 ramps also to 23 are closed. You can take 71 to work your way around this. As for the area of 71 by Greenlawn Avenue, we're doing well traffic-wise, picking up just a little bit, but things moving nicely. It's only going to be if you're trying to exit to Greenlawn Avenue where you're going to have some of those problems, as I mentioned. As for some new flooding alerts, Mike Kilburn mentioned this at the tail end of the 5 o'clock hour, and we're seeing it here on our board. I could actually see a vivid picture of this. They have ODOT blocking this area, so there is significant flooding 70 eastbound to 79. So in the Buckeye Lake area, you're not going to be able to use that exit ramp because of the water. You can see a lot of ponding in the median areas there. Big issue when it comes to people trying to work their way through that area. So just keep that in mind if you're going to be traveling out to the far east this morning.
All right, Katie, thank you. All this heavy rain pooling in the streets and in yards has naturally found its way into homes. Very unfortunate. A man in Linden said he woke up to an inch of water in his first floor apartment. Plumbers have been responding to a major increase in calls because of all of this weather. They say many systems just received too much water and couldn't keep up.
Normally around this time of year, we really get a big storm surge. So all the sump pumps that have been sitting through the winter are finally trying to be activated, and it's just too much water for the sump pump to really work properly.
Plumbers say even an inch of water could cost property owners thousands of dollars after it all dries up and the repairs are done. They also say it's a sign your system may need to be upgraded.
Property owners may also want to consider upgrading their sump pump systems in attempts to prevent future floods. The cost of a basic new sump pump is around $700. A battery-operated system that switches to a secondary pump if power is lost, well, that'll cost you about $2,000. Even if you stay dry this time around, there is one thing you need to do before the next bout of severe weather and rain.
Personally, check out your sump pump to make sure that it is in good condition. It's not, you don't have a bunch of corrosion and rust on it, and then it's still within its good shelf life.
The shelf life of an average sump pump is about 10 to 12 years, and they recommend you check maybe your insurance or other programs that might be with your local government for ideas on buying one or payment plans if you need to upgrade.
The show must go on. That was the motto. It was very surprising at Lower.com Field last night. Despite all of the rain and the storms and a 2-hour delay, the Columbus Crew still played. They faced off against the Mexican club Tigres in the quarterfinals of the CONCACAF Champions Cup.
We couldn't wait any longer, so we started walking. The rain just started coming down, but took the umbrella, got about a block down the Blue Jacket Stadium. The umbrella broke, and we just started walking in the rain, having fun. You know, it's a crew game, so you're gonna have fun no matter what.
Okay, I love that attitude. Those are some diehard fans for sure. The match ended up finishing in the courtesy of a 43rd minute strike from Diego Rossi. The second and deciding leg of this quarterfinal clash will be played in Mexico on April 9th.
Right, tied 1-1. Now, while the Crew decided to play through the rain, the same can't be said for the Clippers. Their home opener getting rained out. That game will now be half of a doubleheader on Thursday against who else? The Omaha Storm Chasers. Fitting.
But we need to stop playing politics, and that's exactly what the Biden administration has done.
A fight over federal funding rebuilding the Francis Scott Key Bridge, highlighting the partisanship on Capitol Hill. Why Republicans are pumping the brakes on pay packages.
It has been 1 week now since the deadly collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. A second temporary channel has been opened along the river to allow for more support and limited commercial traffic into the port, but more still needs to be done. Crews are still searching for those 4 construction workers who were presumed dead in the collapse. But due to the current weather conditions, it's unsafe for divers to return to the water. The collapse of the bridge having a ripple effect in Washington. Rebuilding it and getting the port back open will require an enormous effort.
Some members of Congress are already pushing back against footing the bill, despite President Biden's promise that the government would pay for everything. As we've been telling you, the Transportation Department already released $60 million from an emergency relief fund, but it's estimated that the entire rebuilding process will cost upwards of $2 billion. Due to the cost, the White House may need Congress to act, which has drawn the ire of many fiscally conservative Republicans.
I still have Florida farmers from a hurricane a year and a half ago that still aren't getting relief. So the federal government is a partner. The federal government needs to be a partner, but we need to stop playing politics, and that's exactly what the Biden administration has done.
President Biden is scheduled to visit Baltimore on Friday to survey the damage.
Everything's so loud and powerful, like nothing I've ever experienced before.
A series of powerful storms engulfed the Midwest in a slew of heavy rains, whipping winds, and devastating twisters. A better picture of the damage left behind as the system plows eastward. But first,
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has the potential to play spoiler this November as an independent presidential candidate. I'm Matt Gelka in Washington with why he believes Joe Biden is a bigger threat to democracy than Donald Trump.
And we got to 70 degrees yesterday, but you're going to need the jacket as you head out the door this morning. Much cooler, 10 to 15 degrees cooler right now, which you can expect for the rest of the day. Your hour-by-hour forecast coming up when Good Day Columbus returns.
There's never been a border so bad. There's never been corruption and rape and pillage and loss and people coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen.
Former President Donald Trump slamming the state of the southern border on the campaign trail in Wisconsin. Wisconsin was one of 4 states holding primaries on Tuesday, but the vote was largely symbolic. Both Biden and Trump are the presumptive nominees for their respective parties. But one man has the potential to play spoiler this November as an independent. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says President Biden is a much bigger threat to democracy than Donald Trump.
This comes as Democrats are increasingly worried about the impact Kennedy's campaign could have on the 2024 election. Matt Gelka takes a look.
I can make the argument that President Biden is a much worse threat to democracy.
Presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. arguing President Joe Biden's, quote, weaponization of federal agencies against free speech is a bigger threat to the country's future than former President Donald Trump.
President Biden is the first candidate in history, the first president in history that has used the federal agencies to censor political speech.
Kennedy was temporarily banned from Instagram in 2021 for sharing debunked vaccine information while the Biden administration was working with tech companies to filter COVID misinformation. The issue of free speech has become a pillar of Kennedy's campaign as he looks to play spoiler in the 2024 election.
He's also taking votes on their cardinal issue, democracy, freedom of speech. That's an additional threat to the Democrats.
Kennedy's impact on the race is already being felt in the polls. A recent poll from Quinnipiac University has Biden leading Trump by 3 points in a head-to-head election rematch. But Trump takes a 1-point lead when Kennedy and other candidates were factored in. His sister, Rory Kennedy, a Biden supporter, says she's worried her brother's candidacy could give Trump the White House.
I am concerned that voting for Bobby is going to take votes away from Biden.
Longtime Democratic strategist James Carville also sounding the alarm on the party potentially losing its grip on the youth vote, especially with minority groups.
We're not shedding them. They're leaving in the droves.
While Democrats are watching Kennedy's campaign closely, it's likely he could siphon off potential Trump voters too. Kennedy's impact on the election could come down to the states where he's officially on the ballot, and right now, that's only Utah. But his campaign says he has gathered enough signatures to appear on other states' ballots, including North Carolina, a potential battleground state. Reporting in Washington, I'm Matt Gelka.
We're at 6:18. Good morning to you on this Wednesday. We are starting to see that traffic is picking up. This is a view of the north side, 71, still flowing freely by Cook Road, but much busier than what we saw during the 5 o'clock hour. So we are starting to see traffic build pretty much here and everywhere else, but we are still seeing things in the green when it comes to traffic flow. We do have some red and yellow alerts, so let's go through it. If you're just now joining us, this is because of some flooding. 71 south and northbound ramps are closed to Green Lawn Avenue. Green Lawn Avenue ramps closed to 71. That's due to flooding in that area. We also are telling you to take Frank Road to 23 to work your way around that. 23 northbound closed at 270, and the ramps from 270 to 23 also closed. You can use 71 as the route instead. As for folks out to the far east, it's going to be around the Buckeye Lake area. Flooding in this area, you can see significant water and around the median, and obviously there as folks are trying to work their way to 79, not an option in those 70 eastbound lanes. You'll see ODOT is blocking that area because of the water that still is existing after that heavy rain that we saw yesterday. Let's go to Mobile Track Mike. He's on roadways that look much different than what they did yesterday at this time. Much clearer, not having to use those windshield wipers.
Yeah, good morning, Katie. We actually came down to I-71. We wanted to check out those ramp closures at Green Lawn. In fact, they are in place. There's a live look at that. You can see actually the police crews are sitting a little bit down that ramp with his lights on. And again, with the flooding, that has closed it down. They put up the barricade walls here just off of I-70. I'm actually on the southbound side. And it looks like we got a disabled truck up here as well. So you can see traffic getting by this with no problem. And again, as we talked about earlier, just go down to Frank Road, work your way back up towards 23 and take that down to Green Lawn Avenue. That's a pretty easy workaround, actually, but these ramps all closed in this area. Live it on your side in Mobile Track, I'm Mike Kilburn.
Ohio wasn't the only state to get pummeled by a series of severe storms. Much of the Midwest dealing with similar conditions. In Nelson County, Kentucky, an EF1 tornado touched down there, bringing with it wind speeds of 90 miles an hour that were able to rip roofs off of buildings. Meanwhile, in Union County, Indiana, a family of 5 became trapped inside a mobile home after the storms caused it to flip over.
That powerful storm system has now pushed out of the region and is bringing the threat of tornadoes and flooding further east. Experts across the country warning drivers in the storm's wake to beware of downed trees and flooded roads. Further north, the system brought snow to Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire, while northern Michigan was put under a blizzard warning.
One of our next big challenges is to try to mobilize and shelter in place the people who have lost their homes.
Right now, the system is hovering over a majority of Pennsylvania and New Jersey before it finally gets pushed up and out. Phil, it is just incredible that we went through all this rain, this mess yesterday, and now you're talking again about snow.
Well,
a little bit.
You know, it's been like 8 hours, so we're going to go through, 4 different seasons here over the next 24 hours. Yes, talking snow by tomorrow. Cold front is pushing through the state as we speak. The heavy rain is out of central Ohio. The low, though, sitting over Lake Michigan. And as we get that counterclockwise spin, we'll pull in some colder air back behind that cold front and eventually pull in some of those snow showers. Got up to 70 yesterday here in Columbus. Today, about 20 degrees cooler, right around 50 for an afternoon high. 10, 15 degrees across the state, cooler than we should be for this time of year. The wind's going to have a bite to it as well on the backside of this cold front. Sustained winds anywhere between 10 and 15 miles an hour, gusting upwards of 25. So I would take a jacket as you head outside. Going to feel much cooler today than what we had yesterday. That severe weather continues to track off to our east. We get the wraparound moisture on the backside. Don't be surprised, few showers as we get into the afternoon today. I don't expect any kind of severe weather, really any kind of heavier downpours, just some nuisance showers as we get into your evening rush. Temperatures drop tonight. Notice we see that changeover into a wintry mix. And look at this, first thing in the morning tomorrow. Yes, numerous widespread snow showers for tomorrow. Wouldn't expect, obviously, any of this to stick. Ground is not frozen. Temperatures aren't going to get or stay below the freezing mark. We're only going to get into the mid-30s here in Columbus, but cold enough that we'll see those snow showers to start the day. That changes into rain showers into the afternoon on Thursday. I would expect a wetter Thursday, and then as we get into Friday, this whole system finally and slowly pulls off to the east. By the afternoon on Friday, things start to dry out. And that bodes well as we head into the weekend. So breezy and cooler today, scattered rain, particularly as we get into the afternoon. Highs right around 50. Tonight, wintry mix changing to snow showers by the morning, 35 for our overnight low. Your Thursday starts with some wintry mix changing to rain. Chilly again, only mid-40s for tomorrow, mid-40s for your Friday. Dry for the weekend with sunshine, 60 on Sunday, mid-60s to start the work week.
There is a pretty unique lottery taking place in Massachusetts today, and its winners would get a pretty sweet 4th of July experience.
Right now, you can enter for a chance to set sail aboard the USS Constitution, the world's oldest Navy warship. The lottery will select 150 people at random to join the crew as they set sail in Boston Harbor. You'll also get a front row seat as the ship fires off a 21-gun salute to honor America's birthday.
That seems like that would be really fun.
I'd be down
Make
for that.
history. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff.
Take your Dramamine, though.
Kurt.
Well, I mean, it's a sailing ship.
Yeah, but
No?
I think the waters are calm there
Okay.
in the harbor.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, there's video in there.
You're watching Good Day Columbus on ABC 6.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday. It's April 3rd. I'm Kurt Ludlow.
And I'm Jessica Ralston. Good morning to all of you. We are getting a picture of the damage left behind by the powerful storms that moved across central Ohio. The village of Proctorville along the Ohio River near Cincinnati shut down by the storms. Fairland High School was badly damaged, but thankfully nobody was hurt.
Today also marks the 50th anniversary of one of the deadliest tornadoes in the history of Ohio. It was on this date, 1974, the city of Xenia was decimated by an EF5 twister that was one of 148 tornadoes that spanned across 13 states. 1,100 people were hurt, 32 were killed in Xenia. More than 1,400 buildings were destroyed, and that did an estimated $100 million worth of damage there. Adjusted for inflation, that would be roughly $636 million today. Phil?
All right, 6:31 right now, and wind going to be an issue as we're on the backside now of a cold front that has pushed all of the rain. We had more than 2 inches of rain out at the airport here in Columbus, so it was a daily record yesterday. And now on this backside, colder air, gusty winds into the afternoon, gusting anywhere from 20 to 30 miles an hour or so. It'll have a little bit of a bite to it. Most of us are dry. We got some wraparound moisture here on the backside of this cold front. Could give us a few light showers. It's not going to be be the heavier downpours that we had yesterday. Major issue we're still going to be dealing with today, flooding across most of central Ohio, anywhere between 2 to 6 inches over the last 48 hours across much of the state. So we're still dealing with that and will be doing so. Roads are dry, no issues with any kind of fog this morning. Out the door temperatures into the low 40s. Kids out the bus stop, probably a jacket this morning as it'll be a little bit on the chilly side. And with that wind, it does have a little bit of a bite. Could see a few sprinkles as we go through the afternoon. Highs today topping out near 50. So we're left with all that rain that we had yesterday, dealing with flooding issues. Stephanie Haynock is out in Licking County right now. What are you seeing out there? We did have some tornado warnings in Licking County late last night.
Yeah, that's right, Phil. I'm here on Swamp Road in Kirkersville, and yeah, there was a lot of tornado watches issued till about 10 o'clock last night in this area, and also flood warnings, which is what we're seeing still this morning. A lot of water on the ground here on Swamp Road. This road is actually closed off. However, we still have been seeing morning commuters coming and going and just pushing through the flooded waters. We are staying in this area where we can see the ground, but just further down this road, the water starts to just overflow, and you really can't see where the ground starts and ends. But if you look right over here to the side of the road, I want to show you just that flood water, and you can kind of see the pace from the wind out here this morning. It just kind of blowing on down, and then further down, like I said, is when it starts to cross over. But this entire area to my left is just all water. Obviously, once the sun comes up, we'll be able to show everybody a better view. We did put a call in with Licking County Sheriff's Office this morning around 4 a.m. just to see their response times overnight related to the storms. They told us to call after 8 a.m., but actually just about 10 minutes ago, one of the sheriff's officers was driving down this area. I got to chat with her for a quick second, and I asked her, what were those response times? Was there a lot of people calling in for assistance? And she said, no, not really. She said for the most part, they've just been traveling around the county monitoring these various flooded areas like this one here on Swamp Road. But yeah, commuters are coming and going. She said this road is closed, but as we told her and as she saw, morning commuters are pushing their way through. One guy in a pickup truck tells us he thinks it's about 8 inches maybe on one side versus the other. But you definitely, of course, want to follow those rules if you're seeing any road closures. The rule of thumb with water is turn around, don't drown, especially if you can't see the bottom of the ground. We're going to be out here all morning, Licking County, and we'll give you guys the updates once we hear from the sheriff's office, and hopefully a better view in our 7 o'clock hour once the sun comes up this morning. For Good Day Columbus, I'm Stephanie Haynock. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Steph. So we'll talk about the flooding areas that we have on the board in 1 second, but I do want to get to this accident just happening in the last couple of minutes. You can see flashing lights. This is impacting those folks that are trying to work their way through those 71 southbound lanes, not too far from Cook Road. So obviously didn't take much time to really back things up in this area. We have started to see a little heavier traffic once we worked our way to the 6 o'clock hour, and that was specifically on the north side. And now we are seeing this back up with a lot of brake lights because of that crash. So that right now, again, just coming in on the north side, 71 southbound at Cook Road. We also have a little bit of slow traffic out here to the far east. That's going to be in those 70 westbound lanes as you're approaching 310. I haven't been able to see any accidents on the board, but we are just seeing some heavy traffic. It's a small stretch, but just something to make note of. We're going to keep an eye on that area. As for some other issues that we have, 71 ramps to Greenlawn Avenue closed. Greenlawn Avenue ramps closed to 71. That is due to flooding in that area. Use Frank Road to 23 to work your way around that. We also have 23 northbound closed at 270. Those 270 ramps to 23 shut down. Can't work your way through that area. You can use 71 instead. And I do believe Mike Kilburn's actually heading up to that crash on the north side, so hopefully we'll get some live pictures of that for you in the next 12 minutes.
All right, Katie, thank you. It is 6:35 right now. Governor DeWine was back at Indian Lake Tuesday for an update on the recovery efforts there following the deadly EF3 tornado last month. The governor took time to outline early plans of support for the community. He says there are 3 main groups that need funding: families who lost their homes, villages that don't have money to properly rebuild, and damaged businesses. The governor says he's currently working with the legislature to activate funding, but there's also discussions about creating temporary housing for more than 200 families who still don't have a place to stay in Logan County.
We have people who, a number of people who the home is gone. Many of them had no insurance. so they're totally out. And, you know, what we want to do is figure out a way so that we can make sure that they can, you know, get housing quickly.
DeWine did not discuss an exact dollar amount for the funding, but he did say we'll know more about the ongoing recovery efforts in about 2 weeks.
The 24-year-old accused of having sex with a 13-year-old boy whom she was counseling will be back in court today for a hearing. Peyton Shires faces a number of charges related to it. Following her original arrest back in October, Shires was charged with unlawful sexual conduct with a minor. She was able to post bail and is then accused of showing up at the boy's house with a gun, threatening to kill both herself and the boy's mother. That resulted in more charges being added, including intimidation and inducing panic.
Major freight railroads now have to maintain two-person crews under a new rule just unveiled by the Biden administration. It closes a loophole that allowed railroads to operate trains with a one-person crew. There's been a big focus on rail safety since the catastrophic derailment in East Palestine, Ohio last year. But few changes have been made within the industry since then. A safety bill in Congress has been stalled for several months. Federal officials say requiring an adequate number of crew members is a good start to preventing more derailments.
A second crew member is vital to performing safety functions like securing a train with handbrakes, handling track switches that are not remotely controlled, obtaining track authorities, assisting in emergencies, and much more.
Rail unions have always opposed one-person crews for safety and employment reasons, but railroads argue there's just not enough data to show two-person crews are safer. In fact, the train that derailed in East Palestine had 3 people on board. Investigators believe the derailment occurred because of a faulty wheel bearing and had nothing to do with the crew.
The time is 6:37. It is piling up by the tons. Electronic waste. The search continues in Oklahoma this morning for 2 women from Kansas who have been missing since last weekend.
27-year-old Veronica Butler, who you see here on the left, and 39-year-old Jillian Kelly were reported missing on Saturday. Investigators found their car abandoned in Kansas near the Oklahoma state line. The women were traveling together to pick up their kids from school. Although their disappearance is being described as suspicious, investigators say they are ruling out foul play, at least for now.
As of right now, we do not believe that people in that area are in danger. There is not a suspect or suspects at this time.
Okay, as a result of their disappearance, the school they were going to pick their kids up from is operating on lockdown status today.
6:42 here. We hate to be the bearer of bad news, but someone has to do it. The devastating revelations about some seriously wacky creations that have foodies longing for a taste.
And rain off to our east, snow showers to our west, making their way to central Ohio. Coming up, the full forecast lets you know exactly when you can expect to see a return to some snow when Good Day Columbus returns.
The FDA has signed off on the first digital prescription treatment for depression. So listen to this. It is a smartphone app for people who are diagnosed with major depressive disorder. Rejoin won't treat depression on its own, but it can be used in conjunction with medication. The 6 weeks long program may stimulate the areas of the brain through mental exercises. It's still unclear if most insurance companies, though, will cover the cost of this digital treatment. Meanwhile, the FDA facing a lawsuit after missing its own deadline to take action to ban menthol cigarettes. The suit claims it comes down to profits over people. The FDA had said the issue was a top priority when it sent the final rule banning menthols and flavored cigars to the White House for its approval in October. But the regulatory deadline was moved to March after lobbying from various stakeholder groups.
A new study finds about 1 in every 10 Americans who use Adderall is affected by an ongoing shortage. The prescription rate for Adderall and similar drugs fell from October of 2022 to February of 2023. The average monthly prescription fill rate was 11% lower in the first half of last year than the first half of 2022. The FDA said last summer the increase in demand and manufacturing delays are contributing to the shortage. Starting next month, 23 million low-income households could lose a subsidy that provides for their internet service. The Affordable Connectivity Program is expected to run out of funding at the end of this month. Those already enrolled will keep getting the subsidy through April, but beginning in May, internet companies will have the option to offer partial discounts using any remaining federal funding. While there is some bipartisan support to continue the subsidies, lawmakers have not passed an extension. As a result, government officials have stopped accepting new applications and enrollments.
From defunct cell phones to busted TVs, the amount of electronic waste is growing. A recent UN analysis found that this type of waste is growing 5 times faster than it can be recycled. Take a look here at this mess. In 2022 alone, 68.3 tons of electronic waste. Because recycling can't keep pace, it is leading to a host of environmental, health, and climate concerns. But experts say we're losing out on a big payday. Electronic waste often contains rare earth materials.
If we had been able to reuse and collect all what is in e-waste, we could have generated over $91 billion in value just in 2022.
Experts say if you do choose to get rid of your old gadgets, make sure it goes to a certified recycler. All right, for all you 7-Eleven hot dog fans out there, oh no, the viral hot dog flavored sparkling water is not real. The company admitted it was all an April Fool's prank. We knew it. 7-Eleven was pretty sneaky about this, though. They made the announcement a few days before April Fool's, and they hid it among a number of real sparkling water flavors set to hit store shelves soon.
Well, sparkling hot dog water wasn't the only prank product. Olipop Soda and Pringles teamed up to jokingly introduce a new sour cream and onion flavored soda. IKEA Singapore joined in on the fun via Instagram by announcing a fake new invisible collection featuring invisible items like shoe racks and laundry baskets.
That's good.
And Kraft Mac and Cheese partnered with Fruity Pebbles to create the ultimate prank food of Fruity Mac and Cheese. You know what? I'll bet there are some kids out there that would love them some Fruity Mac and Cheese.
Agreed.
Kids.
Don't you think? Yeah.
How about some adults?
I was like, I don't know if I'm opposed to this at all.
Usually I am, but I'm with you. I don't think I'm opposed.
It's not hard to make it.
No.
Just make some blue box mac and cheese, and then maybe grind the fruity pebbles up, and then just sprinkle on top.
A little
a nice
sweet
little
treat on top of the
dusting.
cheese. Are you sad that the 7-Eleven hot dog soda isn't real?
No, but I feel like it's a missed opportunity. They should make it a seltzer beverage, adult beverage, and put it in ballparks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
People like hot dogs, but not hot dog water.
I don't know. Hot dog water. Have you ever?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Do you guys ever boil hot dogs?
Yes.
You do? Them,
yeah.
No, microwave now.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people no, but I will go old school sometimes and boil it just for the traditional texture and flavor.
You know, in college we had a steamer, a hot dog steamer. You would put it on. You could cook one at a time, and then you put the bun in.
I bet you still have it in your house
somewhere. No, it wasn't
somewhere.
even mine. It was a roommate's. But my point is, it would steam the bun too.
Yeah. Now we definitely at my house don't make hot dogs without steaming the bun in the microwave.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, we're taking too much time.
Phil and I just microwave hot dogs.
Yeah, I was going to say. Now I'm hungry. All right. A lot of rain yesterday.
Yes,
As a matter
sir.
of fact, we had a record amount out at the airport. Over 2 inches of rain. We're now up to 3.1 inches of rain on the month. And the month is 2 days old. Today's the 3rd, so we're well up above, obviously, for the month right now. And now we're above for the year. Normal is just over 9. Now we are upwards closer to 12 inches of rain on the year, so about 2.5 inches above. And that's why we're dealing with widespread flooding across the state. As a matter of fact, we had anywhere from about 2 to 6 inches across central Ohio over the last 48 hours. Still some rain lingering in the area for today. We're going to be colder over the next few days. Cold front pushing through. waking up to some snow showers tomorrow, but then the weekend is looking great for us. There's the heavier rain. The low still back out here. You can see that counterclockwise spin. The low pretty much sitting over Lake Michigan there. That's going to drag some of that colder air and some of that precip in as we go through the afternoon. As we get into the afternoon for us today, temperatures are going to be warm enough that it's just going to be some spotty rain showers. You can see today we're trying to push that colder air into central Ohio. Still into the low 50s, Zanesville and Athens, but only 36 right now. Delaware with a wind out of the west anywhere from about 10 to 20 miles an hour. So the wind does have a bite to it there. The Bassett Services heating and cooling current conditions, 29 current wind chill in London, 27 Washington Courthouse. So take a coat. It is going to be chilly for today. Better chance of rain as we get into the afternoon, and that sticks around through your Thursday as well. Most of your morning does look dry. Some spotty rain showers. These will be mainly nuisance showers as we get into the afternoon. Then that colder air on the backside of that gives us some snow showers overnight into the morning on Thursday. Not expecting any kind of accumulation. Changes back into some rain showers by Thursday afternoon and evening. Most of that moisture does try to pull out of here by the time we get into Friday afternoon. And then things setting up very nicely for us as we get into the weekend. So 50 today, 46 with those snow showers early in the morning on Thursday. Not expecting any accumulation. Warming up for the second half of the weekend. Sunshine and sunny on Sunday, mid 60s to start the work week, and eclipse day next week.
All right, thank you, Phil. So yes, we have a lot going on the roadways. We have 2 accidents that we need to talk about before we even get to the areas that are blocked because of flooding. So right now, 71, those southbound lanes still remain slow. That's not too far from Cook Road because of an accident. Right now, I'm not able to see the accident, but I have been able to see the backup. Believe it or not, we're actually moving a little bit better than what we saw. At one point, it was just a sea of brake lights. So that looks like it's improving just a little bit. As for the other accident, 70 westbound, we've been keeping an eye out here. We knew something was happening. Traffic significantly slowing down. This, I just got word, is officially reported on ODOT's board not too far from 310. So you will need extra drive time if you're approaching 310. You can see that we are in the red and traffic really backed up in that area. As for those closures, we've been talking about them all morning. You may want to use Frank Road to 23 because Greenlawn Avenue is not an option. You can't exit onto it, and you can't exit onto 71 away from it. We're also seeing 23 northbound still closed at 270, so you can take 71 to work your way around that instead. Let's go out to Mobile Track Mike and check on him to see where he is. Last check, I think he was on the north side checking out that accident by Cook Road.
In fact, Katie, I did check out that accident. That accident was actually cleared. That was a minor accident, just property damage. We had 3 cruisers on scene. ODOT, I saw all 3 cruisers leave. ODOT remained for a few more minutes. I think they were picking up cones, and they pulled off. I went up to Cook Road, turned around to check it. Traffic is improving now with that ODOT truck out of the way, and that left lane is not blocked anymore. The car that was involved in the accident, sitting on the left shoulder of the road, looked like it had a female driver. She may be waiting for a tow truck or something, but all lanes are open now as you travel southbound on 71, so we can clear that one off the board. Live and on your side in Mobile Track, I'm Mike Kilburn.
Yeah, let's go. Here we go.
No way.
6:57, time to switch over to Fox 28 for your only local news until 10 a.m.
Here's a look at what's still ahead on Good Day Columbus.
You were looking at a lot of water right here along the Scioto River, but it is actually less than what we found when we got here overnight. All new at 7 o'clock, the changing flooding conditions near downtown, and what's next for those flood wall gates the city of Columbus has.
You're watching Good Day Columbus on Fox 28.
Now on Good Day Columbus, the rain is gone, but there are remnants. This morning, we're on your side tracking the high water so you can stay safe.
Plus, the storm system taking a deadly turn to the west. We're tracking the widespread devastation across the country. Good morning to you, and thanks for waking up with us here on this Wednesday. It is April 3rd. I'm Kurt Ludlow.
And I'm Jessica Ralston. Happy Wednesday to all of you. We got Phil in the house this morning, and fortunately, we are in the clear, Phil.
Yeah, the heavy rain, the severe weather that we had roll through last night, pretty much out of here, but we could see a few light showers return as we go through the afternoon, waking up to temperatures into the low 40s. 7-11 sunrise time, still staying pretty cloudy for us. Winds are going to start picking up. The cold front moving across the state. On the back side of that cold front, still seeing a few light showers. I think that'll increase as we go into the afternoon. So not a perfectly dry day, but a mainly dry day for us. Doppler estimates, look at this, last 2 days, a lot of spots where we're seeing 3-4+ inches of rain. Everybody else pretty much in the 1 to 2 range. That's why we are seeing widespread flooding across the state. So we have flood warnings, we have flood advisories across central Ohio. So be aware of that as you head out the door today. Also take a jacket with you. It is going to be chilly. With that wind, it has a bite to it. Right around 50 for a high, but it'll feel much cooler. Some snow showers is what we will wake up to tomorrow. We'll talk a little bit more about that in the in-depth hour-by-hour forecast coming up in just a bit, guys.
Alrighty, Phil, the Scioto River reached near historic levels in the past 24 hours, but the water is finally starting to recede.
Mike McCarthy live along the Scioto Mile right now, tracking the conditions for us. Mike?
Kurt, look right behind me, and even with a quick glance, you can see just how high that water is. But we're going to take some steps here at 7 o'clock to show you how the situation is changing. Are you ready? Here we go. If I had to step down like that at 4 o'clock this morning, I would have been stepping into the river. The water was high enough, it covered this step. In fact, right here you can see, this is gross, but this is all the muck left behind from the floodwaters that came up over this step. And new in the last hour, I want you to see this. The waters have continued to drop. At 6 o'clock, the water was up to right around the edge of this step, but we brought our ruler and we'll put it in here and we'll show you in the last hour the water has gone down by our measurement of a little less than 3 inches. So the water is continuing to slowly drop. If you are not familiar with what the Scioto River normally looks like on a typical day, check this out. We made this comparison with you for you this morning to show you exactly how the conditions are changing. On the left is the photo I snapped at 4 o'clock with the water up over that step, and then on the right you can see that Google image showing what is normally here. So the water is still high enough to cover the concrete pavement, the concrete walkways that are used for running, cycling, and other things. Also, the trees are covered and the banks of the river remain covered as well. I want to show you some live pictures in Franklinton because this is where those flood wall gates remain in place this morning too. The city was concerned about minor flooding, so those gates went up here at Greenlawn Avenue and also over at Harmon Avenue. I apologize, I think you're looking at the live pictures on Harmon. The plan from the city was to take these down today. We have emailed the city to see if that is still going to happen, and we are waiting to hear back. But again, the water is going down. In fact, we checked overnight with the National Weather Service as well, which also monitors the water level on the Scioto, and it shows that the river peaked at right around 23.5 feet. That happened yesterday, and we checked moments ago. The river is right now below 22 feet, and at its highest point, it was still about a half foot below its official flood stage. We're going to keep you updated on the flooding situation, but all signs we are seeing this morning are things are improving. The water is going down, but with those flood wall gates still in place in Franklinton right now, we do have some road closures you need to know about, along with some other issues on the roads too. And for that, we're going to send things back to Katie McKee in the Steer Clear Team Traffic Center. Hey, Katie.
Well, good morning to you, Mike. Yes, we have a lot of water still remaining on the roadways, but first, before we get to those closures, I'm going to step out of the way to show you something that will impact you and hopefully will be out of the way sooner than later. But this is going to be that backup that we first told you about here in the last 10 minutes or so. This is dealing with some lanes that are blocked in the 70 westbound lanes, not too far from 310. This traffic flow leading up to State Route 310. So out to the far east, extra drive time needed. Once you get to Bryce Road, things do thin out a little bit and you're actually good to go towards 270. But again, leading up to that, it's going to be in the red. Back to the flooding though, we're going to start out to the east. This area right here, not too far from Buckeye Lake. 70 eastbound, you cannot exit to 79. There's ODOT blocking that area because of a substantial amount of water that folks are having to deal with. So just keep that in mind. We also have flooding on Greenlawn Avenue. This area is still closed. It closed yesterday and now we are still seeing that closure. You cannot hop off of 71 north or southbound to Greenlawn Avenue. Greenlawn Avenue ramps also closed to 71. Take Frank Road to 23 to work your way around it. That's going to be your best option. 23 northbound remains closed at 270, so those ramps, you're not able to get through that area. You can use 71 instead. Let's go out to Mike Kilburn and Mobile Track to see how those roads look this morning. We have a lot.
Yeah, good morning, Katie. We're actually just coming through the Worthington area on 161, getting ready to rejoin 315. And again, that accident there, 71 southbound, just around East North Broadway, that's all out of the way, so it's not going to be a factor. And that traffic was recovering very nicely this morning. Actually, up this way, traffic's on the light side, dry roads, and we have about 47 degrees here in Mobile Track. So not a horrible morning, a lot better than what we were seeing yesterday. Live and on your side in Mobile Track, Mike Kilburn.
This morning, at least one person is dead as a result of the swath of severe weather that moved across the country.
The Tulsa Fire Department confirms the death of a homeless woman who sheltered inside a drainage pipe in northeastern Oklahoma.
In southern Ohio, communities waking up to complete destruction. This video taken in Hanging Rock, that's on the Kentucky border near West Virginia. This RV park destroyed. The person who shot the video said all of the damage happened in just 15 seconds. Locals believe it was a tornado after they said they spotted a funnel cloud, but that has not been confirmed by the National Weather Service.
And here's a look at the aftermath just to the east of Hanging Rock in southern Ohio. The town of Proctorville, which also borders West Virginia, was just shut down. To the left, you can see a school swamped with debris. On the right is damage at the Proctorville Volunteer Fire Department. The wind knocking over the brick wall in the back of one of the garages there, and it took off a portion of the roof, which landed then on a neighbor's home. Several cars and trucks are damaged. Nobody was hurt.
And take a look at this video from the University of Kentucky. Heavy winds in Kentucky sweeping this student off her feet. Watch this. Boom, there she goes. Students rushed to buildings for safety during a tornado warning. The school eventually canceled classes for the day. The National Weather Service reports wind gusts there of more than 40 miles per hour.
You know, that student said she, shockingly after seeing that video, because it hurts to even see it, she really had just a bunch of, scuffs and bruises, but she took a hit there.
That was a heavy,
really
heavy dose of wind.
Yeah. Coming up on Good Day Columbus, big changes to the country's railways, the loophole that's now closing.
Plus, an historic earthquake shakes Taiwan. We're tracking the devastation that the island is dealing with this morning. Seven people are dead this morning, at least 700 more hurt after a 7.4 magnitude earthquake shook the east coast of Taiwan. Dozens more are missing. The quake followed by several strong aftershocks, damaging buildings, highways, causing landslides. Look at that one caught on camera there. The strongest earthquake to hit the island in 25 years. Search and rescue efforts are now underway. North Korea confirms the test of a new hypersonic missile. State media there saying that the intermediate range missile test was successful. The confirmation coming a day after South Korea and Japan said they detected the launch. The missile flew about 600 miles, we're told, before landing in the ocean between the Korean peninsula and Japan. Back here, major freight railroads must now have two-person crews after the Biden administration unveiled a new rule. It closes a loophole that allowed railroads to operate trains with just one person. There has been a big focus on rail safety since the catastrophic derailment in East Palestine last year. But few changes have been made within the industry since then. A safety bill in Congress has been stalled for several months. Federal officials say requiring an adequate number of crew members is a start to preventing more derailments.
A second crew member is vital to performing safety functions like securing a train with handbrakes, handling track switches that are not remotely controlled, obtaining track authorities, assisting in emergencies, and much more.
Rail unions have always opposed one-person crews for safety and employment reasons, but railroads had argued there just isn't enough data to show that two-person crews are safer. In fact, the train that derailed in East Palestine had 3 people on board. Investigators believe that derailment occurred because of a faulty wheel bearing, not anything to do with the crew. Cam?
And this morning, we're checking out some of the special treats and drinks around the city for the eclipse. And our first stop is here at Tremont at the original Goodie Shop. Check out the cookies that we're going to show how they make next.
It is 7:15. Good morning to you on this Wednesday. We have a couple of issues out there on the roadways. This one picking up a little bit, believe it or not, but still very slow in those 70 westbound lanes. This is going to be as people are trying to work their way towards 310. That is where that accident is. Now, they've had this camera view facing away from the area where that accident is, so I haven't actually seen it. But again, we can tell something's there because we saw some traffic slowing down pretty early on. So give yourself extra drive time there. You can see that we are in the red leading up to that. We are also seeing that we do have some delays, not too bad, but a little bit of yellow. I don't know why this is showing a non-existent path here, but we do have a little bit of yellow bumping you up to an 11-minute commute, pulling you down to 47 miles per hour. Not too bad coming up from Canal Winchester, but just something to make note of this morning as you're working your way out and about. As for folks out to the east, we're still seeing some flooding there, 70 eastbound to 79, not able to get through there, not too far from Buckeye Lake because of the water sitting in that area. Let's check in with Mobile Track Mike to see what he has on tap this morning.
Yeah, good morning, Katie. Not much. Actually, outside of that accident we have out near Pataskala there in 310, we're doing pretty well. The north side checks in great shape this morning. You're looking at traffic headed towards 270 on Sawmill, and it looks like things just moving along here with no difficulty whatsoever. Not much in the way of any flooding up on this part of the city. So, again, most of it seems to be down to the south and out to the east is where we're seeing it. The one that I've been talking about a lot this morning is 79 as you exit for Buckeye Lake. That seems to be a bit of a problem out that way this morning. But outside of that, we've got the Green Lawn ramps there that are underwater, so watch out for that. We actually were there earlier this morning. install those. Live on your side in Mobile Track, I'm Mike Kilburn.
5 days until we are in the shadow.
Wherever you choose a spot to view the eclipse, you might want to think about preparing some snacks for the road. You might be in it for the long haul.
Cam Fontana joining us now with how you can enhance your experience with some special treats. Hey, Cam.
Kurt, we are in one of your favorite areas. You are in Tremont right now at the Original Goodie Shop. We're joined by Laura and Emily. Where are you guys at? Because I can't see anything. Emily, are you right in front of me?
Yes,
oh, there you are. There you go. And this is so fun because I saw this on social media. You guys decided to make eclipse treats.
Yes.
Talk about the cookies and the inspiration behind them.
Well, the inspiration's the eclipse coming
There
up
you go.
on Monday the 8th. And we've got some galactic cookies, NASA, and solar eclipse. And if you want to go for the black icing, some people don't appreciate that.
That's really
actual
fun, though.
eclipse-looking cookies.
It's like a ring of fire. Now, Laura, you're going to be demonstrating, you can start right now, how you guys make your galactic style cookie because you get super fancy, right?
Yeah.
What's she using right now?
This is an airbrush machine, so we're using some airbrush coloring right now.
So you guys are going all out with the cookies.
Mhm.
And it's not like you have been in the community for what, a couple years. The Original Goodie Shop is a staple. How long has it been here now?
Almost 70 years.
70 years.
Next year will be 70.
Have you guys ever made eclipse cookies before?
I don't remember.
We've never really had an event like this before.
No.
So when people come here, they can get the cookies. And are you also offering, if people are having like eclipse parties, like custom cookies in that sense?
Oh, absolutely. We can do custom cookies any time of year. These also, if they need to, come with eclipse glasses.
Oh, so how do the glasses work? Do they get it with the cookie?
With the cookie.
Okay,
Mhm.
Look at that. And they got the glasses here if you're still looking for spots. And I think, Laura, are you in the last color right now? Oh, here she goes. So she's going to put it, is that like the black?
The black, yes.
Now, if people want to know where they can get your cookies, Emily, where are you guys located?
We're in Tremont Center in
Okay.
Upper Arlington. It's 2116 Tremont Center.
Look at that. That looks like the galactic sky through a telescope. A round of applause to you. Now, there's one thing I do want to do, because I think my favorite one, they're all great, are the cookies. Now, I want to say smushed, but it's not smushed. How do I make this right here, Emily?
All right. First, you're going to have to put the yellow icing
Okay.
on the cookie.
So the yellow icing's on the cookie. You guys did
And
the hard
then-
work for me.
Yes, and then we roll it in the orange sprinkles.
Yes.
And then smush it.
All right, so I just press it down?
Yes.
All right, let me see how big of an eclipse that is.
Oh.
There it is.
Awesome.
Does that work? You know what? That's not the that's like 97% totality if we're talking scientific terms. So I need to squish it a little bit more to make sure it's totally dark and then make it come off.
Oh, there you go.
See, and that's why I gotta work on my skill, because now it's turned into a solar flare. So when are you going to be open, Emily, for people to come out and check out these cookies?
We're open from 7 to 6.
7 to 6. There you go. Tremont Center. You can't miss it, guys. Aren't these just the cutest thing? I feel like this is right up Jessica Ralston's alley. She's all about the themed parties. I mean, this would be on her countertop.
Yes, it would.
No, those are adorable. Yeah, I do love a good theme.
Such a labor-intensive work. Those cookies are good. They make the best sugar
And yes,
cookies.
it looked fantastic until Cam
Yes,
got into it.
and then he smashed
And he
it.
started
What was he
messing
doing?
it up.
And it looked like Pac-Man.
It did.
That cookie's half off. Get there now. It does look like I can't say it's going to be totally dry on Monday.
Oh, no.
We're still 5 days away, but it does look like some scattered rain could be around, which would mean some clouds as well. It's not going to be, we're going to look on the positive side of things. It's only about 30% chance of rain.
Goodness.
So 70% chance that we're A-okay.
All right. We're going to
How do you
focus
like
on
that?
the glass is half full.
Yeah,
Phil.
for sure.
All right, and as we get to Monday, we'll be able to really fine-tune that forecast a little bit better for you, but that's what we're looking at 5 days out, just under 40 days to Mother's Day, unofficial kickoff to summer, Memorial Day, 54 days away, and Father's Day, 74 days away. Wind forecast for today, and that's really what you're going to notice. Cold front went through, well, continuing to go through as we speak, but the colder wind on the backside of this really has a bite to it. Sustained winds 10 to 15, gusting upwards of 25. There's the heavy rain from yesterday. The low still still sitting over Lake Michigan. You can see that counterclockwise spin around it. It's going to bring in some of that colder air. Also going to bring in some of those snow showers that you're seeing up into parts of Illinois and Wisconsin. That gets here later on tonight. 42 out at the airport, but with that wind, does feel much colder. Take a jacket as you head outside. Probably, maybe even just to be on the safe side, the umbrella just in case. I think most of your morning is looking dry. Some spotty rain showers make their way in for the second half of the day. So we'll see some light rain showers. None of this is anything severe, but we just kind of have this low that's meandering, taking its time to slowly work across the region over the next few days. So we'll see this spin. And really, depending on the time and the temperature, what we see fall from the sky, either some rain or some snow showers, which is what we will wake up to tomorrow morning. Not expecting any kind of accumulation, but may see some collect some grassy areas, some elevated surfaces. We get into the afternoon then on Thursday, and notice we're back into rain showers. And then we start the whole process over again for your Friday. Could see a few lake effect snow showers on Friday, but I think by the time we get into the afternoon, it's mainly a morning event. We dry out. That bodes well for the weekend as well. 50 today, breezy and cooler. We got to 70 yesterday. Scattered rain as we go through the afternoon. Tonight, wintry mix changing over into some snow showers. First thing in the morning tomorrow, definitely colder, waking up into the mid-30s tomorrow. Morning mix to rain showers in the afternoon. Some spotty wintry mix in the morning on Friday. We're drying out for the weekend. Sunny and 60 on Sunday. Mid-60s with that slight chance of rain as we get into the work week next week.
All right, 7:23 here, still to come this morning. Lizzo making a bit of a U-turn.
All right, why the pop star is now claiming what she meant when she said, "I quit." Lizzo is now clarifying she's not actually quitting the music industry. We told you how she took to social media last week saying, "I quit." But in a new video posted to Instagram, she says, "I quit" was about how she wants to stop giving any negative energy attention. She said making music is the joy of her life and she won't be quitting anytime soon. You might remember last year some of her former dancers filed a lawsuit alleging sexual harassment, and they said Lizzo created a hostile work environment. New music could be coming from a Grammy-winning artist Billie Eilish, Oscar-winning too, might we add. Neither the musician nor her reps have commented on this, but Variety reports billboards featuring Eilish's symbol have popped up all over the globe. The billboards also feature what appear to be new lyrics. Fans are taking note because Eilish used a similar tactic to tease the release of her 2021 album.
I just slapped you. Are you all right? What?
Jake Gyllenhaal set to do more business with his Roadhouse studio. His production company called 9 Stories has signed a 3-year first-look film deal with Amazon MGM Studios. They also released Guy Ritchie's The Covenant, starring Gyllenhaal, last year. 7:27 right now as we head on to break, giving you a live look over downtown Columbus. No major weather worries today. Unfortunately, Phil's mentioning a little bit of snow tomorrow.
You're watching Good Day Columbus on Fox 28.
Happening now on Good Day Columbus, we're tracking flooding worries caused by Tuesday's severe weather. In minutes, a live update from Licking County, where the water remains high.
Plus, the heavy rain brings with it the threat of flooding homes. We are on your side, helping you protect your property. Good morning to all of you. Welcome to Good Day Columbus. Thanks for waking up with us here on this Wednesday. It is April 3rd. I'm Jessica Ralston.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Kurt Ludlow. Everybody can take a deep breath, sigh of relief after what we, thought we might experience yesterday. We do have some flooding issues and flood advisories still out there, Phil.
Yeah, we had a record 2.05 inches of rain out at the airport yesterday, but by the great majority of us, though, did dodge that severe weather. We had heavy downpours in the morning. Then as we went into the evening, we had some downpours, some thunder and lightning, and even some tornado warnings, mainly east of Columbus as we went through the evening. Sunrise time was at 7:11 this morning, seeing mainly clouds out there. Wind going to be an issue, has a bite to it right now. Feels like it's into the mid-30s this morning. Mainly cloudy skies. All that rain is off to our east. We do have a little bit of wraparound moisture on the backside of of this cold front as it slides through. Could give us a few light showers this afternoon. Nothing like we've seen over the past 48 hours, where most of the metro area has seen anywhere from 3 to 4 inches of rain, 1 to 2 in some of the areas where it hasn't been quite as bad. This is why we are seeing widespread flood warnings and flood advisories across central Ohio. That'll continue through the rest of the day. So out at the bus stop this morning, definitely going to need a jacket for the kids. Temperature is going to be on the cool side, maybe a few sprinkles as we head into the afternoon. Highs topping out around 50. Could be talking some snow showers out at the bus stop tomorrow. I'll have more details on that in the hour-by-hour forecast coming up in just a few minutes. But let's check out on those roads right now, see how your Wednesday morning commute is shaping up. Katie?
All right, thanks, Phil. We're going to start with some live pictures of an area that is still causing some problems for folks this morning. So if you don't know about this, listen up. This is going to impact folks in the Franklinton area. They put these walls up to protect flooding or to protect neighborhoods in the area from flooding. So these are those metal flood walls. We saw this go up yesterday. We had crews out there, and now this is a live picture of what you can expect this morning. So because of this, you're going to run into some road closures this morning. So let's go through exactly what you need to know if you're going to be traveling on the south side. I know my husband was concerned about this. This is one of the ways that he gets to work in the morning. So what you need to know, 71 north and southbound ramps are closed to Greenlawn Avenue. Greenlawn Avenue ramps are closed to 71. Try to work your way around this by taking Frank Road to 23 instead. We also a little further south have 23 northbound closed at 270, and then those 270 ramps to 23, not able to get through that area. You can use 71 instead as a workaround. As for folks out to the far east, we still have flooding in this area, not too far from Buckeye Lake, 70 eastbound to 79. That is closed at this time. Last check, we actually had some folks from ODOT that were blocking that area. As for this red that we are seeing, this is due to an accident that we've been keeping an eye on for a good portion of the morning. Movement is happening compared to what we saw earlier, so we're happy about that. But just know that we're still seeing some delays in those 70 westbound lanes out there to the far east as you're approaching 310. Mike Kilburn, how are you in Mobile Track this morning?
I am doing super. We are on the 270 West Outer Belt. We're headed down towards I-70, and things this way are rolling along in great shape. Dry roads. I've got no complaints at all. We're actually starting to see a little bit of sunshine, so it looks like a pretty easy commute in this direction. Live and on your side in Mobile Track, I'm Mike Kilburn.
Well, the storm itself might be out of our area, but it left plenty of flooding behind.
Stephanie Chaynock is live and on your side this morning in Licking County. How is it looking out there?
Yeah, Kurt, Jessica, I'm here live on Swamp Road in Kirkersville, where the flooding is still very present here along this road. It's actually closed right now to commuters, but that's not stopping travelers from heading on to work and various locations that they normally take this road to. Take a look so we can show you exactly how deep this flooded water is right now. So this is just completely on the side of the road, a lot of the road covered with water all the way across this area. But if I just take a few steps over, look how deep I'm going, and then it actually drops off from there. But that just shows you why it's so important not to walk into these waters, not to drive your car when you can't see the bottom of the ground, because you just never know just how deep it is. Now let's pan over so we can show you just the extent of the flooded area here off the side of Swamp Road. This is normally a plot of land. You can see the land on the right side and kind of where that flooding starts to take over. It literally looks like a river out here or a small lake. And yeah, guys, it's not supposed to look like that right now. But people we've been speaking to who have been driving by, the few that have driven by this morning, say that this typically happens when they do get a lot of rainfall. Even telling us that if you feel like you're safe enough or your car is able to move through this area, to follow along the fencing on the side. And that's kind of how they know where the road is. Obviously, the sheriff's office telling us this morning that this road is blocked off. They have signs on both sides of Swamp Road saying that the road is closed, and they are not recommending people to drive through this area. They also tell us that as far as calls for assistance overnight during the storm, they didn't have many. And so, I mean, that's good news. We will be speaking with the sergeant after 8 a.m. this morning to get more details on their response. But Yeah, this road, if you go further down, actually, we are staying further away from that area. But once you go down, it's actually just completely covered with water. And that's where people have been traveling through. We have seen people attempt to go through and then they decide to reverse out, you know, because obviously you can't really see. But now the sun's up, we're giving you guys a better picture of what it looks like out here on Swamp Road in Licking County. For Good Day Columbus, I'm Stephanie Chanock. Back to you.
Now, if you are waking up to water in your basement, you might want to consider upgrading your system to prevent future flooding. The cost of a basic new sump pump is around $700. We checked in. We are on your side. A battery-operated system that will switch to a secondary pump if power's lost. Those are a bit pricier, around $2,000. Even if you stay dry this time, the experts say this is a must-do before the next round of severe weather.
Personally, check out your sump pump to make sure that it is in good condition. It's not, you don't have a bunch of corrosion and rust on it, and then it's still within its good shelf life.
The shelf life of your sump pump is 10 to 12 years. To help pay for any needed upgrade, experts recommend check your insurance or programs with your local government or consider payment plans.
Governor Mike DeWine made a return to the Indian Lake community to get an update on the recovery efforts there since that devastating tornado that ripped through there 3 weeks ago. He outlined initial plans to support 3 groups that he says need funding right away the most: families who lost their homes, villages in the area that don't have money to rebuild, and businesses. The governor says he's working with the legislature to activate the funding. He says there's also discussions about creating temporary housing for the more than 250 families who are still displaced in Logan County.
You know, we have people who, a number of people who, the home is gone. Many of them had no insurance, so they're totally out. And, you know, what we want to do is figure out a way so that we can make sure that they can, you know, get housing quickly.
Governor DeWine says we'll know more about the ongoing recovery efforts in about 2 weeks. It's 7:38 here. Coming up on Good Day Columbus, bird flu concerns are hitting close to home.
Yeah, where a positive test happened and the animal involved. New this morning, dairy cows in our state have presumed positive cases of avian influenza or bird flu.
Yeah, Ohio's animal health experts were notified about a week ago when the livestock began showing symptoms similar to those of sick lactating dairy cows in other states like Texas, Kansas, Idaho, New Mexico, and Michigan. The Ohio Department of Agriculture says the infected cows are out of a dairy operation in Reynoldsburg in Wood County. They believe the cows were received from Texas on March 8th.
Wow, this comes after a human case of bird flu was reported in Texas just this week. The CDC says the person had direct contact with dairy cattle. The first time bird flu was detected in a human was in 2022. A prison inmate contracted the virus working on a poultry farm in Colorado. The Texas Department of State Health Services says there shouldn't be any fear.
This isn't something that we expect to see spreading from person to person. It is extremely rare for this virus to be transmitted from one person to another.
Avian flu has been spreading among more animal species over the last 4 years in a handful of countries. More than 200,000 seals and sea lions have died in South America alone.
The disease can be spread through eating infected birds, and those who own cattle may have been asked to isolate sick cows and keep all other movement to a minimum.
Experts aren't expecting a major impact on the country's milk supply, especially this time of year, as the spring months and increased daylight bring typically higher yields. It's 7:43 now. Coming up, the eclipse is almost here, and you might still be trying to figure out where you want to watch it from.
Well, coming up on Good Day Columbus, we're doing some location scouting, showing you different places where you can see this once-in-a-lifetime celestial event.
All right, we're at 7:45 on your Wednesday morning. Hopefully it's been a good one so far. Still keeping this camera view up because this is going to be one of our biggest tie-ups that we have this morning. Still seeing slow traffic in those 70 westbound lanes as folks are approaching 310. We had an earlier accident there. I have not been able to see the accident, but we have seen the backup for a good portion of the morning. So just know that you're going to have a little extra drive time if you're traveling in from the far east this morning. So there we have it put on the board. We also are starting to see some yellow and red for the first time this morning morning as folks are working their way in towards downtown Columbus. 670 westbound, the tail end is in the yellow. We're also seeing the same thing in those 70 westbound lanes by Livingston, and then just the top here, 71 northbound, right around Green Lawn Avenue. So give yourself extra drive time. We're to that point where you will need it. Also, seeing some slow traffic as folks are working their way up from Canal Winchester this morning. This is now putting you up to a 30-minute commute. Definitely extra drive time needed for sure, pulling you down to 17 miles per hour. No list on the board of any accidents in this area, but again, really heavy traffic flow as you're heading up to 270. Let's get out to Mobile Track Mike and check in with him on this. What day is it, Mike?
It's hump day. We are actually just coming up off of the 270 South Outer Belt and 71. And I was noticing it looks like some pretty heavy traffic there, especially on the westbound lanes as you try to exit to 71 northbound. Now, whether that's this flooding that we have down around the Green Lawn and 71, not sure. But again, it looks like traffic just a little bit slow there coming up the ramp. Once I get up here, as you can see, we're looking pretty good as we're shooting back up towards Green Lawn Avenue. And of course, if you have not heard this morning, all those ramps at Green Lawn are closed, whether you're north or southbound on 71, and that's due to high water and flooding in those areas. Outside of that, my board's clear. We're in pretty good shape. I know we're still working an accident out to the east there on I-70 in Pataskla, right around 310, but overall, pretty quiet commute, dry roads, pretty sunny. Get those sunglasses this morning. Live it on your side. In Mobile Track, I'm Mike Kilburn.
And we are getting close to crunch time to find that perfect spot to witness the eclipse.
But what if you don't want to travel very far or deal with the traffic and the masses? Cameron Fontana has you covered.
As we get ready for a total eclipse of the heart of Ohio in this case, you might still be looking for a good spot to catch this lunar phenomenon. Well, first, you want to think about totality, which is the complete covering of the sun by the moon. And the path of totality this go-around runs diagonally from Dayton all the way northeast through Cleveland. Now, for everyone in this path, it's going to get totally dark for up to 4 minutes the closer you get to that center line. And you can take off your safety glasses to experience the full eclipse. For everyone southeast of that line, you won't have that nighttime effect or blackout, and you will need your special shades to look up at the sun. So, where can you go locally to experience the dark side of the moon? If you don't want to travel far and are looking for a fun event for your kids, COSI is hosting an epic eclipse experience. They'll have outdoor science activities, a live stream from NASA, eclipse glasses, and solar kits all for free. And right across the street, you can hop on the rooftop here at the National Veterans Memorial and Museum for their event to watch the eclipse with the beautiful Columbus skyline. Now, both these spots are super convenient, and you're gonna miss all of that totality traffic up north. It's not gonna get totally dark, but it'll still look really cool. The closest place you can find some darkness will be just along the northwest corner of 270. Because Dublin falls right on the edge of being in the path of totality. At this spot, you can dance in the dark at Kaufman Park for about 90 seconds. Now, if you really want to go to the dark side, head an hour northeast to Mansfield to the Ohio State Reformatory, aka Shawshank Prison. They're going to have an Eclipse in the Yard event with a live DJ, entertainment, and food trucks. Now get this, because Mansfield is almost in the perfect path of totality, it's gonna get dark for 3.5 minutes. You can also experience totality for about 2 minutes at the Columbus Zoo and Aquarium with all the animals, and for about 1.5 minutes at the Olentangy Caverns. Wherever you're watching, make sure you have your eclipse glasses and you give yourselves plenty of time to travel and be safe in the crowds. And don't worry, if you miss this one, you can catch the next one here in Ohio in 2099.
So there's a chance that we could see it again.
I don't think
Not anyone sitting here. Oh, we're not going to make it.
Ruin my day, you guys.
Sorry.
Great
looking
job
forward
on
to
that,
it. I think
Cam.
it's going to be fun. Everybody thinking about it. You know?
I think so too. It's once in a lifetime.
It really is.
So Monday, the weather not looking bad. I think we're looking at partly sunny skies.
Okay.
Right now, only a slight chance of showers. So it looked better a couple days ago. Hopefully, we'll see a shift back to that looking
Hope
better
so.
here
Okay.
over the next couple of days. As we take a look at the headlines, what I'm watching here over the next few days, well, we've got this rain lingering in the area. It's not going to be heavy like we had yesterday. Actually had over 2 inches of rain out at the airport yesterday. That was a daily record for us. Colder the next few days. That's because a cold front came through. That's what triggered those storms in the evening. Some snow showers tomorrow. Yes, it is going to be cold enough tomorrow morning that we'll see that rain change over to some snow showers. Not expecting accumulation, but the weekend does look great for us. So we're kind of between two things here. The heavy rain to our east. We've got the colder air and snow showers going to continue to push in from the west. I think we'll see some rain as we go through the afternoon. It'll be fairly light, basically some nuisance showers. 37 right now. Bell Fountain and Kenton on the Bassett Services heating and cooling current conditions. We're at 42 here in Columbus, but still a little bit warmer, upper 40s into eastern Ohio. 48 in Cambridge, 49 in Caldwell. Wind chill, and the winds are going to be pretty brisk this morning on into the afternoon. Feels like it's in the low 30s, mid to upper 20s, London and Washington Courthouse. So take the jacket with you as you head outside. I don't think you'll need the umbrella. Like I said, some spotty rain into the afternoon. It should be fairly light. Dry roads and chilly for this morning's commute. Your hour-by-hour futurecast keeps us dry until about lunchtime. Then we'll start to see some of that moisture working its way in on the backside. Spotty showers as we go through the afternoon. Maybe a downpour or two, but I think for the most part, we're talking just some light rain. As we get into the evening hours, as that temperature drops, as we get into the overnight, we'll see that change over into a wintry mix. Then snow showers by first thing in the morning tomorrow. This is 7 a.m. Notice a lot of blue here on Futurecast. It'll melt immediately once it hits the ground for the most part, because obviously the ground is not frozen. We got to 70 degrees yesterday. And then as the temperatures warm into the afternoon, we'll see it change back into rain showers. I think Thursday looks wetter than what today looks. And then as we get into Friday, we kind of repeat the pattern once again with some wraparound moisture as this low finally pulls out of here into the morning on Friday. By the afternoon, things dry out. We start to clear out, and that sets us up for that nice weekend. So today, take the jacket, 50 for the high. We'll see temperatures drop tonight into the mid-30s. 46 with that mix to rain into the afternoon. Weekend sets up spectacularly. Sunday looks to be the best day. We're to 60, mid to upper 60s early next week.
Giving you a live look over downtown Columbus. Got an interesting little situation out there. You see all those clouds and then the sun above it? It's a mixed message from the sky this morning, right?
Let's hope the sun just keeps shining.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
A 77-year-old Florida man came to the rescue when his dog became caught in an alligator's grasp.
I would lose my mind.
Yeah.
Art Outer says he and his dog were hanging out by the riverbank in their home of Moorhaven, Florida. One day last summer, his dog, Roger, oh no, Roger was snatched by an alligator. Oh, this is a nightmare, and dragged into the water. Art says instinct kicked in and he grabbed the jaws of the alligator until it set his dog free. He and the dog walked away with just a few injuries.
Art was strong enough to help his dog thanks to his years of competitive weightlifting, which you see right there. Florida Fish and Wildlife say the gator was 7 feet long. Yeah, I mean, I know we would all do whatever we could, but I don't know
if you could physically open the jaws.
You and I would not have the strength.
Well, if I get
you're
mad
pretty
enough,
strong
Kurt,
girl.
Me and that
Yes, you
alligator,
are.
we're gonna roll, baby. Give me my dog back.
Rock and roll with J-Roll.
Oh no! Stay with us. We'll see you at 8.
Funny.
You're watching Good Day Columbus on Fox 28.
Right now at 8, the floodwaters are starting to recede in downtown Columbus after Tuesday's storms. We're on your side tracking the quickly changing conditions.
And while the flooding recedes, winter is trying to make a bit of a comeback. Boo! As we give you a live look toward the downtown Columbus skyline, it is cold out there. We're going to show you the changes on the way that include the chance for SNOW.
Oh boy, and tonight is take 2 for the Columbus Clippers and their home opener. The weather shouldn't stop them from throwing out the first pitch at Huntington Park this time around. Good morning, everybody. Kurt, Jessica, Katie, Phil here with you at 8 o'clock. Thanks for joining us for Good Day Columbus.
Good morning.
Poor Clippers, they're just trying to live, trying to get their season started, rain. Snow.
Isn't it funny though?
Do something, Phil.
They're playing the Iowa Storm Chasers. Isn't that crazy?
We could actually still see a few spotty showers as we go through the afternoon and evening. I don't think it's going to be heavy. So it's not going to be enough, I don't think, to cancel things. Crew waited it out last night.
I know.
So,
I was shocked.
Believe it.
Yeah.
I
I
was
mean,
too.
they're like, oh, we're on a delay, and I was at home laughing. I'm like, you guys don't know what's going on. They still were able to play their whole match.
Well, it's different in baseball
It is
because
different.
the team is in town for a few days. This was a team Crew were playing was from Mexico.
Right.
They had to
Gotta
play.
get it in.
Yeah, so they were going to wait it out as much as they could.
It's a long way to go without
it was
duking it out.
Record-setting rain yesterday. More than 2 inches out at the airport. As a matter of fact, we've had more than 3 already for the month, and we're only the 3rd day of April. 40 out at the airport right now. On the back side of this cold front that is sweeping through, we've got temperatures that feel like they're in the low 30s. Winds are going to stay fairly gusty as we go throughout the day. Rainfall estimates, Doppler estimates over the last 48 hours. Notice a lot of red and orange on there, so we're upwards 3-4 inches across most of central Ohio. We're seeing the yellow where it hasn't rained as much. We're still talking 1 to 2 inches of rain. This is why we have a lot of flood warnings and advisories. A lot of waterways are elevated as we speak this morning. We're starting to see them slowly go down, but we'll continue to see that trend over the next couple of days. We'll still see a few spotty wraparound showers. The heaviest rain continues off to our east. 49 by the time we get to 4 o'clock today. We'll stay fairly cloudy throughout the day. Like I said, a few spotty rain showers as we get into the afternoon and early evening. Wind's going to be our problem today. That'll change to a few snow showers overnight. Yes, it's going to be cold enough. We'll talk about that, what you can expect as we get into your Thursday, your hour-by-hour forecast, coming up in just a little bit.
All right, Phil, thank you. It is 8:02 right now. Flooding near downtown Columbus is slowly receding.
The Scioto River crested at its highest point in 4 years overnight. Mike McCarthy live to show us the changing conditions now. Mike?
People watching us at home right now may look behind me and see all of that water and say to themselves, what are you talking about that the water level is going down? It is. Follow me over here and I'll show you exactly what we're talking about. Yes, the water here along the Scioto River is high this morning, but it's 8 a.m. right now, and we have been out here since 4 o'clock this morning. Now, if I had come right here and sat down 4 hours ago, my feet would have been in the water, fully submerged, because the river came up right to the edge of this step at 4 a.m. We have this ruler with us this morning, and let's show you that step is at least 8 inches tall. So over the course of the last 4 hours, that's at least how much the water has receded. Now, if you are not familiar with downtown Columbus here and the Scioto River in terms of what it looks like on a normal day, well, we have this comparison to show you here at 8 a.m. On the left is a picture that I took in the course of the last hour, and then on the right is an image from Google. You can see the water remains high enough to cover the paths and also the grassy area along the riverbanks as well. Let's take you live to Franklinton this morning because there were concerns about how high the Scioto would get. So the city of Columbus activated its flood wall gates. You're looking at the one live on Harmon Avenue. There is another this morning in place on Green Lawn. New in the last hour as well, the city told us it's checking with its engineers on how much longer those gates will remain in place. We have some other new details to share with you from the National Weather Service overnight. New data we reviewed online shows the river did crest at just over 23.5 feet. That is the highest level for the Scioto River in the last 4 years, but it's still about a half foot below its official flood stage. With those flood wall gates still in place this morning, there are some road closures around those gates in the Franklinton area. For more on that and some other issues we're seeing on the roads, let's get back to Katie McKee in the Steer Clear Team Traffic Center now with a new update.
All right, thank you, Mike. At 8:05 right now, working our way into this hour, still with those closures. He mentioned that wall. It is not yet down, so therefore, this is what we're looking at. 71 ramps to Green Lawn Avenue closed. Green Lawn Avenue ramps to 71 closed. Use Frank Road to 23 to work your way around this. We're also seeing a closure 23 northbound at 270, and the ramps from the outer belt to 223 are also closed, so you can't get through that area. Use 71 instead. As for folks in the metro area, We're actually doing pretty well, even though we see a little bit of a slowdown. That's just considering the fact that we have a lot of folks on the roadways and heading into downtown Columbus. This is what we typically see this time of morning, so nothing out of the usual, but extra drive time for folks that need to head straight into downtown Columbus. As for a major problem, we have seen that we have traffic backed up. Now, this is on 33. It's a little hard to see this camera view, but they do have it zoomed in, and it looks like they may be getting out of there, but one lane is blocked, which you know is huge for folks that are trying to make their way from Canal Winchester, really creating a major backup. So this is that camera view not too far from Gender Road. The accident is actually reported a little further up towards Bixby, but you can see all of the yellow and red that folks are going to have to work their way through. Give yourself extra drive time because you for sure will need it as you're heading out. Let's go to Mobile Track Mike and check in.
Yeah, good morning, Katie. You may need the sunglasses this morning. We've been kind of in and out of the sun. Right now, we're kind of out of the sun, to be honest with you. We came up 71 northbound, and I can tell you that that Frank Road exit off of 71 northbound backed up quite a bit. I think a lot of folks that were planning on getting off at Green Line, but because of those ramp closures, they jumped off at Frank Road, is really causing some headaches. So watch out for that. Expect some delays there. This is a look at I-70 over on the west side, just as you come off the 270 west outer belt, those taillights inbound. Not too bad a ride out this way. Actually, traffic pretty light as you head up towards 670. So this rolling along in good shape right now. Live and on your side in Mobile Track. I'm Mike Kilburn.
All of this heavy rain pooling on roads and in yards has naturally found its way into people's homes. One man in Linden says he woke up to an inch of water in his first floor apartment. Plumbers have been responding to a major increase in calls and say that it's because many systems just